Hello, welcome in. What's up? What's up? God bless you. God bless everyone. We need to pray for our country and pray for all of really and truly the whole world, but trying to do that at this point is kind of insane. Knowing that, you can't save someone who's already dead. But anyway, Lord Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for each person who comes and lands here, who watches or listens. We ask that you bless and sanctify each and every one of our families, all of our lost loved ones. Bring in the unawake, Lord. Let them realize your love and your guidance. Pour your Spirit out upon them. Fill them with the Holy Spirit that they may be able to discern and have eyes to see, ears to hear. And we just thank you for this day. We ask that you make me decrease and let your word and your righteousness increase through this. And bless and sanctify each one of us. Let it be for the edification of our souls and our spirits, Lord. And we give you praise, honor, worship, and glory. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Okay. So I got a couple of things I'm gonna check out. We're going to first start out watching these, and we'll discuss a little bit as we go, obviously.
Today, in our program, the seven continents of the earth, our Father that is in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven.
Amen.
Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. And I'm gonna post the link to the StreamYard. And if people want to come up and do an open panel thing, they can. I know it's random and impromptu. It's 8:30 Central my time, so it's still kind of early. A lot of people have to work and stuff. I get it. I fortunately have the day off today, so I'm gonna stream. Please, if you do not ruin the terms of service. Do not go against it, please. I mean, come on. Don't say anything that's not TOS friendly. Please don't ruin my channel. It's not even started yet, really. So, that being said, anyone wants to come up, come on up.
Friend, I have a treat for you. I'm bringing you here to see the locust. Locust, I just saw one of them really is eating right now there. They're eating, those two there, they're eating. Some eating the bark, some eating different parts of the tree, the fiber, everything. And so we have three types, Yerek, Hasil, and Gazal in Hebrew, which when they're coming like a cloud, usually from the south when it's warm on the wing, they're coming on the wing, and they eat everything. After they're coming to a vegetation, a field, or a wood, there's nothing left there. They kill all of this. And to some of you, spiritually to say, locust ate a lot of things in your life, relationship. He ate different one, eat different things. Some of them ate your finance. Some of it, no matter what you're trying to do, but for some mysterious power eating your increase. See, the locust in his three-dimension eating in different growth season, eating different areas in the life of the believer, and we right now breaking the curse of the locust over your life in Yeshua's name, and we releasing healing and restoration for everything that grow around you, growth, and he is after what growing, what increasing in vegetation, and He can attack your account in banks and your increase and bring you to an area of desperation and even up to poverty. This is a spirit. It's called the spirit of the locust. And we just bind it and we break the power and influence over your life. And we will look now more close with the camera to see the difference. Some of them more pale or light color, some of them more dark and strong color, different types, you know, and different stage, and they eat everything. And so this animal in the old days, I think people ate them. We know that John ate them, Yohanan, and so usually they fry them and eat them. And so it's like a food also. Right now there are many people that is in debt. You lost your businesses, you lost relationships, you lost many other things, especially your finance. And I right now pray over you that this attack, this plague that came against you worldwide will stop. It's a spirit of the locust. We bind it, we break this power, and we command it to loose you, and you will be able to enrich the kingdom of God now. You will be able to be successful. So we destroyed and step over this type of spirit. We impoverish you and destroy your finances, and destroy other area in your life with your children, family, and so forth. It can attack a whole nation. It can attack a village. It can attack farms per se. It can come against a whole country. Then the country can become poor, that spirit. And so God wants to increase you. And above all things, God wants you to be in good health and to be prosper. And I bless you right now from Israel, from Jerusalem. This is a biblical principle. It's a biblical thing. And people will get healed right now in your finance, in your area. And I pray restoration. Father God, I lift up all the people around the world right now who hear me, and they will distribute the videos later to others. We right now renounce the curse of the locust in the life. We bind and we break the power of this evil spirit, and we command it to loose our brother, sister, everyone. And we're releasing right now prosperity into the houses, into the life, into the bank account, into everything that concerning them. In Yeshua's name, Lord God, with a shout, Lord God, with a shout and with the trumpet, we are chasing away this type of attack, and we're calling. And sometime before there was a war, before there was attack of the enemy, the locusts came before on the wind, by storm, by warm wind. And so they accompany situation like that over a land. So right now, you are free, according to John 8:36, from the locust plague. And I bless you today from Jerusalem. Be blessed. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your prayer for us. Our telephone is plus
Bless him,
972
Lord.
3333 036. And this type of attack can steal your money for doctor, for medical expenditure, and to drain your finance, and so, and other attacks. So right now you're free, at last you're free worldwide in Yeshua's name. You're delivered from the spiritual attack in your life. In Yeshua's name, amen. Yeshua is Lord. So now we're going.
Now, I want to point out that a lot of people are coming around the world. You got Candace Owens, you got Tucker Carlson, you got so many people, and they're attacking Israel and the people of Israel, saying that they're not the true Israelites. And that's, I'll be straight up and honest, that is not for me to decide. What is for me to decide and what is for me to say is I'm not the Lord. So, you know, I can't say what is and what isn't. one thing I can say, another thing that I can say, is that's up to God. When Jesus come to Israel anyway, there were only 2 tribes of Israel. There were already lost tribes of Israel around the world scattered. So there are multiple tribes of Israelites that the world doesn't even know about. All right, and no one really knows who they are. You can act like you did or would or whatever. The 23andMe thing, the Ancestry.com, all of these things, they're trying to find the seed of the serpent. That's kind of the whole point in that. If you look all the way back in Genesis 6, he says that the woman's seed will crush the serpent's seed, okay? Crush his you bruise his heel and he will crush your head. Like, the devil knows that. The devil understands that and knows that it's coming, and he has but just a short little bit of time. So he's doing everything he can to, and not only that, like, I mean, you got the mark in the line of Cain. Who's that? Well, we don't know. They were pre-flood. So, but if Ham, Shem, or Japheth's wives were of the mark of Cain, it still survived, and it's commingled. We know Ham's line, cursed be to Canaan. We know Ham and Canaan's line were cursed. So if it was full of supposed Nephilim or giants or whatever, because that's what Goliath was from Ham, you're looking at, whether it be an incursion, someone got argued in the last video, I'm not going to argue, that it's not an incursion. Okay, possibly it's not. But somehow it got there and commingled. So you tell me. And if that is the case, possibly, who knows what it is. All I can tell you is we're in times where we're not living according to the way that God would have us live, and that's just straight up. We're living up to our wills, and that's evil. Evil is not good. So anyway, we're gonna go to a Kim Clement prophecy and check this out. Kim Clement's dead, obviously. He died back in 2015. I'm pretty sure it was of a brain tumor, but this is pretty powerful. And every time I don't know if any of you that actually feel the Holy Ghost. Every time I hear this, I feel the Holy Ghost all around me. So, I mean, it is what it is. So, I'll just say that. I clicked the wrong one. Hang on, sorry. And then it went way too far. Okay.
The Spirit of God shall fall in buildings of rock and stone.
Ah, yeah,
Shall
look at
fall
that.
in places
Almost
where
a
they
beard.
least believed it.
How about it
I will
for
cause
how you doing, brother?
chaos, and I will say to them, now I will take people by the hundreds of millions and share my Spirit with them. For I will raise up a man that shall continue, and they will say in the beginning, he won't be able to do it. But there shall be an experience after 33 days, and a raising up and a resurrection, and a Spirit-filled Pope that will raise up a voice, and he shall speak the truth. And they will say, we must get him out of the way.
How's the wife?
But rejoice this day, for there
I
are
hope all
deaths
is
of
well
many great.
with you guys. I know I haven't seen you guys in a while. I've been, like I said, I got a job at the post office, and I'm doing 2 different jobs. I'm going in like really super early and throwing packages and sorting, and then delivering as well. So that's, yeah, I'm working around the clock, but blessed to have a job, so I'll say that.
Great leaders, because it is necessary so that I can raise up a new generation of men and women that will go into the marketplace and raise up the name of Yahweh.
Many years ago, in a Hyatt Regency, my prophet stood and prophesied. And yes, said the Lord, it did happen. But I raised up a man that stood against Islam. I raised up a man that stood against the war, against the nations that would come against Israel. Where is that man? I call for that man now, says the Lord. I call for that man again to come onto the scene and take the seat in the White House and be a noble president, says the Lord.
Come on!
To do. Today, I will expose, I will reveal, for you have entered into a time and a season of undercover, where I will bring out from the covers the truth. For there have been too many lies, one lie after the other, covered in high national positions that have affected the globe, that have affected the seas, that have affected the skies. America, you're not as secure as you think you are. But in my kingdom, there are people that are praying, and there are prophetic words and the truth from my word that will preserve my nations for the purpose of extending my light to the next generation, says the Lord. There are two E's that I see. One E is the word erupt. The other is earthquake. Many are prophesying about earthquakes, but there is a national park where there is an eruption under the earth. For it to come out, and many say it is just simply an eruption, but it is not. It is a sign that I shall contain that which would try and be destructive in this nation. A volcano as a sign.
Well, from some of the stuff I've been watching lately and seeing, especially, I don't know if you know who Kim Clement is. He's an actual prophet. And I say that, like, I know that's hard to say and whatever, but he, you know, the Bible says you would judge them by their fruits. And he has so many prophecies that actually come true. And he, in 2007, he predicted Trump would actually be in the White House. He predicted Biden, kind of the way Obama does. All of this stuff that's going on in Iran right now with Israel and with America, like basically other stuff too, like basically North Korea and China, Nicaragua and Russia all teaming up together to basically come and take out America and all kind of stuff. So there's a bunch of stuff that he's predicted. Most of it's come true already. And then so, I mean, getting into some of his stuff, I've been listening to it lately, trying to just kind of wake people up, because knowing the eschatology of the Bible and knowing the end times is near, a lot of people think that it's just, you know, hogwash. It's so close it's not even funny. And granted, people have been belligerent in the comments, but you know, oh yeah, he died in 15, so he can't really predict anything anymore. But yeah, I understand that, brother.
And then there will be another earthquake, says the Lord. Keep your eyes open, for this sign is to cause the earth to yield of its produce. E may come forth rapidly. This is my promise, says the Lord. Therefore, take heed today. As you come to me and strike the rock, I will release that which has been held back from you and cause triumph to be sounded in your mouths, says the Lord. Come on.
Jesus warned about fake believers. Most people think believing in Jesus automatically means you're saved.
Summer summer reaches to spring and to fall, I will be the mediator, says summer. I will uncover, I will defend, my sun will shine, but yet beneath the earth, there is a rage, eruptions. Summer says, why choose they me? Why do the tornadoes, the hurricanes choose me? I am summer. I bring smiles. I bring sunshine. I bring warmth. Yet there is a tumultuous rendering that is coming. I stand to protect spring, but fall, you are rebelling. Or is it that possibly the Spirit of God will cause many to fall in fall? Then there is the earth that wishes to tremble. Shake! For the nations of the earth stand waiting. He is quiet. He shall not return. This God is too quiet. But my mercy endures forever. However, there is an uncovering of great evil. And I will start from the top. I have shaken the Democrats and will shake the Republicans even more. But remember, when these tremors and when these tumultuous moments happen, Summer says, I will take it so that the fall can do its work in America. The auto industry of this nation shall rise, and they shall disappoint the expectations of the East. And they shall say, what do they have? Why does America still prosper? Princes of darkness and demonic powers are raging for these two extremely wicked terror organizations to be pierced with the sword of the Lord. Summer, take it. For thus says the Lord, I will prosper my people. And during the fall there shall be many that shall fall, and many that shall rise from the dust. The earth is standing prepared. I shall take it, for the summer shall bring forth much in the temperatures. Strange July, strange July.
Now that part right there, there seems to be something going on, and a lot of people think that it's actually this coming July. A lot of people think it's something because there's been a bunch of indictments that Trump's done within the, number one, the Democrats, but number two, all of the PDFs, the Epstein lists, the people that, CEOs, presidents of companies, all sorts of different people. Now, if that comes to be, and there were, the last time I checked, over 520,000 indictments. The time before that, it was like 400 and something. Now, this is hearsay, obviously, because they're not going to have some open thing, but let's just see. Let's just see what happens. Because some of it is basically saying that Hypnotic November is the next part, but Strange July. As crazy as it sounds, if it comes to pass, then,
Hypnotic November and oh Christmas, where winter shall say, and me, I will make them happy. For God says, I have chosen each season to manifest something. My will shall be done, and it shall come to pass that I shall bring sign after sign, and in the fall, that which comes down is that which was able to be shaken. And I will build and release the resources, and in the fall will show you whom I have chosen to pray for and guide this nation. You shall rejoice, for it is my man. It is my chosen David, says the Lord.
I want to tell you a story.
I used to believe that Jesus was
And look at
a
this.
Catholic
Even
God, God of the
there's a
Gentiles.
bunch of
I imagine
actual
that Jesus-
Jews who are waking up to the fact that they missed their Messiah. It's almost like the end times of the Bible is actually being fulfilled right in front of our eyes, like it said. That he will wake them up and he will turn back. He said he would be with the Gentiles for 2 days. And so if he's with 2 Peter says 1 day in heaven is 1,000 years on earth. Was it? If you think about it, there's a tribulation time of 7 years. And you subtract from 33 when Jesus had actually died. 33 minus that 7 years would be 26 all day long. So if it is the case that he starts waking them up slowly but surely, and there's exponentially growing within that 7-year frame, if this year starts that tribulation period, you could say, and this is an ad, but you could say that over time, and the midway point would be 29, or halfway there, either the beginning of 29 or the ending of the other. Oh, I didn't know you were back there. I'm so sorry, for real. Come on, brother. Come on up. Let me get you up here. I did not see you. What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm doing all right. Link was there, so I figured why not.
Long time no see, man.
Yeah. Yes,
You
sir.
can, do that. No, not that one. Come on. There we go.
You able to
How
hear
you
me
been?
good? Yeah, there we
Oh,
go.
yeah. I hear you perfect.
I've been all right, hip healed up enough for me to get walking around again, and
Good deal.
like clockwork, something else had to go wrong, so kidney stone decided to block one of my kidneys.
Gosh. Oh, man, I feel for you, brother. So what are you doing? Are they gonna like put you in the pool and blast it, or are they gonna remove it, or what?
They're gonna go in and actually sonically blast it instead of doing it externally.
Okay.
It's over a 7mm. It's a pretty thick sucker.
Oof. I know I had a little bitty one, like a BB.
Yep.
And let me just tell you, it was lodged in the urethra for like 7 months, like while I was trying to pass it. And I know that seems like a long time. That was
No,
some
no.
suffering. That was some suffering.
Prior to this one, I've passed over 12. But I'd gotten rid of them. I'd gotten rid of them for a real long time, and I hadn't changed my diet none. But the problem was that 6 months I was down, I wasn't moving around much because, well, I fucking couldn't.
Right.
So I'm guessing that's what caused it. But I mean, yet again, I can't prove it. But it's the only thing that makes sense because the diet I've been on had been preventing him for years. Then all of a sudden, here the fuck we go, right?
Right.
So It's the only thing that makes sense.
They say tea, coffee, milk, like all of these things, plus obviously, like almost all of these things cause them.
Now, there's a bunch of stuff they say cause them, but the thing is the type I get are white kidney stones. And there's two things that prevent those. One is potassium, and two, which is slightly more important, is citral. Not to be confused with citronal. It's not for mosquitoes.
I've never even heard of citral.
Citral is found in lemons, oranges, and grapefruits. It's similar to citrus, kind of like citric acid, but it's not the same thing. It's a byproduct. And it actually breaks down kidney stones. So if you're taking in enough citral and you have enough potassium in your system, you shouldn't be producing white kidney stones.
Right.
But when I went into the emergency room, because I was urinating blood and a decent amount of it, they actually told me that at the time I had a potassium deficiency. And I said, well, that's freaking weird because I'm taking a men's 1 a day and I drink, old man's Ensure on top of that, and both have plenty of fucking potassissium, so I don't understand.
Right.
And they did a
I'm
full
big on
blood
the peanut
screen.
butter and banana sandwiches too, so that's, you know what I mean? They say the potassium there, but who knows?
Well, the thing was they ran my blood and they said I was fine, that there was nothing they could see that should have caused the issue. Nothing was out of whack. So it's just kind of a weird thing. It's like it didn't make any sense. For whatever reason, they were saying that the only thing they could figure is that the potassium isn't metabolizing properly. And so I got the urinologist for 2 reasons. They're going to try to figure out, number one, what's, preventing potassium from reaching where it needs to in that area, along with a bunch more blood work and another specialist I got to see, and then a urinologist. So.
Wow. I can tell you straight up and granted I'm a little younger than you. The 2 that I passed were baby and they still hurt so bad I thought I was going through childbirth. You know what I mean? So.
Oh yeah. They hit your back like a ton of freaking bricks, which this one was different, man. This one, normally the pain I get is it's in my back and it radiates lower. But with this sucker, dude, it hit me in the middle of my back and then it stopped. And I was like, all right, I don't know what the hell that was. I figured I just had a cramp in my back or something. And then the next thing I know, it felt like somebody was repetitively kicking me in my nuts.
Yeah.
And normally that usually is a sign that one passed and got snagged. But no, this thing is lodged in the kidney. It's not going anywhere. It's lodged right in the freaking, right in the pass through. I forget the fuck they call that tube.
I had, like I said, the one that got stuck in the urethra.
No, sweetheart, that's the one after the kidney. Sorry, she was commenting.
No, good. It for whatever reason, it just stayed lodged for so long. And I kept thinking one day it's gonna pass, and Q-tip, just trying to figure out a way, and because I've got to be almost ready to die before I'm going to a doctor. I'm just gonna be honest.
That's how I am too.
And it never really got bad enough for me to go to a doctor, and I eventually passed it. But it was like almost 7 months that I was dealing with it every day. And when it finally went, man, it was just like instant relief. I knew right then and there that, something mighty had just been done, because, it wasn't very big, but I seen it when it happened, because I don't know if, as it's working up the, depending on what you'd call it, like the seam, in there, you can feel where it's at. And I tried to get below it and try and work it, and to no avail. Like I said, it took months and months and months. And mine was small. Yours being 7 millimeter, dude. Oh my gosh. Over
7 millimeters. 7 millimeter is right on the cusp of what you can technically pass on your own. That should theoretically fit through the tube, and this one is over that range.
Well, in the words of Hank Hill, I have a narrow urethra. So mine was smaller than a BB. Granted, I say average BB size, but it was smaller than a BB. But it was still, once again, narrow urethra. So it wasn't pleasant. So if that's the case, I feel for you, brother.
What I told
knowing,
people, because a lot of people, I say, it's over 7 millimeter. They look at me like, yeah, what the hell is that? Because we're American, we do inches, right?
Mhm,
And you just tell them, all
that's
right,
right.
well, have you ever seen an airsoft BB? It's bigger than that. Airsoft BBs are 6 millimeter. So
Oh
yeah.
gosh. Oh gosh. See, yeah, and that's the thing right there. I don't really have a scale for
Yep.
what 7 mil is, but I
If
I
you
know
ever
it's
seen a
bigger than
yellow
what I have.
airsoft BB, you have a scale now.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Good morning. How are you? I see your wife just got in here.
Yep.
It is good to see you guys. I like I said, I've been working like crazy, doing post office work and still construction work afterwards and stuff. So even when I get off of that, I'm going to do that, and I'm trying to stream and make videos and shorts here in the rest of the time. But it's definitely good to see you guys again.
Yeah, for us, I've just been healing up, and we've been avoiding, fucking YouTube drama shit, and
Oh yeah, absolutely.
just, trying to get things done, and we're sponsoring a YouTuber right now, and I'm also sponsoring a server owner, a video game server owner. So we got those things
Okay.
going on.
Cool. I haven't saw EOD in a while.
He was in VK last night, I think, but
Oh, was
me
he?
and EOD not really talking right now.
Oh, okay.
Well, sweetheart.
Okay.
Oh no, yeah, VK wasn't last night. It was the other night, though. It was like a night or
Friday.
two ago. But yeah, he was in there a night or two ago.
Okay. I did VK for a couple of hours one night, but because I have to get up so early, I literally have to be there like unloading a truck at 4:30 in the morning. So
Yeah, military time, 0400.
yeah. So we're obviously, and that's even like Sundays, and that's one thing that really drives me crazy because I love church. I love church, and to not be able to go to church, I've got to go to work. Kind of bums me out. I'm not gonna lie. Holidays, Easter, I was working. Good Friday, I was working. But it's better to work and be, than not to work, obviously. So, but still catching up, getting caught up bill wise and things of that nature. But it's pretty hectic. But I'll tell you this: there's there's a lot of things I didn't know about why, because there's a thing where they do Amazon. Amazon does like a lot of its packages, but the rest the post office does.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't realize that the post office delivers a lot of Amazon.
Well, I used to have to ship my stones, and when I shipped my stones through various methods, I had to use Amazon once upon a time, which I hated doing. I no offense if you work for them, but I just the way they do some of their business, I'm not a fan of. I'll just put it that way. But yeah,
Amazon or the post office?
Huh?
The Amazon or the post office?
Amazon.
Oh yeah. No.
Yeah, I did some business through them once upon a time, and like I said, I don't really like the way they do some things, and it was difficult keeping track of my own stuff being shipped to people to make sure it was getting there as it was supposed to, and then I did stuff on my own, and even the post office will sometimes use other carriers, affiliates kind of deal, and it's like, yeah, I don't like that.
To transport, yeah.
Yep.
Usually they have, because the way things go, like I'll have 8 pallets generally when I get there in the mornings, and I'll be sorting and throwing those, and then there'll be 4 to 6 more come in when the morning, kind of truck comes around. Right. So generally it's, it can be down as low as like 2. Well, I say 2. There's never been 2. 4 to 8 on as far as your total on a light day, but it can be up to like 16 to 20 on a hectic day, which is usually Mondays because you're recovering from Sunday. On Sundays only Amazon is done, where every other day you're doing Amazon and mail.
Right.
So that can be a little hectic, but for the most part, it's not something I want to complain about and whine about. I do enjoy getting in the routine of getting up early and getting at it and then getting out of there. The hard parts, once I've stood on the concrete for 5 to 6 hours, my feet are killing me, and then I have to go work construction. That's the part I want to whine about.
Especially with the boots these days, man. They're not like they used to be. I don't give a shit what anybody says. They are not made like they used to be. I can't wear a pair of boots for fucking a few hours without my feet hurting. And it's not my feet. It's the damn boots. And I know this because I found an old pair, brand I used to love to wear all the time. And I was wearing them suckers for a bit. And I'm like, see, this is what they're supposed to feel like. What the fuck happened to boots, man?
Yeah. They don't. I don't know. Stuff's not the same as it used to be.
It's really not.
It's really not.
I don't know what materials they use for support that are different now between then, because mostly with those boots that I was talking about were just leather and cotton, thick ass cotton, So It's like, what between this and the new stuff is causing the support to be so shitty? Or is it the rubber on the sole? Like, well, what is it? Because it hurts my foot way fucking more than they used to for no damn reason.
Yeah, absolutely. Me as well. And part of that makes me wonder if it's me getting older, or is it neuropathy, or is it, this or that?
Well, that's what I said. I thought the same thing until I tried out an old pair of fucking a brand I used to wear, and it was like, no, it's definitely the fucking boots.
It's the shoes and the boots.
Yep.
Because tennis shoes are even doing it to me.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, Crocs, slides,
well, have you looked at what's
and my
inside of them
slides
now?
have like 2 inches of rubber on the bottom. Like you would think that would be soft.
Depending on the type of rubber, if it's that hard top shit, nah.
Not really. It's the soft stuff. But
Okay.
my feet still hurt. It's Crocs even. Like I don't know. Everything's just making my feet hurt. I feel like I'm turning into an old man.
The other thing is you haven't been on your feet this much in a long time. You got to take
That's
that into
true.
consideration too.
That is very true. Sitting on my butt for a while, kind of that. That while I was laid off work, I was sitting here doing YouTube and playing around, and
you know what?
So there is that.
I'm gonna give you a tip, dude. Get a massage gun for your feet. I got one, and dude, I use it on the wife whenever she gets home, and I use it on myself whenever my feet are sore as hell, and it does wonders, dude.
Man, my wife bought one, and then got rid of it like shortly after. I'm like, why did you get rid of it? Because no one used it. It's like, wow. I'm not the person who gets rid of anything. As you can see with all my old guitars, half of these guitars don't even work. You know what I mean? There's one that'll have a switch issue, one's a potentiometer issue. I've got to go through, and that one's not even finished being built. That one right there.
Right.
Obviously, that one's got an electrical issue. So, like, most of my guitars have something wrong with them. But I'm not getting rid of anything. Actually, on this other side, over here, I have amps. Like, I have a stack of amps. 2 of them don't even work, but I keep them. I'm not getting rid of them.
Yeah, you might get around to fixing them, or maybe you can use parts for them for something else one day, stuff like that.
Exactly. Well, one of them's a tube amp. I don't really have too many tube amps. I've only got 2, and one of them just quit working. It's like a PV Blue Voodoo, or no, it's a Crate Blue Voodoo tube amp. So it's kind of a bluesy amp, and it just quits working. And I have not the foggiest how to work on amps, so
Right.
I gotta figure that out. I've got a board, a PA that quit working. I've got so many things that quit working, and I'm not getting rid of it.
Once upon a time, back in the day, I'd have told you to check the fuses in the cathode tubes, but that's not a thing anymore.
It's not a thing anymore. I heard that. I all the tubes are fine. It's actually not the tubes. It'll come on. It just won't play audio, which makes me think it's like the output transformer or the output tubes or something of that nature. So who knows? Everything works except for the sound. And
That is a weird
there's
one.
a rule of thumb with tube amps, you know, you never turn them on if they don't have a speaker connected. You know, you got to have a load,
Right.
and otherwise you'll mess it up. And I know for a fact that didn't happen, because I was playing it and I hit the button to swap channel, and there it goes. So one day I'll fix it, but I run through my Marshall, and I love my Marshall, so I just run through that, and that's about all. And hell, even that I haven't even played in forever. So I mean, the last time I played it was before I even started doing YouTube. I mainly sit around and pick an acoustic, and it doesn't need any electrical work. So, you know, I have a soldering gun and time, and well, I say time. I that's the one thing I don't have, time. And when I do have the time, I don't want to do it, or I don't feel like doing it. So you can call it procrastination and laziness, you know.
Well, that's how it is when, you know, you get back into working again. It's like when you actually have the time to do shit, you're too tired for the first little while, and then eventually you get used to moving and working again, and then you're like, yeah, but I kind of want to catch up on that show or do that one thing.
Yeah. Well, I've abandoned like everything that I'm supposed to do. Like, it's hard to get. I'll be honest. I'm working 6 days a week because like today's my only off day this week. It's hard to get the grass cut.
Yep.
It's so hard to get the grass cut because the off day that I have, I want to do so many things that I haven't gotten to do, but I need to go out there and cut the grass, you know. But I'll do it. I'll do it one day this week.
See, you
I'm
can
not doing it on my off day.
You can do two things at once when cutting the grass. So if you go out to cut the grass, you can sit down in that mower, put yourself a beer in a cup holder, lean back, get your feet up, you know, make sure you got a little reach on that steering wheel, and you're good to go. So you get to relax and hang out, put some music in. Now you're doing three things at once. Look
See,
at that.
I actually do that. I got one of those zero turns with the arms,
Right.
and I'm kind of used to it. So I'll basically control it with one hand and then scroll with my other hand. You know? So yeah, you know, but it's not terrible. But then I get dust. I have a dry yard. I really need to water my lawn bad.
There's a thing called a
so dry.
sprinkler.
Yeah, we HOA, no above ground sprinklers.
Oh, God.
Yes, they are neighborhood Yahtzees, if I've
Pro
ever saw
tip,
them.
mosquito lures are legal.
What is that? Mosquito what? Lures?
Lures to lure mosquitoes.
Okay, what is that?
Oh, I just told you what it was. It lures mosquitoes. Okay, so if you have an HOA problem, hint, hint, you can keep them the fuck away if there's, you know, mosquitoes. You get it?
Okay. Yes. Okay. Oh, yeah.
And what's even better about it is if you take those mosquito lures, you can dissolve them in a squirt bottle, you know? Happen to be passing by, so a little
Right.
HOA will leave your property alone real fast.
Well, we're, you know, because we have two. Obviously, where we're at now is where we live, but we have lake property up at the lake.
Right.
And my wife's the treasurer of the HOA, and we kind of hate it because there's 4 people on the thing, and if we don't do it and they don't do it,
Wait,
then
you
the whole thing will
wanted
be
to be in an
outsourced.
HOA? What's wrong with you?
No. But see, that's the point. That is the point. It's a people managed HOA versus
Still an HOA.
out. Yeah, but it's almost completely unrestricted. You know what I'm saying? At the lake,
Right.
it's almost completely unrestricted. Now for us, it is unrestricted because we're the very first lot. It's the very first lot in a new subdivision, and I have 1 acre, 1.1, 1.2 acres on the lake, and it's a weird diagonal, kind of weird shape. So, I mean, when we first bought it, I was looking at it and I was just thinking, it's doable, but it's going to be hard to build a house right here on this weird plot of land, you know. But then right across the street, they call that, and that's lot 1. But right across the street is lot 1A, which we own as well, and we have 6 acres right there. So It's huge. It goes way back. It's up this hill. I basically went back there and cut down a tree. It was an oak tree. And actually, hang on one second. I'll show you. This was built out of that tree. So this is 100% solid oak.
Very nice.
Obviously, I only have 2 strings on it right now because it's not finished. But, you know, just a regular old Strat. Solid wood, hardwood and everything. But, so anyway, I go and I cut this tree down. And where it falls, I told my wife, I said, that's where I want to build the house. She's like, right here where you cut it down at the stump? I said, no, way up there at the end. You know, and it was a 150-foot tree. So we have like a 320-foot driveway. A blessing and a curse. Because there's so much land to keep up there. And
if you don't have the right equipment, it's definitely a curse.
Well, I have the right equipment. It's an hour and a half away. I have a tractor and stuff. Yes. So, I mean, by the time I go an hour and a half, work 4 or 5 hours, and then driving an hour and a half back, you know what I'm saying? I've not only have I went driven 3 hours, and then worked 4. I mean, that's a full day plus at least 3/4 of a tank of gas. I drive a diesel, a big diesel at that. So right now it's like $5.10 a gallon for diesel, which is insane for it to be a byproduct.
Yep.
And a lot of people don't even realize that diesel fuel is a byproduct.
Well, a lot of people don't realize that it's artificial inflation anyway, because they'll claim it's because of the Iran war, even though we don't get any fucking oil from them or that territory or that canal at all.
And the tanks and pumps were full before that happened. I mean, you're changing it on what you've already got, technically, Yep.
And not to mention our reserves are still full. There's zero reason that inflation needs to be there whatsoever. The company saw an opportunity to raise it, and they know that people aren't, super well educated in the matters of freaking wartime, maritime, and fucking where our trade goes to and from with oil. So they just thought they could get away with it, and they fucking have pretty much. And it's been pissing me off since it fucking started. I have no problem with the war. I'm happy bombing Iran. Shit, Bomb Iran from the Vandals is one of my favorite fucking songs, and I'm ex-military. Fuck Iran. That being said, don't blame it. Don't blame the gas prices and that shit, because that's not what the fuck it is. Look at the fucking paper trail. It's got nothing to fucking do with Iran.
Right. I mean, really and truly, this was inevitable. I mean, there's not much you can do about it. I've said it several times. I mean, Islam is literally gonna be the lop your head off religion at the end.
Yeah, they always have been.
The one they always have been, and even in Teriak's channel this morning, I said put oil and water, because that's what it is. Yep. Christianity, and you can put a Christian beside a Buddhist and they're fine. You can put a Christian beside an atheist and they're fine. You can put a Christian beside any kind of denomination or religion or lack thereof, and everything's fine. But the moment you put Islam with it, it's complete. People say that's just me. It's really not.
It's not.
They don't mix.
If you go over there, if you physically, dude, anybody who's served more than 2 terms over fucking seas, more than 2 deployments over fucking seas, will tell you damn right that they're all the same, dude. They are. When it comes to their religion, they're the same. They'll claim they're different. They'll claim they're not like these people. They'll claim that those motherfuckers are radicals. But the moment you take out the radicals, guess what? The people who said they weren't radicals are suddenly radicals. No, it's fucking bullshit. And what people forget is their religion literally allows them to lie to you without it being considered a sin. It's literally stated in there. It's like, dude, are you guys fucking blind and retarded? Pay attention to this.
Well, not only that, I mean, and that's your experience. I don't have that experience because I didn't serve. You know what I mean? So let me just first
My
say
experience was the same
obviously.
Kid you gave a candy bar yesterday is more than happy to stab you the next time he sees you.
Right. And I did hear that from my brother-in-law, who was a Marine that went over there. And he said the worst part about it is they would build this road then they would blow up this road. Then they would
Yep.
build this road. Then they would blow up this road. And
Yep.
then the main deal was they would guard this poppy field because this guy was working with us. And then they would go 2 miles down the road and they would blow up and burn up this guy's poppy field because he wasn't. He was the rebel guy, or the, working with the enemies or whatever. And it was back and forth. It was about heroin. It was about some this, that. But, I mean, at the end of the day, this was kind of inevitable. My experience is like I said, is not from necessarily that. I believe I can get along with any person or individual, but an ideology is completely different because oil and water. I mean, that sums it up to me.
Yep.
When your very essence, like it said, even Paul in the Bible said that even if an angel of light comes to you and preaches a new gospel, let him and that gospel be accursed. And that is exactly what happened with Muhammad and Islam.
To be perfectly
That's
honest,
exactly what happened.
the Islamic religion would be fine and compatible with a lot of people if they actually got rid of fucking what's his nuts, Muhammad. If they actually got rid of his teachings, that they would go back to being semi-normal, civilized people.
Well, I mean, that's the thing right there. That's it. If an angel of light comes in and preaches a gospel, and the Quran even says that the Old Testament and the New Testament are true as far as they're translated, as long as they're translated correctly. But they say that we have fallible translations or manipulated translations.
Uh-huh.
Then
But
you
here's
see the
their
same
thing
thing
too,
about
right?
the
So they're-
Ethiopian Bible.
Their own fucking prophet was full of shit in his very own text and
Of
contradicted
course.
himself multiple
He's
times
a
throughout history.
54-year-old man with a 9-year-old girl, and that's after being with her for
His
3
cousin.
years once he consummated.
Well, it
She
was
was
his cousin
6
or
when he
his
married
niece.
her.
I think it was his cousin or his niece. Can't remember.
Oh, she was his cousin as well?
Cousin
Or
or
niece?
niece? Yeah, I can't remember which.
Oh gosh. See, I mean that makes it worse.
Uh-huh.
And don't get me wrong, I don't want to bash Muslims or anything of that nature. But I mean, it's like oil and water, And at the end of the day, at the end of time, no matter who says what or thinks what,
Well, here's the other thing. It's
I'm
not
an
bashing
American.
somebody to state a fact either.
and you're right. And you're right. I'm an American. I'm using American technology, American internet, American energy, and American power, American ingenuity, and American know-how to do the things that. Okay, well, that obviously has spread all over the world, and they'll say that, well, you're full of it. And there are a lot of countries who have done a lot of good things for the world. I won't even pretend otherwise. But at the same time, what quality of life improvements over time has come from Islam?
Oh, give me a second. I got this. Goat relations. There you go.
See, that's my point. Donkey pull cart, as Andrew said. And I hate to
Yep.
even go there because it's so funny and hilarious. But, I mean, I will say that certain parts of, movies and music and certain parts of culture that America has distributed to the world are detriments. I will. But there are also good movies and good music and good videos and good cartoons and good books, good novels that have been an improvement or an advancement to society all around the world. And every culture, maybe with the exception of certain Chinese and certain, Muslim countries that just refuse to, take it in. Because I know there's certain things that China will, kind of ban at the gate, what I mean, won't allow in. But, there again, what are they doing when they do that? I mean, we sit here and we look
China
down
stops
at
sending
it.
people here who
They're
are
trying to
smuggling
put
biological weapons. I don't think we'll ever get along with them.
No, I don't either. But they're trying to preserve their culture. Just look at Japan. Same thing.
Yep.
They don't really have a lot of migration there. And why? Because they want to preserve their culture. America has been. I mean, like I said, you're older than me, so you know this better than I. We're a culture in decline, man. We almost don't even have a culture anymore, and it's because everyone's adopting everybody else's. Like, you look at the ladies online, and I don't mean all. Obviously, let me preface this. They all want to look like Kim Kardashian with puffy lips and with caterpillars on their eyelashes and
Those aren't
diamonds
eyelashes.
on their fingernails.
They're usually painted or glued on, but I get what you mean.
Oh, I know. My point remains, though. They all want to be the same. It's like we're all, and this is just to that. Men have their own separate issues. I'll give it that. Because, I mean, how did we get here? A lot of men, not all, were cheating. A lot of men were pieces of crap, deadbeat fathers, deadbeat husbands, taking advantage of certain things. Obviously, we can't deny that. Okay, but the women have said, hold my beer, I got this, I'm going to show you how women do it.
Yeah,
and
but
they
women
have
were doing
joined
it at the same
them.
time. Yeah, I'm old enough to remember this, dude. Everybody talked about I said the women were also doing it at the same time. I hate to say this, but at my age, you know, everybody acts like this is a new thing in modern times. No. This shit was happening 30 years before these motherfuckers were even born. It was a common thing back then, and it's never been a new thing. They were behaving in the same manner. The only difference was guys were thrown under the bus and out in the limelight versus them, which never got talked about.
Well, and women weren't getting on the internet and bragging about it either.
Yep. No, that's true. They weren't.
And that was my next point. Now you have them openly admitting it for clout.
Yeah.
And when I was young and I was with a girl and I would catch her doing something, she was not going to admit it, because there's no accountability, obviously. Mm-hmm. I know in everything that I've done, if I've messed up a weld, and actually, I don't know if I told your wife, my son is in trade school welding, and he absolutely loves it. Did I tell you? Okay. Yeah. He just took his test the other day, and he's graduated onto overhead welding, so he's moving on. Yeah, he's loving it. But anyway, sorry.
No, you're fine.
With the rest of it, as I done lost my track because I was talking about my son. My fault. Go ahead.
When welding overhead, make sure your face isn't directly under the weld unless you like those sparks fucking up your
There you go.
Slag sucks.
There you go. He has told me that as well. You don't know what this is, boy. I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
Oh, man, I can tell him some stories.
80-20 rods or something like that.
So something we used to do to fuck with the new guys, we used to take a shop rag and we dip it in ether and dry it to where it was just dry enough and then shove it in his back pocket.
Oh, I know what that does. That's a chemical burn.
Uh-huh.
That's a chemical burn on that bare booty cheek. Ooh.
Yep.
Good one. Nice ones. Heck
We used to do that to every freaking new guy, man, and they come back, man, something was wrong with that rag. It made my ass burn.
Yep. I wonder why. What were you doing, Bill?
Yep.
How'd that happen? Yeah, he's digging it. He's loving it. He'll come home and do me quizzes and stuff like that. And I'm like, buddy, I'm not the one learning to weld. You are. As long as you're learning it, that's a good thing. But I'm not taking your test every day.
Oh, I used to love the young kids that were in school, man. They come up, hey, what voltage, you're supposed to do that at if you're so smart. And sit there and go, hey, look, buddy, I'm going to explain something to you real quick. I'm going to put it at the voltage the metal likes. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to test it on another piece that's the same gauge. And I don't care what the fucking book says, because until I see my bead going seamless across it, perfectly melding with that metal with no burn through, no slag, no crap, I don't give a fuck what that little book says.
Right. Yeah, he's, like I said, he's loving it. He can't wait, and he graduates next year, so
he's going to find it rough when he gets in the industry, though, because all that beautiful metal that's all exactly the same that he gets to work in is going to
it's a myth in the real world.
Yes, it is.
It's a unicorn you're never going to see again.
It's going to be a lot of Chinesium and junk metal mixed in with what's supposed to be iron and steel and aluminum. And you're going to get crap in those pools and be like, what the fuck is that? Is it my rods? No, it ain't. It's the metal, buddy.
Yeah, it's the metal. It's garbage blended in to make it, Oh, yeah, for sure.
That's when the real learning starts, is when he gets out. And then he's going to find out that 3/4 of the shit he learned when he was in school is worth jack
Zero.
shit.
I did tell him, I said, look, all of this is to get you started. The training really begins once you start working. That's when it starts. But at least, he's got a good trajectory.
Good
and
foundation
willing to
build
work
on.
hard. Yeah. Because my oldest son, he's actually about to turn 21, by the way, next month. And I'm kind of, actually not even next month, like a week and a half, 2 weeks. And I don't know.
Get out the shine, Dad.
Well, he come to me and he's working at Taco Bell, and not to diminish that. I mean, it is what it is. Work's work, and he works hard. He works a lot of hours. But I keep telling him, I'm like, hey, he's like, well, all these people smoke pot, and all these people do this, and they all do that. They're all drinking all the time. They're all, doing Klonopins or Xanaxes and stuff like that all the time. And I'm like, well, buddy, let me just tell you, when I was young, I acted like I was infallible. Well, Jesus, ate with the publicans, and he, went and preached to the prostitutes. Why can't I? Well, it took me a while to realize I'm not Jesus, number one. And number two, instead of me changing them, they're changing me. And now I'm smoking pot. Now I'm doing these things. And I said, you just gotta be strong and try and stay away from it.
Yep.
But at the same time, he like I said, he works hard. He does really and truly tries to make his boss happy, and I think he loves the Lord. You don't never know. Obviously, you can't live it for anyone else, but it's all what it is. I can't live for him. If I did, he wouldn't be at Taco Bell. He'd be an electrician or something along those lines. But
I've had other buddies of mine bring that up about their kids, and I always tell them is the same things. Look, they're going to do their own thing. They're going to go their own way, and they're going to have their own ideas, but they're going to hit an age where they're having kids and they're in their 30s, 40s, and they're going to go right back and they're going to be just fine. Yep. Best thing you can do is just be there when it happens.
Yep. Love them. Try and correct them when they need it, and have that good advice for them when they ask for it. Because, it's like you just said, everything you taught them at some point is going to come back. You know what I mean?
Yep.
As long as you taught them a good foundation and stuff in the beginning, that to me is what's important. So,
what I think is hilarious is all the shit that I've been saying for years. People are just now realizing. I used to tell people all the time, dude, there ain't nothing wrong with spanking your kids. There just ain't. And this soft parenting crap created an entire soft generation. And now what I think is fucking hilarious is now you get all these people coming forward saying, man, I should have whooped his ass. And I'm like, yes, you should have. Figure that out now.
And you can ditto everything you just said with Christians as well, in the church.
I know.
It's the exact same thing. The soft Christian is the exact same thing as the soft parent.
Yep.
That's why I'm trying to call it out. Because Andrew says, in a lot of his stuff, he's like, I think men and women can be saved.
Yep.
And there's some truth to that. There is, but it's also grasping at straws that aren't there. You know what I mean? At the same time, because unless women, maybe this is me trying to think, pragmatically, but unless you look at the mirror and see what the problem is and say, okay, this is the problem, I've got to work on that. You can't fix it.
A lot of
You're not going to listen to someone else. At least women aren't going to listen to someone, especially if it's a man, saying, hey, well, you're to this or you're to that. It's not going to happen.
Fall on their face. They have to fall on their face.
They got to fall on their face. Exactly. Well said.
Yep.
They got to fall on their face.
This is something else too. Is I've heard a lot of folks always say this. It's because they didn't have dad there. No, it's got nothing to do with dad. It's because they didn't have a strong male role model. It doesn't have to necessarily be dad. They just didn't have a strong male role model. That's all it was.
Because my dad left at 6. It was my uncles and my grandfather for me that stepped in and did the
For me, it was my grandmother and her husband, and that wasn't my grandfather. He'd already passed. So it was the way it was, and they raised me, and they raised me right. No matter where I ended up, I learned my lessons, and I remembered everything they freaking said, and it's why I ended up the way I did today. It's why my brothers all ended up addicted to shit and doing dumb crap, and I didn't.
Right. You're right. I was addicted to stuff, but it was when I was younger. Like,
they're far
18
gone.
to 20.
They're far gone.
Right.
It wasn't a short-term thing for them. We're talking, they were on it for so long it became a permanent chemical dependency, and there was nothing you could do to get them off it. And I know that because I tried for many years.
Of course, you care. That's the whole point.
That's what it was. But at some point, I had to cut that line because there's a difference between caring and letting a person use your ass. And that's just all there is.
Okay, exactly. Are we called to? It's kind of like giving money to a homeless man. If it's a homeless man that is going to go get some food and a place to stay for the night, that's one thing. But if it's one you're going to give and he knows he's going to go get a bottle or a crack rock or something like that, you've literally enabled him.
Yep.
So your good deed is now not even a good deed. It's negativity because you're giving him a crutch.
No, it's what I told people. I saw one homeless guy, and this was a long time ago, mind you. This was back when I was 25, 26 years old. I saw this one homeless gentleman wearing an old Vietnam vest, he had his jacket and shit on. And he had his tags on. And he had a sign, and his sign didn't say, "Give me money." It said, "Could you spare food?" So literally what the sign said, "Could you spare food?" I took him up.
I'm listening. Vamp for like 1 minute. Keep going.
I took him up, got him a hotel for 2 nights, gave him a little bit of cash to get food with, got him some actual food, ended up hitting up a buddy who worked at an auto shop nearby and got him a job. That dude stayed there. His name was Gary. He worked there for over 10 years. Dude was just in a shitty way, lost a lot of his documents, and didn't know what to do with himself. Hi, darling.
Hi, baby. I'm taking baby time right now.
You need to sip on your coffee before it gets cold.
And that's you, really and truly. That's the fruit that Jesus said we would know people by. You know what I mean? You will know the good people from the bad by their fruit. That was the fruit right there.
Yeah, I've always tried to help people. I didn't always get the best results out of it, but always tried. Still do.
Well, I mean, I can. If we're using Jesus' standard, none of us are good, right? You know what I mean? Not one of us. But if we're using man's standards and our interpretation, you're a pretty good guy. I would feel like I'm a pretty good guy. Whether that's true and whether the rest of the world thinks that is kind of irrelevant. It's, I'll say this. For a long time, I wanted to do YouTube. I wanted to get on here and preach because I know the Bible. I know the word. I don't maybe not know every interpretation or know every allegorical meaning, but I know the vast majority of it. And I know how to, I don't want to say right or wrong, but in a way, because I have God as a moral framework, I know how to right or wrong. So, and it's not me righting the wrong, it's God's moral framework. That's kind of the point. I have to decrease and let Jesus and his word increase. However, for the longest time, I have nothing but cowardice and, just being terrified of what people would say in the comments, what people would think of me.
Yeah, I know you were. I used to give you shit for it.
I'm a country boy from Alabama. I sound like teetotal redneck, monotone. Nick Saban sounds like I'm doing the football team thing, and all of it's the same thing. Like, that's just the way it is.
Yep.
But at the same time, I had to come to the realization that, each one of us are a tool, in God's toolbox.
Right.
And I use that as a reference because I'm a construction guy, but either playing cards, we're a card that he plays, or we're a tool that he uses. And if you're not going to do the job that you are, if a ratchet doesn't ratchet, why do you have the ratchet? And only once looking in the mirror and realizing it doesn't matter what people say about me, what these comments say, how many dislikes I get, it doesn't matter. At least if I only touch one person, I've done the deed, I've done the job. So coming to that realization and going ahead and biting the bullet and doing it anyway, even through the fear of negativity and things of that nature, to me has made it to where it doesn't even matter anymore. What really matters is what your kids think about you, what your wife thinks about you, your brothers and sisters, your parents, your close friends. That's what really matters. And a lot of us just, we put too much stock in what the rest of the world thinks, and that's why we have too many clones going on. And back to what I was saying about the caterpillar eyelid, and the big puffy lips and the BBL butt lifts and the breast implants. Or
It's like
the
I
same
told
thing could be said for men who are constantly addicted to the gym for a certain physique. It goes both sides. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, it does.
Don't get me wrong.
But it's like I used to tell people years and years ago, and I still tell people today. You can sit here and you can care up and every which way, and you could try to do this and try to do that and listen to people telling you you're doing this wrong and doing that wrong. But the reality is, you can change every goddamn thing into the sunlight, and someone else is going to have a fucking problem with it. So the reality is, you're better off just being your damn self, doing what you need to do. And if they like it, that's great. If they don't, hell, fuck them.
Well, that you can please some of the people some of the time,
But you can never
can't
please
all
everybody
people
all the time.
Exactly. So, you really and truly worry about what you can control. I can't even control my children, and that was a hard thing to overcome. Because, oh my gosh.
Come on.
Do what now?
I said, ain't nobody can control children. Come on.
Exactly. But see, I thought I could. I really did. I thought I could, if I told my older, see, I told you, you already know, my oldest son.
You can control the environment they're in. You can't control them.
Or well, you have to really tell them, you have to explain to them, look, life is 10% about what happens to you and 90% how do you react to it.
It's your choices that matter.
It's your choices that matter. And if you look at the 10% of things that happen to you and the 90% of what you do with it, like that's the sum of the part,
Yep.
And if you can ingrain that in them, you're going to do fine. But
that's just like
if they don't listen, it's kind of like your brothers.
I didn't have the greatest life
drink.
growing up, and there's two different sides to that. I heard people with extremely similar stories to myself that went the exact opposite direction I did. And when people, have asked me why, well, why didn't you do this? Why, how come you didn't end up like that? What was the magic bullet for you? And I tell people it wasn't one. I was just fucking stubborn and didn't want anything to do with those people or be like them.
Very true. Very true.
It wasn't nothing special. It was just my choices. Just because something's easy doesn't mean it's the right choice. And I was a pain in the ass, and because of that, I never exactly chose the easy path.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I pretty much always chose the hard and difficult. But no, when I was younger, and like preteen, I was as good as I could be. I never disrespected anybody. I would go spend the night with friends' house, and their parents would be like, oh my gosh, he can come back anytime. He's so, you don't even know he's there. He's so well behaved. But then again, Mom raised me right. You know what I mean? Mom taught me about respect and manners and things of that nature. So I always utilized that. Once 13 hit, I turned into a little, Mongolian, if I'm going to be honest with you, just doing whatever.
Yep.
But, that's when sex started, and that's when marijuana started, and actually cigarettes. But it was a different time, that's
cigarettes for me started a lot younger, and
When was that?
I started at 9.
At 9?
Yep, and it was corncob pipe and a pipe tobacco. Corncob pipe and pipe tobacco.
Oh man. Oh man. Well, there was a period. I was about 7 years old, and I had found a Hustler. I don't remember where I found it, but I found it, and I took it, and I'm looking at the centerfold, and I'm walking into my mom's room, and I'm like, "Mom, what's this?" And she said, "Where did you get that? What is that?" Come to find out, it was my stepdad's.
Right.
And she told, like, back then, this, keep in mind, this was, dirt floors back then. we burnt our trash. She said,
normal.
"Go take that to the burn barrel and throw that in the burn barrel." So I go to take it out there, and I throw it in, and it's still going. So it's slowly burning, and the page is still open, and I'm looking at that page the entire time as it's burning away. And come to find out, my sister had went out there like 5 or 10 minutes earlier and put like an empty, almost empty, like, if you remember the old hard Aquanet hairspray cans.
Yep.
And some fingernail polish. Yeah, and poof, like right in my face. So I learned fairly young that sin has consequences, and I always equated it especially once I got a little bit older. I knew what I was doing was wrong. I didn't know why it was wrong. I just knew that it was wrong. And
I think most
somehow
people like that too, though.
Well, but do we take accountability for it though? Because that was me at 7 years old, knowing that I just got what I got because I was standing there staring at it.
My point wasn't that they take accountability. It's that we know what we're doing is bad, and some people just choose not to care or do it anyway.
That's true. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Yeah, that's a very good point. Because, I mean, no matter how you look at it, you're the arbiter, really and truly, on whether you will admit it or not. Now, you're not the arbiter of what is and what isn't right or wrong.
Admitting it to anybody else, and that's a harder one for people to do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, can we really lie to ourselves though?
We can. We can lie to ourselves 100%, but we already know we don't believe the lie we're telling ourselves because
that's
we know
my
it's a
point.
lie. And that's the entire contradiction to it.
That's why I don't think we can really lie to ourselves. I believe we can say the words, yes, but we know they're not true.
Some people can outright convince themselves that a lie is true. I've seen people do it.
You're probably right. There's probably something psychologically that I'm not thinking about or understanding.
Well, think about it, though. It's just like a mantra, right? Like you try to motivate yourself to get up in the morning, right? Like, I'm going to go to work. I'm going to go to work. I'm going to go to work. I'm going to keep doing this thing. I'm going to keep doing this thing. I'm going to keep doing this thing. It really ain't different. The people will sit there and lie to themselves in the same way. They'll say, "Oh, no, I'm justified because of this. I'm justified because of this," until it becomes a reality for them.
Right.
And again, I'm not saying it's right, but people do it all the time, man. I mean, hey, you see those guys with those chicks that sit there, treat them like absolute garbage. Dude's a fucking decent-ass guy, deserves a good-ass woman, and instead of being with a good-ass freaking woman and kicking that chick to the freaking corner, he's still putting up with her cheating ass. How many times you seen that? Come on now.
So many.
Yeah.
So many. But at the same time, now, and before I say this, know that obviously, again, this is not every woman. Just like what you just said is not every guy.
Nope.
Women outnumber guys. Like
3 to 1. It used to be 3 to 1. I don't know what it is now.
It's in between 2 and 3 to 1. It's not as much, but it's in between 2 and 3 to 1. Because equality, and that's what a lot of people don't realize. I mean, when you take Andrew's arguments, okay, yes, men have duties that women don't have, and women have certain duties that men don't have, such as having babies. Okay, but they're not really having babies anymore. We know that's a fact between abortions.
Not to the extent they were. I think we need to make
that.
I mean,
okay, we're not talking about all women. I mean, we did say to begin with, this is.
I didn't say all women either. My point is, to the extent they were being in the past, it was actually fairly normal, and we were doing great. Versus now, which it's on the decline. I'm agreeing with you in saying that in the past, it was better than it is now.
But at the same time, but normal is 2.5, right, per woman, 2.5 kids. Used to be it was 6 or 7.
Back in my parents and my grandparents' day, 7 to 10 was fairly normal, especially out in the
7 to 10,
countryside,
exactly.
on a farm,
So
on a ranch, everybody took care of the farm, the ranch, and the family.
that's a population decline all day long. Even if every woman has 2.5 kids, average wise, that's still a population decline. So eventually, we're going to run out of jobs as far as people to do those jobs. We're going to have more jobs than we do people. But that's not the case. It's never been the case, really, since in modern time. And we do still have homeless people. You said you got the one guy a job and helped him out, and he worked there and took advantage of it, and that was a great thing.
Yep.
If we could do that with every scenario.
The average homeless person these days is just a drug addict or a drunk
Exactly.
person. Back then, it was a different story.
Because they're incentivized to be. I mean, you look at California, you look at New York, even places where Dearborn, Michigan has the call of prayer 5 times a day.
Yeah, I'm aware. I live in Michigan, remember?
Dude, okay.
We moved out here for the wife's work. I told you about that.
Sorry. You're right. I forgot. There you go. Dude, I couldn't take that.
I actually brought up Dearborn like 2 or 3 times over on Kieran's stream this morning.
Man, okay. I didn't even know Kieran was streaming.
Yeah, he's streaming before Teriak was. He was the only person streaming this morning for a good solid 2-3 hours.
Okay. Yeah, I woke up and come and checked out Teriak, saw he was on, because I was just kind of prepping for today's stream. I was going to do a little stream and kind of kick it and make some videos and some shorts and whatever. I find my shorts get more views than any.
That's because of the TikTok generation, buddy.
Yeah, and it doesn't
that electrician.
Make sense.
He's one of the most successful YouTubers of the last generation. And when I say the last generation, I don't mean his age generation. I mean generation of YouTubers. Right. And he started out doing, TikTok and Vine shorts and stuff, and that went big. But then he realized people liked more long form videos that he pre-prepped, pre-wrote the information for, research for, script for. And to this day, that's still where he makes the most money.
Well, because you're not going to really make any money off shorts.
No, you're not.
Yeah,
but he also gets the most views on them, too. He gets the most views on his long form that he does the shorts.
Well, because it's a manipulation tactic from YouTube, really.
Well, for him, yes and no, because what he does is he uses shorts.
Well, no, I mean from YouTube,
his long form videos.
Oh, he does through the shorts.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There'll be a little short, and he'll try to make it an entertaining short involving his long form video, so that way people want to see the rest, and then they go click on the information and click on the link for his long form video.
Okay. See, I've been doing that. I've been when I stream, I only stream at 2 places. I stream on YouTube and on Kick, and
Rumble. Rumble.
Well, I know Rumble, but I don't have the Rumble thing yet. So I've got to get that. I literally just started paying for StreamYard.
I've got it on my phone. I've got it on my laptop.
No, I have Rumble. I can pull Rumble up right now.
Yeah.
I don't have the ability to stream on Rumble yet. You know what I mean? Like if I could, I would stream on Rumble because I have on StreamYard. I have it to where I can stream on 10 different places at one time.
Right.
So technically, I could stream on X, and I have a Twitch. But Twitch is full of leftists. The things I say are going to get me banned on Twitch, like right off the bat.
Yep. I tell people all the time Twitch is the lost cause.
Even though like YouTube's pretty rough, I'm such a small. I'm not even a blip on the radar. You know what I mean on YouTube. So.
That's how Fat Electrician started too, dude. He was just a fucking electrician who was bored with his free time, sitting on the fucking couch and decided to rant and bitch about something. And then he turned that rant and a bitch into an actual solution. Like, how come they didn't fucking do this? And then it went from that to a joke, and then it went from that to him loving his favorite stores and stuff, and booyah.
Yeah. No, you're right. When you're right, you're right, man. I've doubled my subscribers over the last 2 weeks.
Yep.
But I mean, I'm sitting at 153.
Yeah, but that's still not bad. I mean, look at EOD. He was at what, 300 and something for the longest freaking time, and then myself and other people got together, started pushing him out there, hopping up on panels, and then plus his own efforts, he got way fucking higher. That's what it's about. It's the amount of effort you put in, where you appear, who you network with, who you talk to, the audiences you reach out to. About that effort.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I try to go on VK, and I lasted the first time. I don't know. Did you see my first VK?
Yeah.
I don't know if you did or not. You did?
I was up there with you, dude.
I was fourth.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty good because there was like 25 people that night. I thought that was pretty good. And then, William paid for Speakeasy to come in, and then I think because it was between me and Chris were on a team, and I think Speakeasy and Abe whooped us. Now, granted, I was taking the devil's advocate on most of my positions that night.
Yeah. That's what ends up happening to me whenever I'm up there too, because a lot of the topics, I agree with this. What the fuck you want me to do?
Yeah, exactly. Like, how do I argue something I don't believe in? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, that's so hard and difficult.
But it is something you have to do.
I'm a
in the
novice.
debate. It is something
exactly.
we have to do in the debate stream, because it's how we understand how they're going to come after us, and how we understand.
Well, that's how we
counter it.
kind of like reverse engineer our arguments as well.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I meant.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean,
If we
the
know
way
their
I look at
argument,
it,
we can form ours.
right, and shut theirs down as they're making it.
Yes, yes.
So, but for whatever reason, being my first time, I thought fourth place out of that many people was pretty dang good. So I kind of sitting here patting myself on the back. But, at the end of the day, I got maybe 10 subscribers from it. So that was cool, that was cool.
Well, my hardest thing being up there is I had a hard time debating my friends. It's like, I can't fucking debate RU and fucking Chris, and Abe was a little easier for the one he took, because he took the hardest devil advocate he fucking could have, and the one that pissed me off the most. And I was like, put me in, coach.
Yeah. Well, see, me and Abe, that was the worst part, is me and Abe like got to the finals or the semifinals, and it was basically me and Abe versus Are You Crazy and oh gosh, I can't remember the other guy's name. Sorry. And we beat him.
Hell yeah.
And Are You Crazy said, it made me feel so good. He said, them two right there, man, they're hard to beat. It just made me feel good. Which we were taking a topic this one time that I actually believed in, so I could argue it. But then the very next time, it was me and Chris Lestrange versus Abe and Speakeasy, and I felt horrible because, number one, I didn't believe in what I was saying. It was, you know what I mean? And then I kind of kept talking over Chris, and he didn't really get a chance to say what, and he's far better of a debater than I'm. I'll tell you somebody who's a darn good debater. Teriak is friggin' good, man.
I hate to tell you this, but Chris is better than Teriak, right? If you get Chris actually passionate about the topic, you can attempt to talk over him, but it ain't gonna ever fucking happen. I'm gonna tell you that right now. When he gets going, he gets fucking going.
Yeah, so he's so much better than I am.
Oh, Chris is an amazing debater. Funny. He was a multiple VK champ, right? Like, we're talking, I think it was like 8 or 9 times in a row.
Oh, yeah.
Chris stomps
well,
ass.
Not only that, he come in on the Cloud thing.
Oh, right? Yeah, Puppy McCloud. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, under 2, and granted, I mean, I understand that's just a joke thing, but, 2 identities, he's champion. That's pretty good. He's VK Undertaker.
Yeah, that's what his character basically is. Okay. That's why the wife always loved it so much.
Okay, heck yeah. Well, he's killer, man. I really like Chris Lestrange. But Teriak's good, man. A lot of people don't give Teriak the credit he deserves.
Oh, he is. He's good at arguing a thing, but sometimes he gets lost in his own logic, and that's his biggest downfall.
Well, to me, somebody else who does that? Every now and then, Rob and Andrew do that as well. Every now and then.
Sometimes, yeah, but not to the same way Teriak does. Like, for example, when he went to do the Jim Bob debate, right? Me and him did a little mock debate before that. And I had him going in circles, dude. I had him falling for his own trap. And I told him, dude,
on Jim Bob?
I told him, if I can do this to you, Jim Bob is going to fucking wreck you, Teriak.
Oh, yeah, Jim Bob will shred you.
And I warned him. I said, if I'm doing this to you, Jim Bob's going to fuck you up. And he wouldn't fucking listen to me. He kept saying, well, yeah, that's the plan. It's this. I'm like, no, it's not going to work out that way. And then sure enough, the debate occurred, and he had fucking his ass kicked so bad. And I was like, man, dude, why did you do this? Fucking why? But in some ways it was a learning thing. So, I try to look at the positive of it. But yeah, that debate was hard to watch.
He asked me, Speakeasy asked me if I wanted to get on Swords of Reason one time or something.
Oh, Swords of Reason's awesome. You should do it.
I'm not versed enough in different random things. You know what I mean? That's why I wanted to do.
You guys get to discuss your topic before it happens, though.
Right.
And you get to research it and make your own argument like a week or two in advance, sometimes longer.
I just feel like I'm not. Obviously, this is the same thing I was telling you about, doing.
Yeah, I know. You have fucking pride issues, and you have,
not pride.
And,
Not pride, confidence issues.
Pride is part of confidence. There's a good pride. Not all pride is bad.
Cancel the pride and put like lack of confidence there.
Yeah, except there's a good thing of pride, and when you lack that good side of pride, you end up with a low confidence.
That's true. Yeah. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong. I know the Bible enough to debate.
You don't have to pick the Bible. You could pick a bunch of things.
No, but that's my point. That's what I'm good at, and I'm good at morality. I'm good at certain things. I'm not good at like war. I'm not.
Why
good
don't
at
you do a Sword of Reasons
training.
with Rev? You two could go back and forth at it, and he's a good dude.
Oh, because me and Rev agree on most everything.
That's exactly why, though. It's a hard, challenging. You could actually go back and forth with each other.
I'm probably, and I say this like, I don't know, maybe even arrogantly. I'm probably the biggest Rev fan out there because I'm such a Rev fan.
I don't know about that. I think my wife's got you beat on that one.
Does she have me beat? Okay.
She made his intro song, dude.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know he had an intro song.
He does. His very first episode had her song that she wrote for him.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't even know that. Well, where's my intro song?
You didn't ask us to give you one.
I'm totally kidding. I could do one. I'm lazy. You get a 15-second timer countdown, and then my sweet face. Yeah, that's my intro. I could technically do it.
Well, us, we sat there and we learned, got a lot of history about him. We took that history, turned it into lyrics. I went over to Beethoven and had the instrumental, worked on that myself. And then from there, we had it done over with Suno through the AI for the vocals because, well, we can't, sing in orchestra or any of that kind of shit. So we had to go through there and got it all done, put together, and he loved it.
I'd have to hear it. I haven't heard it yet. That'd be cool. Like I said, I didn't even know he had one. But I've been absent for so long trying to work. I've been coming in at like such weird times, and no one's on when I'm able to get on.
Yeah, so you suck at Discord too.
Hey, I've had my Discord open, and you know what it says? Here we go. Let me see. I wish I could. Let's see. It says no friends on except for Lost Avarice, and that's
I don't show
permanent.
I don't show online. I've never, ever really shown online.
I'm hidden.
Yeah, I don't show online, but I've told everyone, if you send me a message and I don't answer, I am showering, shitting, out on the town, or sleeping.
I heard that. Well, there you go. I just sent you one. Matter of fact, I sent you one at Christmas.
I sent you one at
No, you sent me one at Christmas, and I sent you one back. Okay, yeah, that's what it was.
No,
You're right. You're right.
It disconnected. Now I sent you one on Christmas, and you never answered.
Yeah, you did. No, I did. I did answer you. That's what I'm referencing.
Did you?
Yeah,
oh, shit,
the very next.
Seen it.
Yeah, because yeah, you're right. I sent you one at Christmas, and you sent me one back. I mean, you sent me one at Christmas, and I sent you one back.
Yeah.
But you're right. I don't Discord well. You're right.
No, you don't.
It doesn't. Well, I'll tell you what it is.
Answering and replying to messages is like fucking pulling teeth.
My phone literally does not. When I send messages through my phone, they don't go. I have to come physically to my computer to send them. I don't know why. I've updated, like, I could show you right now. Discord's updated like every 3 days or something like that.
Give me 1 second real quick. It might disconnect me while I'm switching tabs.
Yeah,
just
you're
so
good. You're good. Yeah, Discord's updated right now even. There she goes.
Did it disconnect me? There we go. Had that stupid little circle wheel saying connecting.
Oh, yeah. The buffering wheel.
Well, no, it sucks because, sometimes when I switch tab, it lets me and it doesn't disconnect me and I can still talk in the whole 9 yards. But then other times I switch tabs and it's like, nope, you're fucking gone.
Yeah, Mary, but you're his wife. See, he's not going to do that for me. You're special. I'm just some random.
You're incorrect. I answer everybody on Discord. You ask Chris, ask Avarice, ask anybody. The moment they hit me up, I'm right there.
See, the only one I ever see is Avarice.
Yeah, Avarice
like
is on all the time though. You got to remember, like part of his work is through the PC. So
yeah, he's always on Rust, from what I can tell.
Yeah, I play Rust too.
Playing Rust. Oh, do you?
Yeah, but I play it on a console.
Oh.
He says he has console Rust and he loves playing, and I've been trying to convince him to come over and play with me.
What console are you on?
It doesn't matter. Rust is multi-platform, so Xbox or PlayStation can play together.
Okay.
I'm on PlayStation though.
I'm also on PlayStation.
Well, yeah, I've been trying to convince him to come over and play, and I heard recently that Speakeasy has it on a console, and I'm like, hey, easy. Oh, easy.
I haven't played video games. That's one thing that I really miss that I never really get to do anymore. I've been playing. I don't know if you've heard of Days Gone.
Yeah, I've played that whole thing all the way through a bunch of times. It's fun. It's got a little bit of woke shit in it, like the lavender crap. Yeah, fuck that. And then they make fun of the guy on the radio, and I'm like, no, he's actually making some fair points.
Exactly, Copeland. And then and here's one thing that really bugs me. I was even telling my wife because my wife watched me play the playthrough.
Oh, there's some stuff with the motorcycle that pissed me off too. I'm like, no, don't do that to that bike. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Say it. What?
So there's this one part where he goes to fucking get off his bike, right? And he's supposed to be a real biker. And you just see him drop the handlebars into the asphalt. And that's supposed to be his bike that he rides every day. He has to take care of. That's his lifeline. And you're telling me he's setting it in the fucking asphalt like that? Bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
That set me off.
The fact that we're in the apocalypse, not the apocalypse, but you know what I mean. I mean, we're the end of time,
scenario.
Post-apocalyptic, and we have multiple sets of lesbians.
Yeah,
is insulting and stupid, and I can't believe it. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
it was bullshit. I can, but there's no laws anymore. You know what I mean? So
well, another one that didn't make sense is the camp. Do you remember the camp?
Which one?
It's after Copeland's. The actual
Lost
camp.
Lake?
Yes, it's the only actual camp. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. At the summer camp.
Was the dumbest. Yeah, it was the dumbest shit I ever seen because you have this lady who's in control, fucking tyrannical over everything, and nobody can do anything about it. But they have 3 fucking guards, and you're telling me out of these 3 guards are so strong that all the motherfuckers there can't get the guns from them and kill this chick? Bullshit.
Oh, you're talking about the second one. The lady, the prison warden.
Yes.
Okay, so that's, what was that one called? The Hot Springs or whatever. Yeah.
Yes. That was the dumbest shit I ever seen.
Yeah.
I was like, what is this crap?
Well, one thing that gets me is like, and granted, this is me being that guy or whatever, but you're following Ricky at the third camp.
Oh, numbnuts, dude. That guy, fucking the kid. What was his name? Oh, the wannabe Slim Shady. What the fuck was that little prick's name?
Oh, yeah. Gosh.
He had the stupid deagle, and I swear to God, the moment,
Schizo.
The moment I saw him one handling that deagle and shit, I was like, oh my God, let me take this from you and beat you with it.
Well, not only that, you take him down into the mine, and you're like, hey, don't use a gun. One shot will bring all of the horde down on top of us. And then he's like, you said it was going to be empty. No, I said there's going to be less in here. And then he proceeds to shoot everyone coming at him like a moron when you just told him, hey, don't do that.
Yep.
Oh, my gosh.
And
we say men are pragmatic.
He's the biggest dipshit ever, dude. He really was. It's like he was the dude in high school that always acted tough that you beat the dog shit out of just to prove a point.
Or wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, back when I was in school, we didn't have all those cameras, so no, we beat the dog shit out of them. It was like, you're going to learn this lesson, son.
Well, I'll check it out one of these days. I need to look at it and check it out. I didn't even know he had a YouTube channel. Does he have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, he does.
Does he?
He streams on it, man. We
watch it. Check that out. I'm gonna have to check that out. Yeah, I'm a big Rev fan, man, and I've only really interacted with him on VK, but I can tell you from VK, like, just you'll know them by their fruits. Like as soon as I started talking to him, I'm like, yep, man, he's like kindred spirit. So
he's a good dude, but he sucks with Discord just like you do.
Oh well, I mean, what was that? You can please some of the people some of the time, and none of the people all the time. So
you can learn to be polite and reply to somebody that you're busy and shit like that. Yeah.
Well, what is that whole little thing? Yeah, I guess I'll check Discord more often because I definitely actually somehow I've closed.
I guarantee you, it's not hard to check it once a fucking day. Because I know damn well I wake up and I look at my phone and go, all right, did I get any messages from family or friends? Okay, cool. I'm going to go do what I'm going to do.
I don't have any family on Discord whatsoever that I know.
No, messages, period. You act like Discord is some strange alien thing. It's just a messaging app, no different than texting. It's just a different button on your phone.
For me, it kind of is, and here's why. When I first got Discord, it was for a video game thing. Yep. So I thought it was pretty much only for video games.
Nope.
And now I have, like, are you familiar with, I mean, and I know you probably are, like Red Dead RP and Grand Theft Auto RP and all that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I have so many Red Dead RP. Really, it's not even Red Dead RP. It's Grand Theft Auto 5 RP messages on Discord that it's cumbersome and annoying.
You can hold down on the icon and click mute, and it'll stop giving you those.
Are you serious?
I am serious.
Oh my gosh! See, I've got to do this. I've got to do it.
If you're on the PC, you got to right click it instead of holding it down.
Okay, I got to do this because I mean, at the same time, I didn't realize that, number one. But number two, like...
Yeah, you can mute entire Discord channels for a specific length of time or for all of time. And then you can pick individual ones that you want to mute if you prefer. So you can pick individual ones or the whole damn channel.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to do the whole channel.
Oh, there's a lot of them I do that for. The only one I don't have muted is Chris's.
Server until it turn it back on. There you go.
Yep.
Man, heck yeah.
Now, to make the ones you currently have go away, you right-click it and click Mark as Red. And it'll do that for all the channels. Makes them all go away. All right, darling.
You promised breakfast.
Yes, I'm going to make oatmeal with apple.
Yummy.
Ooh.
I got some dried apples because my brain was like, you know what? I can make some homemade oatmeal from scratch, the good stuff made with, proper steamed boiling water oats instead of that microwave nastiness pre-made garbage that she likes. Yeah, I made her stop buying that. And I made her I made her the homemade stuff, and she got addicted to it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
She got addicted to it. I made it with real cinnamon, real brown sugar, real dried apple, and she was like, "Oh my God, can I have more of this?" And it was late at night. I just made it out of a craving. It's the whole reason we got it. And I made it, and dude, from there on, that's the only thing she wants whenever I make oatmeal or I mention breakfast.
Man, I'll be honest. I'm eating like when I go to work, I'm just taking like 2 oatmeal cream pies and a sandwich. And the oatmeal cream pies are making me fat.
Pro tip.
Oh my gosh, they're making me fat.
Make it the night before. If your wife makes dinner for you, ask her to just make extra. Stick that thing in something you can take it to work the next fucking day. You will thank me for it. And something else you can do on your day off, pre-make a bunch of little burritos or something and then wrap them and freeze them. Yeah.
My big Klein tools, it literally snaps on like a, I have the toolbox that rolls around plastic. This snaps onto the top as part of it. I love this thing. But, yeah. It's got a little sandwich section, but the daggum, like my wife, like, I don't know. She wants to do weird stuff for dinner. Stuff that doesn't warm over good.
Like I said, do mini burritos, dude. You ever made chimichangas, sweet chimichangas?
Oh, yeah.
They're stupid easy to make, dude. It's just fucking baked beans, drain out some of the excess syrup, mash them up, a little bit of cheese, a little bit of salsa, pre-mix that, roll it up in a wrapper, then roll that up, or roll it up in not a wrapper, roll it up in a tortilla, and then roll that in some saran wrap. Freeze a bunch of them, dude. 2 cans of sweet beans will make you 28 of them. Freeze a bunch of them, and then you have protein to take with you to work whenever. And it takes like 20 minutes to make that many.
I need to do something, because I'm turning into a walrus.
I didn't notice you gained a little weight, but I figured it's just muscle from working.
Yeah, I'm definitely gaining weight. I'm up to like 220.
Oh, if it makes you feel better, when I was at the hospital, I found out since I hurt my hip, I'd gained 128 fucking pounds I have to lose in 6 fucking months.
Wow.
And it's all because of my diet.
Obviously, you must have hit the link or hit the exit. So I'm going to give you a minute to come on back in. There you are. Say it again.
I hit.
Yeah, you hit something.
It was a button. I freaking bumped it with my damn finger. But no, I freaking gained 120 pounds. And it was because my ass was being stupid, dude. I was eating the same amount I was when I was still moving before I hurt my hip.
Right.
Didn't think about it or nothing. And so I gained a bunch of goddamn weight, and I wasn't even realizing I was gaining it because you don't really notice. I noticed I gotten a little chubbier, but it didn't really sink in how much weight I was gaining. Then once I freaking went to the emergency room, and they're like, "How much do you weigh?" I don't know. Last time I checked, I was 189 pounds, and I've always been between 180, 189. And they said, "Well, why don't you hop on the scale and we'll check you, because you definitely don't weigh that anymore." I hopped up on the scale, and I looked at the number, and I was like, "Holy shit!"
Dang it, man! I know. This is the heaviest I've ever been.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
My heaviest for the longest time was like 212, and then I lost it and went back just like what you're talking about. I've always fluctuated between 170 and 190, and that's kind of my happy range with my height, because I'm like 5'11", so I'm a tick under 6 foot.
Inch taller than me before my surgeries.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was 5'10", and now I'm 5'8.75" according to the hospital.
Well, I've noticed, my old father-in-law, he used to be like 2 inches taller than me, and not my current father-in-law. My oldest son's grandfather.
Right.
And he was always like 2 inches taller than me. Now it's been 21 years. Well, I told you my son's fixing to turn 21 next week.
Oh, once you hit 60, you start shrinking, but I'm not quite there yet.
That's the thing. Like, he's like even with me now, and I'm like, how have you lost 2 inches? But I mean, now he slouches. Plus, like, I don't know. It's just part of getting older, I guess. So
it is,
I mean,
but I'm not quite there yet. Mine's from surgeries and from degenerative spinal disease.
Oh, I have degenerative gum disease.
Or no, it's not spinal disease. It's degenerative disc disease. Sorry.
Not gum. I say gum. It's the bone. Degenerative bone. Yeah. They call it periodontal disease. I went, like, I had a I had a root canal just a couple of weeks ago, and while I'm in there, like, he's like, okay, we handled the root canal and because I broke a tooth eating bacon. He's like, we handled that, did the root canal and got everything, but we got to worry about this bone loss. I'm like,
tell your wife to stop burning the bacon.
Oh, no, I need the bacon burnt.
Oh.
Like, I have to tell them everywhere I go, when you think it's burnt, keep going. Because if it's like, and this is gonna be nasty to all my Christian viewers, if it's like a condom, like I'm chewing on a condom, I don't want it. Condom bacon is
not supposed to be like that. Bacon is supposed to be crispy around the edges, and it should snap off in the middle. It doesn't have to be crispy in the middle, but it should snap off. That's not burnt. That's perfect.
That's fine.
Burnt is when you bite into it, and it's like you're chewing on gravel. That's fucking burnt.
Well, I mean,
yeah, that might be how you like it, but that's burnt.
Well, we don't get that here. Like, that's not. If that were an option, and like on a biscuit in the mornings, I could tolerate it. But that's never the case here. For whatever reason, like I said, I'm in Alabama, the redneck capital of the world,
right,
where your cousin lives in a trailer that your cousin lived in. You know what I mean? Whatever, blah blah blah. All the stereotypes. We literally are. We don't burn bacon near enough. So it's almost like bacon's a national treasure here. And,
yeah, it is with me.
So, I'm the way I look at it, if it is burnt, it's better than what, a floppy piece of condom bacon. I can't.
Bacon shouldn't be floppy.
No.
When it first comes out of the pan, that's fine, but once it's cooled, no, it shouldn't be floppy. It should easily break off.
Absolutely. If it's to the point to where it'll snap, that's fine.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's fine with me.
Yeah,
so maybe it's just that places are not cooking it enough.
That's what it sounds like to me.
But yes, my wife got it way crispy this day, and it broke my tooth.
Uh-huh.
So I go to get a root canal, and he's like, yeah, we've got to do something about your periodontal disease. Basically, the top, your bone is like degenerating in your mouth, and it's like at some point your teeth are going to fall out. And I'm like, but I take really good care of my teeth. They're like, we understand. It's not that you're not. It's that your bones are just degenerating and disappearing right before your eyes. So if you look at the x-rays, they're all kind of like white and like across the line. And he's like, everything that's white is where the bone is disappearing at. So I'm like, oh my gosh.
Now,
so they're wanting to do all of this.
I know darn well they told you to drink your milk.
Well, yeah. We go through 2 gallons a week of milk.
We go through 4.
Do you really? Just the 2 of you?
Yeah, well, mainly it's because of my heartburn, but yes.
Okay. I have gotten...
I sip on about 2 glasses of milk a day because of my heartburn. Yeah, I've always had real
nothing special. They're just regular old Walmart.
No, I won't take that. That makes my kidney stones worse. Fuck you.
Does it really?
Yes, I'd rather the milk than fucking that. It's got chalk in it. You can read it right on the back. It's an ingredient. And that chalk will make kidney stones 90 million times worse. Fuck that noise.
I did not know that. I'm glad you told me that. Now I'll go back to milk.
That's how I got kidney stones to begin with. I used to chew a fuck ton of Tums when I was in the Army. First time I ever had a kidney stone was because of that shit.
Oh, gosh. I did not know that. I'm glad you said that. I'm very glad you said that.
That's why I sip on milk. I mean, yes, they tell you that it can, increase the risk of kidney stone, but if I keep up on my potassium and citral, I can avert that.
And you said the citral you can get in lemons?
Lemons, oranges, and grapefruit. What I do is I drink just a glass of lemonade. I skip the sugar, which I don't have to. It's not going to make the kidney stone worse, but I just choose to because I don't need that much sugar in my day. So I just, lemon water. It's still lemonade, just minus the sugar.
That's pretty much all of my sugar. I
Yep.
hate to say it. It's freaking high fructose corn syrup. If I can kick Dr. Pepper, like literally, I kicked weed and I kicked cigarettes and I kicked.
I don't
cocaine.
drink soda. I don't mean at all. I have maybe
If I
like
can kick this, I'll be good.
we'll pick up or I'll make it depending, but usually once a year we'll pick up some brewed root beer, proper brewed root beer, none of that high fructose corn syrup made in factory bullshit. Go to a microbrewery and pick it up, and it doesn't have alcohol in it. It's just good old fashioned root beer.
Right. I love me some root beer too now.
Yeah, we'll do that, or I'll make it at home. I can make cola. I can make root beer and cream soda.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. It's not hard to do. A lot of people think it's like some mystical shit. Most of it you can do right in a pot on your stove, man.
Right.
It's the carbonation that you have to use a machine for, but besides that, you do it all in a pot on your stove. So different than brewing beer. It just doesn't take as long. You just make a mash, stick it in a pot with some water in it, boil it for a good while, let it cool for a couple hours, take it from there, pour it in a couple of bottles, stick those bottles into the carbonator, and there you go.
Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, I haven't
The
done
recipes are
anything like
all
that.
over online. Like my favorite's the molasses one. I love the molasses root beer.
Actually, I have heard of that one. I have heard of that.
Yeah, molasses root beer with
think you
Madagascar
told me about
vanilla
that.
beans. It's
Actually,
possible.
yeah, I think that was you telling me about that.
This stuff is good, man.
Because that kind of kicked a little bit of deja vu in just then. I'd like to try something like that. I know my wife makes a bunch of like homemade recipes things, but
Well,
she'll
people-
make like her own homemade like lemonade puree stuff and things of that nature. But I'm not one for. I would call them oddities, but it's only oddity to me because I'm a water and soda and tea guy, and milk. Beyond that, I don't really do lemonade. I will do lemonade and pineapple juice. That's
What
about
fucking
it.
country boy don't drink lemonade?
I drink lemonade, just not too much. You know what I mean? I mean, it's kind of weird. And most
Lemonade
people
and
think
iced
Alabama's
sweet
not
tea with
even
lemon
country,
in it.
that it's just whatever else, but it's country.
Lemonade and
lie to you.
iced sweet tea with lemon in it are country staples, man. Hard
Yeah.
working day, come sit on the porch, sip on that, and it's like your soul eases.
I don't do lemon in my tea either. I know.
Yeah, well, that's deep down south. Deep down south, it was just straight sweet tea without lemon in it,
Sweet
like
tea,
Missouri, Louisiana, southern Texas, those kind of places. But you go towards the middler areas where there's a little bit more greenery, like south or northeastern Texas, and you start going up to the Appalachians and all that, and it's the same sweet tea but with a little bit of lemon in it.
Yep. Yeah. I don't mind it. Here's what diverted me from lemon. The flavor and the taste is fine. I saw this study when I was a kid that in restaurants, usually if you get salmonella, it's from the lemons. And the reason it's from the lemons, and it's not all of them, it's just a bunch of them. It's because how and where the lemons and the eggs are stored in the back
next to
in
each other.
relation to each other. Yeah. So that did something mental to me. And you know what I mean? When you eat eggs, they're cooked.
But here's the other
So-
thing. All your lettuce pretty much has E. coli on it until you rinse it off in the sink.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's basically what it boils down to is you need to fucking rinse and wash your shit. Like I had to teach my wife how to properly wash a potato before she steamed it.
But if you're here and you're going out for dinner, you don't know whether they washed those lemons or not.
I ain't telling you to do it out there. I'm telling you to do it at home.
At home, yeah. At home's one thing,
I
I'll
don't
do
drink
things
tea
at
out
home
and
I
about.
won't do. Like I won't eat wings in public.
I had
I won't
family
eat
that worked at
ribs.
restaurants, and I've seen what they do to food and tea especially. Oh my god, the tea machine is disgusting. You cannot pay me to drink tea from a restaurant.
Right. right. Some places tea tastes like mop water.
Other times it tastes like mold.
Other times it tastes like mold. Yeah. So I've moved on. I generally, and it's cheaper. I mean, water's the best thing to get at a restaurant for us. All my kids get water. My wife gets water. Every now and then I'll get a Dr. Pepper, but most of the time we just get water.
But the whole pop, this is what people forget. So soda started as medicine for the most part, different medicines like Dr. Pepper and whatnot, cola and whatnot. And then they ended up turning into treats. They ended up turning into sweet treats for kids is what it was. It was supposed to be a treat, a once in a while thing. And then the problem is people turned to those treats into, oh, well, this is a standard beverage. No, it is so unhealthy for you.
Yep. Saccharin and friggin' high fructose corn syrup.
It's not just that. It's all the sugar, man. It's just like downing a bag of candy after every meal.
Caramel color, phosphoric acid, natural and artificial flavors. Like, yeah, there's so much crap in it. Like, if I could kick Dr. Pepper. Now, I'll be honest. I made a little short about how I quit smoking, and because I had tried it like 4 times before I actually did it, like it was running so long, and it was running past the short time limit. So I made a little script, and I was trying to read from the script, and someone put in the comments, they're like, "Blink twice if you're a prisoner." Because I legitimately looked like I was like being forced, like terrorists were forcing me to read this thing, and but it was
blink
the
twice
truth.
if you need help.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So, but I was like, yeah, no, I'm good, but it is the truth. And then someone else was like, yeah, right, this is bullcrap, which it wasn't. I mean, literally, I've tried to quit smoking for years and years and years. Like, it was like 27 years that I smoked, and cigarettes, you may know, you may not know. Cigarettes, where I live, for a pack of Marlboros, I've been a Marlboro guy all of my life. Friggin' $8 a pack. And I understand Alabama's like one of the cheaper economies to live in the United States. You know what I mean?
Iowa's the cheapest right now.
Is it really?
Yeah. Okay. Or was it at the beginning of the year anyway? I don't think that's changed since, but
$8 a pack, man. I smoked a pack and a half to 2 packs a day. That's $16 a day, plus, $12 to $15 for lunch. Man, I'm spending $30 a day just to exist, just to go to work and come home, and that's before dinner, before breakfast. That's just lunch and cigarettes.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I still get my nicotine, and it costs me $28 a month.
Yeah, well, what are you doing? Rolling them?
I vape, buddy. I had to quit smoking.
Oh, vape. Yeah, fair enough.
Still get my nicotine, but I have to do it. My anxiety doesn't let me survive without my nicotine.
Man, I don't know what it was. I just, one day I had 7 cigarettes left in my pack, and I looked down.
If you can
and
do it,
and I just had a thought in my head.
Good.
I've tried and failed. And then I looked down and I see the 7 cigarettes, and I just said, Lord, you made the world in 7 days. Can you take cigarettes from me in 7 cigarettes? I don't want to finish these, but I'm going to have to because my body and whatever. But please, I've tried everything, and every time I've failed. And literally, I smoked 3 cigarettes the rest of that day, and then the next morning, I smoked the other 4. And then I put it in my phone, last cigarette, on like a calendar thing. And I haven't smoked another one since, just randomly out of nowhere. And I'll be honest with you, the guy that works with me, he comes in, he goes out like every 15 minutes to go smoke half of a cigarette and then come back.
Oh, that should have gotten you fired in my day.
Stinks. Oh, yeah, I know. But I never realized that. I do like the smell, but I hate the smell. You know what I mean? It's so mentally weird.
Well, no offense to you and your favorite brand, but Marlboro's always stunk like shit. So do Camels.
Well, I mean, I don't take offense to anything. I'm offended you're offended for real.
I'm not offended.
I'm kidding.
I used to smoke, like I said, pipe tobacco. And when I rolled
cigarettes. I love the smell of pipe tobacco.
And when I rolled cigarettes, guess what I rolled them with? Pipe tobacco. Usually it was black cherry pipe tobacco.
Black cherry.
Yep.
I remember the black cherry and the apple.
Apple was pretty good, but I liked the black cherry pipe tobacco the most.
Black cherry.
And because I knew where my pipe tobacco came from, I didn't have to worry about all the nasty garbage and most everybody else's. My stuff was locally grown.
Well, and see, once they started putting friggin' carpet glue in cigarettes, it started changing things. I mean, they're spraying tar and they're spraying like all these pesticides and chemicals and all these things on it. And I don't know. I don't know exactly the ins and outs of it all, but I know there's stuff in it that wasn't used to being in there. You know, even my uncle and a bunch of old timers would be like, this ain't nothing like the cigarettes I used to smoke when I was a kid or when I was first a young man or whatever else. But
when I could set a Marlboro down, and I could set one of my rolled cigarettes down, and I could watch the Marlboro sparking and relighting itself while mine went out on its own. Yeah, I was so glad I never smoked Marlboro.
Yeah, I was a cowboy killer guy. For whatever reason, I started out with Basics.
I remember those.
It started out with Basics, and for whatever reason, moved over to Marlboros. I mean, when the Basics were almost the same price as Marlboros, I said, all right, forget it. I'm going to Marlboro. So,
I remember when the most popular ones were Americans, and then it went from Americans to Mavericks, and then it went from Mavericks to Basics, and then from Basics back to Marlboro and Camel. It jumped around a lot.
I remember Camel non-filters, Camel wides, Marlboro mediums. I mean, there were many different.
The flavored ones were the ones that sold out fast. So back in the day, Camel and Marlboro were doing a big old competition kind of deal, and they were putting out flavors. Well, Camel kind of, or not Camel. It was it was Camel. Camel kind of won that. They put out this vanilla orange flavored one.
Oh,
that
goodness.
shit used to sell out like crazy. Gas stations couldn't keep them in to save their lives. Grocery stores couldn't keep them in to save their lives. The freaking pharmacies couldn't keep them in to save their lives. It was insane. Shit, I remember when pharmacies stopped selling cigarettes.
Right. Well, I mean, it's funny you mentioned that. Like, I remember, like, when I first started smoking, they were like $2.20 a pack.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then, like I said, when I quit smoking, they were like $8.40 a pack.
Mm-hmm.
And Philip Morris come over the thing. I remember this like press conference, and everybody's complaining about it. And he's like, "Look, we have not increased the price of cigarettes. What you're seeing on there, flip it over upside down. You'll see this stamp and this stamp and this stamp and this stamp. Those are different taxes. And all them taxes add up to the price difference on what he said. We're literally making the exact same thing we've been making since the 90s. Whether that's true or not, who knows? But you know, county tax, city tax, state tax, federal tax, there's 4 taxes right there.
Yep.
And I know, like, our city tax is like 10 cents.
Yeah, they do the same thing to alcohol. Anything they know people are going to buy constantly, they tax. Like, for example, okay, here's the thing. You've worked in construction before, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you know the 2x4s, right? Before they get there and they start as timber, the timber has to be certified as okay to cut for timber. Then after it's cut for timber, it has to be debarked. You already know that. Then it has to be milled. And you already know that. And after it's milled and it's turned into 2x4s, 4x4s, 4x8s, 2x6s, it has to be certified to be used for framing, building, or whatever else. They have to stamp that shit. You need to have a licensing for it on top of that. And that's before this shit's even built, dude. So you get 3 different certifications to do it. I remember you used to be able to go out and cut down trees and turn it into a fucking log cabin, and that was perfectly legal. Perfectly legal. Now you can't do that. It has to be pre-certified, pre-stamped, and you have to have a special license. It's fucking bullshit.
It wasn't a log cabin, but that guitar come from a tree that I cut down myself. I processed it myself. You know what an Alaskan mill is, right?
Yeah, I have one.
I Alaskan milled that thing, okay, with my friggin' chainsaw into basically 2 1/4 inch slabs, 13 inches wide.
Yeah.
So you figure that body, that butt, this is what they call the butt, from here to here.
Yeah.
It's about 12 3/4 wide. So I was only able to take off like a little more than 1/8 of an inch on each side,
right,
to You know what I mean? To get it trued up. But you're also talking, when I did that, I brought that slab home, and I'm sitting here with a hand plane, a little jack plane, for like 4 hours in my driveway.
Yep.
Just you know what I mean? Just hard work, ingenuity, and whatever, elbow grease. You can't really, in a lot of aspects, you can't really do that stuff anymore. Now I have like a lunchbox.
Oh, you
plane.
can, but legally they don't want to let you.
Legally,
That's the problem.
they don't want to let you. Yep.
Yeah. And there's
you
no
can't collect
reason for
rainwater.
it. There's no fucking reason for it.
You can't collect rainwater. You can't like utilize a creek to make you a little hydroelectric dam or hydroelectric generator. Like, there's so many things. It's like the monopoly on, like, okay, I don't know. Obviously, you're in Michigan. I don't know where you guys get your power from, but I do know that probably a lot of it comes from Canada, right?
Some of it does. They have their own facilities here, but some of it definitely does. Yeah.
I know for a fact, like certain places in South Carolina comes from Canada. So if it's, and plus we have Southern Company that does pretty much all of the
We used to have nuclear power plants everywhere, and there wasn't a fucking thing wrong with them. They worked properly. We never had brownout problems. We never had inconsistent electricity issues.
That's where I was going.
It fucking pisses me off.
Yep.
I remember when California, this was a big thing. I think this was in 2005 or 6. California decided to shut down their nuclear fucking plant, which had nothing wrong with it. It fucking worked fine. Didn't have any problems. Thing was fine, but it was because of the, we want green energy. Dude, it's the greenest energy you can get, you little fucking idiot. Anyway, before I go the fuck off, when they shut that shit down, do you know what? Do you know how they got power? Yeah, they moved in a nuclear aircraft carrier to provide power for them for the longest fucking time. And here's the thing. They still have to do that.
Yep.
It's fucking retarded. You're still running off a nuclear plant. The difference is this one's on a boat.
Yep. And see, we act like we don't know how to maintain it or whatever. We do. And that it used to be continuous. Isn't it continuous?
It is.
Am I wrong on that?
No, it is continuous. What they do is to
almost
switch out rods and whatnot.
self-sustaining.
Yeah. What they do to switch out rods and whatnot is they only shut down one, and then they keep the other one running and efficient. Then they just swap it out, and that's literally how they do. They cycle it.
Yep. So I mean, but yet we have to continue to do all of this crap. Just like you said, why is it that diesel fuel is over $5 a gallon?
Yeah.
When we don't even really get that much from them anymore.
Well, no, we don't get
Especially
any from them.
Don't we get all of ours from like Saudi Arabia and
Saudi
our
Arabia,
own?
South America, and our own.
And our own, right?
Yeah.
So why is it? Oh, because the Strait of Hormuz.
Except we don't get it from the Strait of Hormuz because Saudi pumps in the
Exactly.
opposite fucking direction.
Who asked the question? I'm just asking questions, as Steven Crowder would say towards. Yeah, it some of it
Crowder
doesn't make
started
sense.
the whole college thing. I know a lot of people attribute that to
Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk
it
was
Crowder.
great, but Crowder was the first fucking guy to do it. Even Crowder said, it was really him. No, motherfucker. I remember watching you do it. I remember the year it started. I remember the first episode, and I fucking watched that shit. It was Crowder who did it first.
Yep, it was Crowder. I love Crowder. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Some things, like, see, I don't know.
Oh, he says shit that I don't agree with, but like
but so does everyone. I mean, now you got Candace Owens, the Hodge twins, and friggin'
Hodge twins are funny as fuck.
I love the Hodge twins, and Tucker Carlson all saying that the Israelites
become a crackhead.
I don't understand a lot of this stuff. You have a lot of people saying certain things.
Tucker did interview back in fucking where he went to Russia and went through all the bullshit with the store and everything. Everybody's like, oh, trying to relate and trying to make it make sense. I'm like, no. He was always there.
Well, I mean, he went to a staged supermarket.
No, yeah, that's exactly it. That's what he did.
I mean, isn't that the same thing they did in North Korea?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't... It's kind of like a YouTuber getting an instrument from a music company and telling all of his followers, "Hey, this is what you're going to get." No, not exactly. You're getting a prepackaged, perfect version, and everyone else is going to get the real version. You know.
This is what I compared it to. And this is how I explained it to a lot of country folks. I said, look, it ain't no different than a lot of the sponsored bass fishers who go out and they pay for a hatchery fish and they stash it in their fucking cooler. And you get what I'm saying? And you know it. You know, I mean, this fucker's been caught over the years too. Some of them get away with it, but some of them get caught.
or the ones who are taking the ones that they've actually caught themselves and dropping ball bearings down in them, you know, when they go to have them weighed and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's all been done. It's kind of like the Bible says, there's nothing new under the sun. Everything that, you know, people are doing. My mom used to tell me when I was young, everything you're doing, I tried to do when I was a kid. I tried to get away with it, and I, just like you're not going to get away with it, I didn't get away with it. Yep. So the things you do get away with, you're only getting away with it for a short little time. It comes back. I mean.
Oh, everything comes back to bite you, no matter
Absolutely. What you do. Absolutely. I'm trying to go and
pandemonium in the White
Hang on,
House.
I started this. I didn't mean to. Don't ask me how I did. I bet I did.
Oh yeah, same thing with the phone earlier. I freaking barely tapped the thing with my finger, just swiping my hand by, not trying to touch nothing. I fucking kicked my own self out of the thing.
Right. You know, it's just one of those things where, you know, they lie to us constantly. And, you know, over more than anything else, Jesus said, don't let anybody deceive you. You know, that's literally, if he prefaced anything whatsoever, and he said it more, he said, most importantly, do not let anyone deceive you. Because these are deceiving times we're living in. I mean, think about it. Younger people can tell. Oh yeah, that's AI, or that music is AI.
I can tell that it's AI. I ain't young.
Well, I'm just saying they can far better than some of us older people. But at some point, they're not going to be able to. At some point, you're not going to be able to. At some point, the better it gets. Now, granted, it's in its infancy still.
And at the same time, it's not doing great. A lot of the AI banks that went up, they were setting up for servers and whatnot, are getting shut down. And a lot of those companies are selling some of the hardware that they were trying to build the infrastructure because they're realizing it's not going the way they wanted it to.
Right. At some point, though, you got to figure it's going to get better. It's gonna have the right amount of fingers. It's going to have the right placement at some point. Because, I mean, think about it. If it's learning and it's increasing,
it's not actually learning, but I get what you mean.
I mean, okay, the more it gets wrong, the more corrective, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
The more precise the algorithm can become, the more appropriate training and the appropriate programming. And
so at what point are we going to have to be, or what point are we going to be like, oh, you know what, I can't even tell the difference anymore? Was this speech that Trump's had even Trump? Have they killed, have they deleted my president and have had some AI robot making him, you know, give me speeches so that I'm appeased and happy? And then I don't mean just him. It could be anyone or anything. Don't get me wrong. Actually, maybe you saw where they were saying that actually happened with Bibi Netanyahu about a month ago, 3 weeks to a month ago.
Maybe.
They were saying that in some attack that he was deleted.
Oh, yeah, no, that shit looked fake as fuck, dude. I was laughing my ass off.
Exactly. His ring, like, disappeared and reappeared and all kind of crap like that. So there are tails and there are signs. But, once again, the more errors that happen, the more, you know, they're going to fix it.
Well, there's three things that they can't really hide. One of them is patterns. AI, it's a program. It doesn't matter what you try to do, it's going to have a pattern. It's always going to have a pattern no matter how fucking advanced it gets. And if you learn to recognize that pattern that particular program is creating, you'll always be able to tell a fake. It's just like a printer. We made printers so goddamn advanced, a lot of them look like legitimate pen writing. But you put them under a microscope and you're going to see print marks. Doesn't matter what you do. A machine's always going to be a machine. But here's a better point. How many neurons do you have in your brain?
Oh, I couldn't even tell you.
Okay. Let's try to compare it to AI, right? So it takes an entire warehouse. We're talking, the size of one creating aircraft parts, massive warehouses, right?
Like the old 70s computers.
Yeah, but way bigger, way bigger. It takes massive warehouses just to emulate one 1/100th of what a human brain can do.
Oh gosh.
They are not nearly as advanced as people think. They're really not. What's scary, and this is what's actually scary to people. It's not that they're like humans or they have some kind of intelligence or they can actually learn. No, they're fucking stupid. They're in concept, it's a bunch of calculators plugged into each other. But in reality,
but that's not what I'm scared of. What I'm scared of is the morons that are programming them.
Oh, I know. But hold on. This is what's really scaring people is where it's being directed towards. What way is this going? Because we're turning it into an efficient thing, an efficient calculator that can do a specific thing in a specific way. And that can be misused if in its infancy, which we're beyond infancy, if I'm being honest with you. This is like the second trimester for this thing. But anyway, in its infancy, if we don't guide it in the right direction and create laws ahead of time and create a proper framework ahead of time to control this now before it actually gets to the point to where we start looking at it and calling it a proper analytical engine, let alone fucking AI, then we're going to end up with way bigger problems down the road. That's what terrifies people now. It's not that they're going to take over the world and bomb everybody. It's what happens when this thing is used to hack into a thing. Or what happens when this thing is used for such high-level advanced encryption that unless you're winning the race on it, you can't figure out how to decrypt that when it's an enemy country. Those are the things that are really concerning people at the moment.
Okay, but you have these calls.
On the tech level, mind you. On the tech level is what I mean, not on the civilian level.
Well, in that same vein, you have call centers, essentially, that'll call your phone. Robocalls, a computer system that'll call thousands of numbers at one time, right?
Yeah.
And it'll do the ghosting thing where basically you answer and you say hello, and then 1, 2, 3, essentially, and then all of a sudden it hangs up. Well, it just recorded you saying hello.
Yep.
And now they're going to use AI to extrapolate and use that voice thing. Now it has your speech patterns with just one word, hello, hello.
Well, actually,
Who's this?
It doesn't use a single user. When you do that, it does record your voice, but it also records the voice of other users, and then it extrapolates a separate voice out of all the other voices and tones it heard.
Okay, so it's not just singling out yours.
No.
Okay.
Believe it or not, them doing that. So here in the United States, you can literally sue the dog shit out of them for millions of dollars if they do that.
Well, yeah, but it's not United States companies that are doing this.
It doesn't matter.
For the most part, it's India, and
they're still doing business here in the United States. So it doesn't matter if it's not a United States company if they're doing the business here. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They still have to follow our business laws, and they still have to follow our laws of court, copyright, yada yada yada. And without your consent, your voice is your personal property. That is your private property. They are not allowed to use that without your consent. So that's why they have
even if they utilize AI to duplicate.
Doesn't matter. They still have to take bits from it and match in other bits with other voices to be able to do it. And it's a proven fact that that's what's done.
Okay.
Now,
that makes me feel a little better.
Can it be used that way by nefarious means? Of course it could.
Well, that's exactly what I'm referring to.
I know.
Scammers.
No, that's what I mean by nefarious. I mean people that don't give a flying fuck about business law, any of that shit. People that aren't trying to make money. We're talking about countries. You get what I'm saying? That's what I mean when I say
people that are trying to bring down a system.
Right. They could potentially use it that way against politicians, people in power, stuff like that. The problem is no matter what you do, there's still going to be signals that it's robotic. Period. You can still pick that up in audio. But one way that they can get around that is by using multiple samples over many years, right? And then you can refine it repetitively until you actually have that voice. So that can currently be done. But to do that, do you know how much fucking money that costs? They're not doing that to the average citizen, buddy. They're just not. It costs too much.
And could you also use like like what you were just talking about, the computer AI's neurons that would take this big vast warehouse.
Oh, they're not neurons. It's just an example I was
An example, right? But
a comparison.
surely there's some way to identify that pattern.
Yes,
That kind of right.
that's
To where
exactly it.
if they did come up with, hey, so and so is deleted and whatever else,
It's just like
there
a
would be a
signature.
way for someone to tell.
Everything
Okay, fair enough.
digital has a signature. It doesn't matter what you try to do. It's just like with encryption. Encryption can
Like a
always
thumbprint.
be broken, and it
Or
always has a
fingerprint.
signature, no matter what.
Okay, that's good to know. At least then that gives us a shot. But,
Well, we have
'cause
more than a
I
shot.
don't think AI is more than what people think it is. I think it's an advanced search engine
Yeah,
that can
well,
talk back, so to speak. I know
it's
it's
actually
probably
less
a
than even
little.
that. So, you know what a line of code is, right?
I don't. I mean, I do. I know it's ones and zeros, but
Type
beyond
into
that,
Google.
no.
Type into Google. Show me a line of code. Type exactly that into Google.
All right.
Or show me a line of computer code. Exactly that. Sorry.
It's making me download a PDF.
You need to download a PDF.
For whatever reason it is.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Here, hold on. It might disconnect me. Just hold on a second.
Dummy code generator?
Okay, let me see if I can get this to work. Now, let me send it there. Okay, I gotta use fucking.
Keep in mind, I'm dumb when it comes to.
Okay, I just sent you a screenshot. Check your Discord.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, do you see how they're numbered? It says, 101, blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
Okay, that 101 and then what comes directly after it, that's a single line of code. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, what I'm saying is
I see 110, let
Right,
X equal.
that number is just the line. That's the number of the line. So after that,
Okay.
so 101 is a single line, then 102 is a single line, then 103 is a single line, 104 is a single line. Okay, the most rudimentary AI is literally a single line of code, just like what you're seeing there, right? A single line. It's that small. Okay, that tiny, that ridiculous. To make the AI you see today, all they do is take multiple of those lines and string them together. Okay, then they take that and create a program from it. Then they do the same thing again and create another program. They do the same thing again and they create another program. Each one of those lines, like the one you're seeing, will have this basic principle. This number or this symbol is greater than this number or these symbols. That is an AI. It is that
Okay.
fucking stupid. It's not the super smart machine people think it is. It is fucking retarded. It is literally a calculator hooked up to another calculator, hooked up to another calculator. That's all it fucking is.
So back in the day, when PS3 come out, there was this big concept that all of the PS3s would link when they're online and become like one super PS3, right?
Yes, that's correct. It was when they had Linux before they did their update, and yes, it was capable of that, and the Air Force did do it.
Okay, so it did do that. Okay.
Yes.
Because I was the very first day one PS3. I've been Sony guy since, it first came out. I was day one.
Uh-huh.
I did not know what that was, but there was an option to where you could turn that off, if you remember.
Yeah.
Would it have been wise to do that, or would that be nefarious? Or
No, it wouldn't have been nefarious at all.
What necessarily was it? Just for collecting data, or
no? It's for running servers. So let's say you were playing Call of Duty, right? Well, back then they didn't have big ass server banks setting up the warehouses. Yeah, that's basically what it was.
Just a peer-to-peer server.
Instead of having big ass warehouses, it was all the linked PS3s that would create the server for the game.
Okay, that was so it was actually smart.
Yeah, and you had the main host. Right, because if you were in a lobby, if the host left, it would say, lost connection to host. You had the main host who took most of the load, and then everyone else was a backup.
Okay. Yeah. See, that was weird. I don't know why I remember that. You saying that and doing that just jogged my memory.
But what people didn't realize is Sony, the PlayStation 3, didn't have one operating system. It had two. It had Sony iOS or OS, whatever it was. I think it was OS. And then it had Linux. And people didn't realize you could switch from the regular OS to Linux if we ran it in safe mode. So a lot of guys who did realize this, myself included, were running it in Linux instead of Sony OS, and it was so much better in Linux. Oh my God, it was amazing. And we all got informed ahead of time before they did the update that they were going to be disabling Linux on the PlayStation 3. So that first PlayStation 3 that I ever had, it was one of the first models, day one release. I unplugged it from the internet and never plugged it back into the internet again. I got a brand new one to play online games.
You mean the George Foreman grill?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Don't forget that little symbol. You can flip it upside down too. You can turn it.
That's right. For the vertical?
Yep.
Yeah. I still have that. Don't get me wrong. It has are you familiar with the yellow ring of death or the red ring of death on the Xbox? It has the equivalent. Every so often I would have to go in, open it up, and
usually that's just the fan being inoperable, right?
It's just the fan being inadequate, yeah. But I'd have to resurface solder the CPU and GPU and rethermal paste them and all of that. But it was an easy fix.
I hate thermal paste. It's so fucking messy.
Yeah. It was cool. I got a PS5 now, and wow. I will say the PS4 was probably the loudest fan out of all of them.
Yes, that thing was a fucking turbo engine.
It sounded like a jet.
Yep.
The
Pro was worse. Everybody said it was better. I was like, bullshit, this thing is way worse.
Mine actually sounded like it was going to blow up, but not just that, it got to the point to where I had to have a fan sitting beside it blowing into one of the ports.
Oh, I have
for it to last.
I have that with the PS5 because
Do you really?
I have the first gen PS5, and I mean the early first gen. We're talking within the first 50 something models. Yeah, I got an early one. I got it on auction. So this sucker right here, what I did was it kept getting to the point where it was overheating, and it shouldn't have. It was cleaned out. It was proper. The fans worked. Everything was fine. But it kept getting to the point where it was kind of overheating. And I'm like, okay, this is an issue. So what I did is I realized it was the fucking case. It was the stupid fucking case. I took the damn case off it and I put my box fan next to it. Never had a problem. I turn the thing off like once a week.
Open up the case, take your Dremel and carve some daggum extra ports on it. You
Didn't even do that.
Problem.
Didn't even have to do that with it. I just took the case off, stuck the box fan next to it, never had another issue. Doesn't run slow, doesn't make weird noises. The fan doesn't overclock. It's perfectly fine.
Mine is I haven't had any problem with mine. Hopefully I don't. But
You probably got one of the. You probably got one of the
I
200
played the
series.
heck out of it. I
Because the
haven't
200
recently,
series
but-
on was better.
Yeah. I didn't get it. I think it was out probably 6-7 months before I got one.
Sounds about right.
on the PlayStation 5. Which, I mean, at that time, they were going for, I think, $700 or $800, maybe even more. I can't remember.
Well, I got this
remember-
one at auction, and it was the first wave of scalpers that got this one, but I got it for way less than they were trying to auction it for. I ended up getting this sucker for only, and I mean 500 flat, so it was $499
Okay.
plus tax. But I ended up calling them down and getting it for 400 flat, which was way
that's not
less than
bad.
what they released for.
Yeah, that's not bad. I remember I paid like $625 for my PlayStation 3 day one.
Yep.
That George Foreman grill over there, and it,
Yep.
like I said, it still kicks on and everything, but after about 15 minutes, it'll overheat and do the thing. So I just don't even play it anymore. But and the same thing with my PlayStation 4, man. 3 minutes, turn it on. 3 minutes, it's overheat. Yeah.
I still say we lost things with digital tech. I mean, don't get me wrong. What I'm about to
Of
bring up
course.
is digital, but quality-wise, we lost things because my Super Nintendo still fucking works.
Yep. Sega,
Mm-hmm.
Super Nintendo, regular Nintendo.
My original Game Boy still works, man.
I lost mine. I wouldn't even know.
Oh,
And
I
my
was using it.
PSP is
I was using that
it
thing during
broke.
deployments, dude. It was the only inter-fucking-tainment I had.
the Game Boy.
Mm-hmm. I had my grandmother bought me it's a little miniature solar panel, and it was for charging AA batteries, and so I had that
Cool.
Game Boy, and I took that sucker with me on deployment, dude. That thing saved my ass when it came to just those moments of absolute depression.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. I'm glad you at least had that. I know I had the Game Gear back in the day, and man, I thought the Game Gear was the coolest thing ever. I didn't think anything would be able to top the Game Gear. And then, because Echo the Dolphin, some weird little game where you're just swimming as a dolphin.
Mm-hmm.
Spyro the Dragon, like certain little things.
I remember
Like, this is
Spyro.
the best. you know.
Spyro
You're not
came
gonna
out
beat
for
that.
PlayStation 1.
PlayStation
so did-
1, yeah.
The first games that came out for PlayStation 1 were the original Resident Evil and the original Alien. Those are the first two things that released for it.
I remember they had the first game I got for it was like Ridge Racer and something else. But keep in mind it had been out for a year or two.
Oh, I'm talking about
before I
day
got
one release for the PS1.
Oh, yeah,
it was,
I didn't have
day one
PS1.
release. The only games that it had was you could purchase Resident Evil and Alien, and that was it. That was absolutely it. And then a demo came with it, so you could play all the demo games on it, which were releasing later. But originally, it only had Resident Evil and Alien available for it. That's all you
Right.
could get day one.
I was 12 day one when PS1 come out. Yeah.
I don't
was
remember how
12.
old I was. I was in my 30s, 20s, 30s, I think. Somewhere around
Yeah,
there.
I was about 12. And I like I said, I'm halfway to 43. So, I'm
You're about 10 years
not
behind
no spring chicken. I'm not no spring chicken, but at the same time, I'm not old either. I'm kind of like right there.
We all say that, and and we look down and our knees are wobbling and creaking and
Oh,
shit.
they're
like,
way
I'm fine.
wobbling. They're way wobbling. Although still going up ladders, I'm fine. I worked at the waterworks. I don't know if you've heard of Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, I know Birmingham.
Okay, I worked for the waterworks in Birmingham, and all of their tanks, man, the ladders are straight up, right?
Yep.
So people, it's one thing when you're on a ladder, because obviously it's cocked out. You know what I mean?
Yep.
When you're going straight up, and then if it's a like a bowl, like they call it a standpipe, or an elevated, is basically like you see the golf ball sitting on top of the four posts.
Yep.
That you're climbing up a ladder attached to the leg. All right, and that one you'll go up and it's elevated for a minute, and then it gets straight up, and then it goes the other way. So
Yep.
once you get to the bowl, and then go up, and man, those things, they're rough, and it's not that big a deal when you're young. Nowadays, I'll get up on a ladder and get halfway up. I mean, 32, I'm good. Anything over a 32, my knees will start knocking. You know what I mean? Just start moving. I'm like, wait a minute, why is it knocking? Why is it knocking? I'm not scared of heights. Oh no, I'm getting old. So there's an element of my body says I can't do it, even though I say I can, and no, I can't. And I do overcome and get up there and get it done, but it takes longer, obviously. I can't lift as much as I used to, and it's not because I'm not strong. I'm stronger than I was. My joints can't take as much. Like my bow, I can't even pull my bow back. I pull it back and hold it. Well, that angle, and then all of a sudden my left elbow would just kick out on me. I don't know. It's like certain things, the joints just don't want to operate the way they used to.
It's because we lose that elasticity and that that punch that we have and that gooey stuff in between.
That's right. They say
shit, dude. And my wife can testify to this. If she puts her ear on my back, she can hear every joint in my body grinding as I go to move a thing.
Against each other, like joint to joint. Oof.
Oh yeah, you can hear it, man. You ever heard two pieces of fucking dried, like super dried wood being kind of hardly pushed together and slipping? That's pretty much what it sounds like. It's like a creak. It's a wood creak with some grinding in there and some clicking. Happens, man.
That's something to look forward to there for rear. Something.
Oh, you're gonna have longer to go for that than I did, because you got to remember I was carrying a ruck for fucking ever. So my back, my hips, my knees, my ankles, they're aged sooner than they should be.
Right.
But you'll get there.
Man, I don't know. Hopefully I can. I've been taking like that fish oil.
Oh, it don't matter what you take, you'll get there.
Peeing up a rope, who knows?
For me, it was happening by the age of 40, and then I just got worse.
Don't say that.
For you, it's going to start happening probably in your 50s.
Well, I can tell like my fingernails have ridges in them.
Yeah, so do mine.
I definitely have some kind of deficiency going. My toenails are starting to get ridges in them, so there's definitely some kind of vitamin
That's not always deficiency. That can happen with age, and it can also. Yes, it can. It can happen with age. You'll start getting little ridges and lines, vertical ones that go from the tip to the back. That's an age thing. I got a bunch of them. Wife's got them too.
Yeah.
It's an age thing.
It's definitely happening. Like one of my toenails, it's like this.
And then just breaks off downwards. Yep.
Like it's going.
Yep.
I'm like, I wonder what degree angle that is, because that's weird.
I'm thinking right around 40-ish, because that's what it looks like on mine.
I heard that. Well, a lot of it I know is the way I walk, because I walk weird. I try to, like my heels, oh my gosh, my heels. But I'm trying to walk more on the ball, and stay off the heel. Obviously, the arch is not what it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I've got these daggum insoles, but they're not doing it. And,
no, they never do.
I just bought a brand new pair of Brooks shoes, and Brooks are supposed to be like the most comfortable, save your feet kind of shoes, the modern.
Dude, I've heard that shit about so many different pairs. Give me my old leather boots. They were the comfiest shit I had. Fucking jump boots were the shit.
Oh, your jump boots?
They were comfy, man. The old ones,
because they're designed. They're designed for
absorbing
longevity.
shock. Is what they were designed for. Absorbing shock and lasting forever. That's what they were designed for.
Yeah. Were you a paratrooper?
I was AA.
Okay.
I don't talk about it much. I think I've only told 2 people. I was Ranger. I was an airborne.
Okay. Got you. Well, I won't pry. Definitely won't pry. But heck yeah, man. That's just one of those things. Nothing, man. I remember back when I was young and really, really young, and I mean like 6 or 7, I would go to my grandma's house, and she had this old Kirby vacuum, right? And it was old then. So we're talking
Oh, you mean the little
80.
pull along vacs with the wheels on the back of them and the big ass hose on the front?
Well, no, not this. They had that model back then too, but no, this is the one that you. It was that head
the
unit, but it
the
had
giant metal dirt devil fucking.
the metal one. Yeah, it looked like the
Yeah.
damn Airstream camper coming down
Yep.
the road. You know,
Yep.
like she had that thing. And don't get me wrong, I have one. I bought one too, but the reason I bought one is because the one she had that was old back then, and
Yep.
and we're talking like 85, 86, 87 maybe, still works to this day. She's
Well, not
dead
only
and
that,
gone.
but it actually
Grandfather's
sucks up
dead and gone.
everything out of
And
the
it
carpet.
sucked up everything, exactly. You know, like nothing is made like it used to be. Like
No.
nothing's made for longevity anymore. You
And the
bringing up
worst
those
part about
boots.
it is when guys our age talk about it, they're like, "Oh no, you're nuts. This is better." It's fucking not though.
Exactly. They have no clue what they're talking about. Well, this
Nope.
has a song that it whistles when the laundry's done. Yeah, but I have to replace the daggum heating element like every so often. Well, why? Well, the
Well, not to
sensor
mention
went
ours.
out.
That
The
loud ass
thermistor went
bell
out.
that the old dryers and washers, you couldn't miss that for
Good-
shit.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, not only that, you didn't have that O-ring inside that gets friggin'. You know what I'm talking about? Gets
You remember you used to be able to just pop the
mold.
side off a dryer, and the most that was wrong with it is you had to replace the band or the fucking motor.
the
and that was
belt.
it.
Yep.
Yep.
And that was it. Done. Simple fix. Easy. Ready to go.
Yep.
Yeah. People don't understand what they're missing, man.
No,
like
they don't.
refrigerators don't last anymore.
Oh, dude, they used to be
Like-
metal. They used to be
Yeah.
fucking metal. They were enameled and metal, and they lasted for fucking ever. We didn't get
Yeah, they
rid
were
of them
heavy.
because the refrigerator itself went bad. We used to get rid of them because the compressors would go out and those pricks wouldn't repair them.
Yep. Yep. And the compressors, I mean, there's an element of, I mean, coming from back from background in the HVAC world, I mean, I can swap out a compressor. You know
Oh
what I
yeah,
mean?
nowadays
If
we
need
could,
be.
but back then they wouldn't let us repair that shit.
No, I mean, it's I don't know. Everything's weird. Everything's, I mean, you got to have like there's all this stuff like for your cars, your emissions.
Look at what
My
John
diesel.
Deere did, dude. You have to get a special fucking shit just to get your John Deere fucking service these days, dude. Yeah, and they tried to make it.
I
to
have a
where
John Deere
if you
outside.
Don't take it directly into the John Deere. And then guess what? Your regular mechanic, he can't detect it with the computer he has because you need a special software key to be able to fucking read the shit.
Yep. Yep.
I remember
You
remember
you
Big
can know
Reds?
that
You
something's
remember the old
wrong,
Big Red
but you
tractors?
can't
could
figure
take
out what
those
is
bitches-
wrong.
The old big red tractors, you could take those bitches apart. It was no different than a big ass diesel. You could take the whole fucking thing apart and figure out what the fuck was wrong with it.
Yep. Yep. And a lot
They
of them you
ran-
still can. Mahindra you can. LS you can. Massey you probably can.
They run just as good as this digital garbage does today. Doesn't fucking make no damn sense.
Well, I started saying it when they started putting, if you remember when they first started putting like digital sensors in the tires. Well,
I was
you
saying it when
don't
they
you
were
want
putting O2 sensors in the vehicles. Fuck the digital.
O2
I
sensors? Yeah.
fucking hated O2 sensors.
Yep.
Fucking, I remember I got this. This is back when I still had the mentality of, oh, newer's probably better. I remember I got this one Ranger. It was a newer model Ranger. It was like an 89. I'm pretty sure it was an 89 because I still had my old one, but I didn't want to fix it up and didn't really have the money. So I was like, I got to get a new truck. You know, I'm still in. I can pay for it. I got this fucking Ranger, man. It was the first model that had the fucking O2 sensor in it. And I had it for a year, and then the fucking sensor went out. But I didn't know what was wrong with it because it was acting funny. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on with the truck? Checked every goddamn thing on it, changed the oil, did fucking everything. Something was still wrong with it. Took it to the mechanic. Mechanic couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. Took it to a different mechanic, and he said, oh, it's the O2 sensor. I'm like, what the fuck is an O2 sensor?
Yep. Yep. 9 times out of 10, when the daggum engine light goes off, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
An O2 sensor.
And the computer's
Even-
programmed that if the O2 sensor ain't working, then something's wrong with the fucking thing. No, the sensor's bad. Take the sensor completely out of that bitch, and guess what? It runs fine.
And see the same thing with these modern. We were just talking about the dryers. Same thing with the dryers. If you had it to where somehow the sensor would tell like the brain unit that the sensor's bad. Now the thermistor's not going to cut off. when you know, because that's what it does. When the element, it turns the element on and off when there's enough heat. But it doesn't do that if the sensor doesn't work. So the element just keeps burning and burning and burning until it burns out. You know? So, but there's no way, there probably is a way, but all of this electrical crap is just garbage we don't need.
Well, the
all
old
of this
dryers was
sensors,
electrical shit too, but the difference is they were on a timer, and it would
They were on a timer,
recycle
exactly.
analog. It would go on and off, and off, analog, so it wouldn't burn itself out. The new ones don't fucking do that. It has to sense the temperature it's at before it toggles. It's a fucking why? What's the point? The other way worked just fine, saved just as much fucking energy.
I have a digital mixer, okay, soundboard mixer, gone. Already quit working. I have an analog one over here, still kicking
working
to this day. It's from the 70s.
Yep.
Still kicking, still going.
I was just telling Chris the other day, I was up on his stream. I think it was, I don't know, 4 days maybe. I was just up on his stream. We were talking about fucking old radios and shit, and how, you know, back in the day, my grandmother had this old crystal shortwave radio, but it was two-way. So you couldn't just listen. You could talk to it. And it had a range of about a mile. When we were kids, we had this little stupid radio station as kids where we had our own character called Skeeter. And we used to fucking sit there and do that shit and have fun all the time. Neighbors would listen to it. And you didn't need a license for that because it was shortwave and only worked within a mile. That shit ain't a thing anymore. It just ain't. But those things were easy to fix. It was always a vacuum tube if something was broken. It was the fucking vacuum tube.
Well, I mean, we moved away from vacuum tubes and into transistors.
Yeah.
And in some ways it's good, and most ways it's bad. Yeah, most ways it's bad. There's a few pros. Most
Some of the old transistors were decent, but that's before they mixed all that oil crap in them to where they
Yeah. They all the capacitors nowadays are all like, you know, electrolytic.
One thing that was nice about the old vacuum tubes, you knew when they were working because they were lit the fuck up.
Yeah,
if something was broken, it didn't put off light. It was that easy to figure out.
And it would darken, you know, at the top. You know, it would blacken. I mean, I still see an element of that just because of guitar amps and like mixers and things like that actually take tubes. But most of the stuff doesn't take tubes anymore. Even most of your analog gears, you know, would be solid state.
Yep.
So if it's solid state, it's not going to have any stuff like that. That's why, any old tube stuff is just awesome. I mean, especially when you realize it's easy to fix, it's easy to repair. As far as now, there's certain elements of having to have the right bias and the right amperage and plate resistance and voltage and stuff. That's a little above my head. I'm not gonna pretend I know all that. But I mean, I catch on quick. I can learn, you know. So as long as I go about it the right way and learn good enough, I'm a competent fellow, you know, to some degree.
Here's another great example of tech going to shit. This is technically digital, what I'm about to talk about. I remember when the first walkie-talkie cell phones came out. Nextel. The very first one.
What year are we talking?
Oh, shit, I don't remember. Late 80s, early 90s. I think it was early 90s. It was the very first. It had the big ass button on the side, and it worked like a regular one, too. You didn't have to have service to use it. The generation that came out after that required you to have service to use the walkie-talkie button, but the prior generation didn't. The walkie-talkie button
had a range, right?
Yes, it had a range. But that thing was built like a brick shithouse. Everybody always talks about the fucking Nokia phones being a brick shithouse. Now, that thing was a piece of shit compared to that Nextel. You could drop that thing 100 foot plus of water, pull it right out, and you didn't have to dry it or nothing. It just turned the fuck on. It worked. It did fine. You could run that bitch over. It worked fine. You could drop it off a building. Worked fine. Put it in mud. Worked fine. That thing was built like a brick shithouse and lasted me ages. It wasn't until they stopped supporting that model and they forced you to buy a new one that I had to fucking replace it. That was horseshit, but that's what I mean. That was a piece of digital tech, and that thing was built like a brick shithouse. There was no reason to get rid of it. It worked good. The walkie-talkie was fucking amazing. Calling people was amazing. That thing was awesome.
The first one I had was probably, I think it was like 2001, maybe.
Probably.
You know, when they started doing the flip.
That was the flip one they had.
The flip phones and stuff,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's and I don't know. That seems weird too, because I mean I was out of high school before I got my first cell phone.
Okay.
And I would have graduated. I didn't graduate. I ended up getting my GED, but I would have graduated in like 2001. So, yeah, that sounds about right. Because I'd been in construction. I dropped out in 11th grade. And I was in construction for about a year before I got mine. And it was like some Walmart, bull crap, pay as you go kind of garbage, And then I moved over to the Nextel. I had the old Dale Earnhardt Jr. flip phone. I remember it now. But that's good stuff right there. Yeah, people don't realize how they say it's getting better. You look at cars have degraded. It might be more luxurious, and it might seem like there are more features.
Pain in the ass to fix, breaks
they're
down.
more of a pain in the butt. Yes.
Yep.
Those O2 sensors used to be the worst kind of. I mean, yeah, granted, it got way worse, but as far as electronically, they were the worst thing that was going to happen.
Some of the first models that came out, I think it was the left back tail light. If the left back tail light went out, the car wouldn't fucking start. Wouldn't fucking start.
And the TRD?
Mm-hmm. Toyota TRD. It was one of the early models of it. The only reason I found out about that is because my brother had one. His tail light fucking got smashed, and his truck wouldn't turn on.
The Tacoma or the I guess it would have been the Tacoma. They didn't do Tundras back then.
I don't think so. It was a TRD though. I know for a fact it was a TRD. But if the tail light got fucked up, it would not turn over. Now, we didn't know that was the cause. We took it into shop after shop after shop. Finally, we took it to the Toyota dealership because there was no other choice. We knew we were going to pay an arm and a leg, but this truck was only a year old. It was ridiculous. So we took it to the Toyota dealership, and they're the ones who said, oh, well, it's because the taillight, it sends this signal and da-da-da-da-da. And we just thought it was the dumbest fucking shit we'd ever fucking heard. So instead of having them fucking repair it when they told us that, we took the truck out of the shop, ordered the fucking part, installed it our fucking self, solved the issue. Truck turned the fuck on. It was the dumbest shit we'd ever seen. And I told them outright, I don't know why the fuck you bought this piece of shit. It's a cool truck. The engines was amazing, but the fucking computer.
I think that was a Tacoma TRD.
Could have been. All I know is it was a TRD. I don't know if it was a Tacoma or not.
Yeah, the only TRDs they had were Tacomas.
There you go.
Until they started making the Tundras. So, and the only reason I know that is because I did not have a TRD, but I had a regular Tacoma. And, dude, I bought this thing for like 14 grand, and it was the little Pawpaw edition with the 4-cylinder. But it had a really cool, like, tonneau cover and whatever else. Other than that, it was a golf cart. Just straight up golf cart with a truck bed on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I drove it for like 4 years. I ended up totaling it because I'm a moron. And then, like, the insurance, when they totaled it, they gave me 12 grand. I paid 14 for it, drove it for 4 years, and then they gave me 12 grand. I'm thinking to myself, did I just rent this truck for 4 years for 2 grand? Because that's a pretty good deal. You know, that's a pretty good deal if I'm thinking about it. So I bought my wife nothing but Toyota since then. And I bought, now I have a Chevrolet Silverado 2500 HD diesel, all right, 6.6. The fact that it has DEF, you know what DEF is, right?
DEF?
Yeah.
Explain it.
I'm sure being military, you've heard the old, you didn't change the windshield wiper, or, well, that's a bad example, the blinker fluid.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, right. This is exhaust fluid. and you think there ain't no exhaust fluid. What are you talking about? Are you trying to blinker fluid me type deal?
Uh-huh.
But no, it really has exhaust fluid made from Uri. So basically, like processed horse pee into some, extracted
Yeah.
Uri from it, whatever. And they do it to make it burn cleaner. Now, in some ways it's good because it does keep the motor cleaner and the system cleaner. But at the same time, like if you run out, it'll tell you. But if you run out and you don't have some, it will literally kick your truck into limp mode, to where you can only go like 20 miles an hour.
Fuck that.
Yeah, it sucks. But at the same time, it costs you like $3,000 to delete the DEF system. And my uncle's the one who told me, you know, don't get it deleted, which I don't have $3,000 anyway, but because it'll help your truck run longer. And I'm like, well, over time I'm going to put more than $3,000 in DEF in it, because it's like $15 a box for 2.5 gallons. Now, granted, that'll run you about three tanks, you know, of gas, maybe even more, give or take. So it's not like it's not like you're going through it quickly.
Or I can just buy something $3.90 and I have to fucking worry about it.
Well, I mean, something in me just makes me think I could put water in it. You know what I mean?
No, I wouldn't.
I know I can't. But something in my mind just tells me, like, just put water in it. Just try it. I mean, obviously, I'm not. But just the fact that you have to put.
Wait until other
fluid.
shit breaks on it and the engine still runs to try that experiment.
I'm not trying that experiment. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, no, definitely not. But yeah, for whatever reason, I don't regret buying the diesel.
Well, why don't you figure out what it's made of? Like what exactly it's made of?
I probably should.
If you can figure out what exactly it's made of, I guarantee you could probably find something cheaper that's similar.
Yeah. Yeah. Because this is, like I said, it's like $15 for a box. But, you know, I mean, it's almost like putting in fuel additive, even though it's not.
I never use that.
I don't either. I mean, I've put Stabil in, you know, lawnmower stuff.
The way I've always looked at it, if you need to add fuel additive, it's time to fucking take that engine out and clean the shit out of it and put it back together.
Well, I mean, with the amount of ethanol, you know, I don't know if you notice.
Oh yeah, I know that
actually
going up. Yep.
You know, so you know it's going up. It's going up to 15, like here very soon.
Dude, I was surprised we didn't switch to fucking alcohol vehicles 10 years ago during the first fucking scare, and then another, what was it? Hold on. 80 something, 85, 86, fucking during Desert Storm. Everybody was freaking out, thinking that there wasn't going to be no oil, and people were already going to biodiesel and shit like that. And once a lot of people figured out you could actually run engines that were built for it just off a straight fucking moonshine, you know, corn alcohol, I was really surprised people didn't switch over to that, because it was way easier to deal with, and we can grow it all here.
Right. Well, I mean, that stuff's, if it's built and designed for, like your flex fuel vehicles, they're going to be fine.
Yeah.
You know,
if it's built and designed for it, it's fine. If it's not, it's going to go to shit. But my point is eventually, I don't ever see us going to electric vehicles. I don't give a shit what advancements they have. We're never going to go to electric vehicles. I can see us going to alcohol. I can see us going to a few other things like wood gas, something around those lines, maybe even hydrogen. I cannot see us going electric. I can't do it.
I actually see hydrogen within the next 10 years. I know that sounds crazy. I
can believe it, but the biggest problem with hydrogen is the compression system being stable. I don't mean the ability to compress it. We already have that. It's just keeping the tank stable. Yeah. That's the reason I have a hard time seeing it happening, you know, that soon.
Well, I don't mean in mass.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't mean in mass. And obviously they already have hydrogen engines.
Yeah, no, they do. It's just they have the same problem that was keeping the fuel cells stable. There's entire papers written on that shit.
Ford's got 5 proprietary engines on Ford. I think it's 4 different. And granted, I'm a Chevy guy. I've always been a Chevy guy. Let me just preface this with that. But
I'm
Ford's
a Chevy
doing some
and
amazing
Dodge
things.
guy. I like both, but when it comes to Fords, though, I like Fords too, but only from 84 to 89. So,
dude, I had a 2003 Ford Ranger. You were talking about Rangers just a little while ago.
You poor bastard.
Well, it was the Edge, if you remember the Edge.
The fuck ever.
Yeah, it was, dude. It looked mean, but
it ran like shit.
It ran like crap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the turning, the rack and pinion turning steering system, chef's kiss. Because Chevrolet turns around like a boat. You know what I mean? Buick, Dodge, even everything. If you could take.
Well, they all got bought by Chrysler, so they all went to shit.
Yeah. If you could take, I mean, you could build, if you really knew what you were doing, you could build the ultimate friggin' truck. You would take the Cummins diesel engine, the Allison transmission from the Chevrolet Duramaxes, like Ford's turning and steering suspension system. Like, you could make the best truck that would never tear up. You would literally have to do air filter, oil filter, fuel filter, and changing the oil and brakes. And keep it and maintaining the front end and stuff like that. But that would be it. That would be the extent of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it would never tear up. But
you know,
there was a Ford engine, the 7.2, or is it 6.7? I don't remember now. Oh my gosh, I think it was a 6.7.
I know
that sucker. You could literally put it in granny gear and pull a trailer up a mountain with it. It just keep going.
There was a Bronco that was like that, but I don't remember if it was a 3.5 or a 4.5 liter. But it was the large Bronco. It was the bigger one, and I think it was an 88. It was 88 or 89.
Yeah.
That thing was
big
a
box
monster.
style.
Yes.
Yeah.
That thing was a fucking monster. Nothing killed that. I had that truck for ages, dude. It wouldn't die. That's the one I was talking about that I said I wouldn't get fucking rid of. I wouldn't get rid of it when I got that fucking 89, because even though, it was broken down, it wasn't broken down because something was wrong with the engine. It was broken down because I had a problem with the drivetrain. And I had to get a bunch of work done. I'm like, well, fuck it. I might as well just get a new truck, Like I said, I was in that mindset back then.
Oh, yeah.
But I had refused to get rid of it, and I was glad I did, because when that piece of shit fucking O2 crap pissed me off so goddamn much, and I got sick of fucking dealing with it over and over again, I'm like, no, fuck it. I'm fixing that old beast. Got it fucking fixed and never regretted a fucking thing again.
Right.
That transmission didn't die out for over 15 fucking years. Which nowadays you're lucky to get one to last 5 or 6.
Yeah,
don't forget milk at the store.
No, she's asking for an extension. Why? like a 6-inch ratchet extension.
Because I'm about to go pull the spark plugs out of your truck, see when you try to drive it later.
she's about to do something. Yeah, she needs an extension for something. So. Here you go. They're in the back seat of the, and they're in.
Is it
you
a long
open
one?
the top.
Which one is the new thing we got?
Yeah, 6-inch.
There should be one in this kit then. Connor.
Well, if it's not, go check my toolbox. You won't even need that.
Well, I didn't see any in the toolbox unless there's somewhere where I don't know. But okay.
I have like 3 or 4.
I guess I'm just gonna tell them we don't have any. I
No,
don't know
we
where to
do
look,
have
and I
them.
gotta get back to work.
Okay, well then let me see it, and I'll go get it then. Give me a minute for real. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. It won't even take 2 minutes. Just give me a second. I'll still hear you, so you can vamp if you want to.
Whatever
You don't have
the fuck
to.
that means, but yeah, sure.
I hear you, brother. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, did you enjoy the oatmeal? Yeah, I'm glad.
Bingo.
Very nice. Phil's getting a tool for his wife. You're adorable, darling. No, he's got to get a socket extension for her. She doesn't know where it's at.
Still get these stuff in here in my can, but I don't know where. I still have the stuff in here and the one pan, but it has no more room.
Well, that's good, but instead of watching anime, you should be getting stuff done so you have less to do and less to do and less to do, and you're not forced to spend your weekend cleaning. Because then you don't want to do it on the weekend, but you don't want to do it during the week. We've had this discussion.
Okay, just like I told her.
It's always an argument, dude. It doesn't matter what you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
I deal with the same thing with my wife. If you do this, you don't have to deal with that. If you do this, you don't have to deal with that. If you do this, you don't have to deal with that. No. It's like pulling teeth.
Yep. Yep. I told her where it was. She's like, no, it's not there. I go out there and it's literally the very first drawer. And I'm like,
yeah, I do the same thing with her. I'll tell her, hey, baby, can you grab me the sauce out of the fridge? We don't have any. It's not in there. I looked. I said, you check. You looked on that exact shelf. She said, yes. Okay, I'm going to walk in there. And if I find it, sure enough, I walk in there. What the fuck is this?
That's what I said. There's this one that's 6 inches. There's this one that's 6 inches. There's a 4-inch or a 3-inch, and there's a 12-inch.
Yep.
Take a 6-inch and a 12-inch and call it good. My son's starter went out, so he needs, for whatever reason, why would you need an extension? I don't know, because it's a Toyota, I guess, now that I think about it.
Because it's a newer vehicle, and, you got to have a long one to get in there because you can't get your hand in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking of the older ones where you can just sit the ratchet there and keep going, you know what I mean?
Oh, shit, you want to go far back, man? Go back to the 70s where you could sit with your legs inside the engine compartment. You're fucking pulling shit out.
Roll a chair up in there, still have plenty of room on the sides, Regular old friggin' distributor and rotary button. And
I miss the old stuff, dude. I don't care what anybody says about the new shit. The old stuff was just better. I don't give a fuck.
Well, I mean, the old stuff's still running, man.
Yeah. Well,
you gotta have a degree and SAE certifications for half this crap. Just exactly the same thing you were talking about with John Deere.
Yep.
Now, I am fortunate in the fact that mine is the small John Deere tractor. I mean, I just got it for just, small stuff.
Yeah, you have to deal with my God damn it, combine.
yeah. Combine is completely different. That's all computer generated.
Yep.
Like, I went and got my heavy equipment certification, right? And they have like a fungifuge and like a D6 bulldozer.
Dude,
like
I heard that getting your
blade.
certification these days is such a pain in the ass compared to how it used to be.
What's that?
Getting your heavy equipment certification these days.
Nah, it wasn't bad. I mean,
I heard it was way worse. I heard you had to do a bunch of fucking paper test bullshit. And
you do have to do a lot of tests. But really and truly, they prepare you for it. Like, you have it's like a 4 months, classes.
Dude, I remember they used to stick you on the bitch, fucking tell you what to do, make sure you could do it right, tell you what not to do. Then they'd test you on it where nobody's instructing you, and then bam, you were fucking done.
Yeah. See, I kind of got not to stroke my own ego here, but I got like told like the very first day, like, yeah, you're gonna be like a lock, and it was only because when if you think about how a backhoe is, and granted, I didn't get certified on backhoes, even though it's the same thing. And I have a backhoe on my tractor, so that's how and why I knew. But you think about like your arm joint.
Yeah,
that's all it is, right?
Yeah, that's it.
So once you realize that, it's easy, Yeah. But what they want you to do is they want you to reach out and like take the bucket, the fingers is going to be the teeth, and like comb the ground.
Yep.
So that's a 2 movement. You're coming up plus here at the same time while keeping the bucket stable. Because if you just put it in and then dig, it's going to dig like steadily down. Yeah, steadily down the whole time. So they're trying to get you to learn that motion at the time. And if the moment you learn that, like you're a lock. You know what I mean? You're automatic.
We used to call it caressing. They tell you to just caress it.
Yep. The one thing I couldn't do now, and it's only because I don't have a thumb on mine, was
my thumb works fine.
Well, on my hoe, you know what I mean? The old dirty hoe, as they called it. I'm not good at the thumb yet. But, with more practice, I'm like I said, I'm pretty savvy.
I remember when it was a fucking lever. So, back in my day, the seat used to swivel around, and we had a different set of levers behind where the seat was to run the back end. And that was, it was basically the same setup, and it was easy peasy. So you could literally 180 the seat, and you're at the backhoe instead of the front bucket. That shit was awesome.
See, mine is a detachable backhoe. on
Yeah,
my
no,
tractor?
this is for the detachables. That's what I'm talking about. So
Is it really?
Yeah, they were the old farm tractors. They had the front bucket, right, your steer, and then you had your backhoe. And the seat on it, the chair that you sat in to operate the whole thing, there was a lever underneath it. You
Just
could yank
swivel.
that lever and then pull it to the side, and it was all hydraulic, or not? Was it hydraulic? I think it was hydraulic. Yeah, it was hydraulically actuated. The whole seat would turn. You put the lever back down, it would lock into place, and the controls would switch from the front to the back.
That's cool.
They were fucking awesome, dude.
See,
It wasn't new
my
tech. That was
controls-
old analog tech.
My controls are separate. Don't get me wrong. For my backhoe, but it's just, you know, it's obviously a 2-4 function on each side, but
Right.
you have the seat is actually 2 different seats. So I have a seat facing the front and then a seat right behind it facing the back. So,
Yeah, fuck all that.
yeah, it's kind of cumbersome. You have to literally get down off every
Nah,
single
fuck all
time.
that.
And I'm like, well, when you're supposed to be doing this, I mean, you're supposed to be able to drag, you know what I mean? If you need to use the dipper and the bucket to pull you forward a little bit or push you backwards.
You could still do that with the ones I'm talking about. Like I said, the controls were all the same. They just
Yeah,
switched
on
the
yours.
controls to the other side. Yeah.
On mine, see, you couldn't because, see, there's a kill switch when you get up off the seat. You know what I mean?
Well, that's
or-
what the lever did. It killed the controls in the front and swapped them to the other side.
Okay. So that's... Okay.
It didn't just move the seat. It was a 2-part thing. It killed what the levers in the front did, and it
Yeah,
turned
but see,
on what the
technically,
levers in the
you're
back
still
did.
on that seat.
Yeah, no, I never had to get off. I just literally, I
See-
pulled that lever, I yanked it to I think it was the left underneath me, and the whole seat would turn, and then I'd pull it back, latch it back down, and I was using the other controls, and it still operated everything.
See, mine was cumbersome. Mine's cumbersome. You have to set the parking brake. You have to put it in neutral. So you're relying on your parking brake the whole time. Now, I guess you could technically leave it if you're on level ground. I guess you could leave the parking brake off and do it. But they call them outriggers. You know, they're outriggers. They're not stabilizer. I mean, they're just kind of like stabilizer feet.
Yeah.
They're not actually for standing and sitting up like you see a big one.
Yeah.
On my little machine anyway. I wish I had an actual like a Mini X or something like that.
Right.
But I mean, that's $100,000 I don't have, you know. So, you know, I'll get by on my little $25,000 John Deere. And but it's not bad. Don't get me wrong. It's not bad. I could have done worse. And it's a new version. It's like a 2019. So it's but the bucket's too small.
The
as far as
tractor
the
I'm
front
talking
bucket.
about, that thing was older than I was. And
Right.
I inherited it from grandma's husband, and God knows when the fuck he bought it. And yeah, that thing was just amazing, dude. It just worked.
Right.
The only
See,
time
down
something
here
went
in
wrong on
Alabama,
it is
no
when
one
you need to replace
inherits
a hose.
anything.
Well, I don't have that
Nope.
tractor anymore. We live in this shitty little apartment while she's working fucking welding. And I don't got nothing no more, you know. All of it gotten rid of because there's no point in keeping it. It was just going to rot and go to shit.
Right.
So I got rid of all that, dude.
Dude, I keep mine up under the back porch. And the HOA, but they gripe and fuss and complain. We get letters like crazy. So I just ignore them. One year they were griping about the trampoline and the swing set, and my wife told them, she was like, when y'all want to pay our mortgage, you know, and it's a hefty mortgage. It's not no slouch. I mean, we do pretty okay. Then you can come pay the mortgage and you can dictate whether we have a basketball goal, a trampoline, and a swing set. We have children and we're going to, you know, whatever.
Yep.
I mean, you got to be low to complain about a basketball goal, a trampoline, and a swing set.
You got to remember, man, a lot of HOHs will bitch if your fucking grass is just 1/10 of an inch higher than regulation. So
Yeah, absolutely. And they do, you know, they have their share of that. But I mean, like I said, as far as that goes, they're not that Yahtzee, as you know what I mean.
the day I
Not that
live in
bad.
an HOH will be the day I'm already fucking buried and somehow my property ended up in someone else's hands.
Right. I heard that. I mean, it's not the end of the world.
You know, the fuck
But
ever.
it's not great either. You know what I mean? It's not great either.
I'm old fashioned. Ain't nobody's telling me what I'm doing with my property.
Well, that's like I said. That's why I got the lake property. And you know, I told you my middle son graduates next year. My daughter is 11, so she's got about 7 more years. And she's friggin' honors everything: honors math, science, or English, everything, and still makes straight A's. How, I don't know. She definitely didn't come from me.
I was the same way in school. My parents weren't the brightest. Fucking both of them dropped out of high school, but my ass had fucking straight A's and I finished early. And it wasn't because I was smart. It's because I hated fucking school, and I was smart enough to know from my grandmother that the fastest way to get out of something is to get it done as quickly as possible.
Get it finished. Yep. Get it finished and get it over with. That's right.
Yep. And back then, though, that's the difference between now and then, though. Back then, you were allowed to work as head as you wanted in your textbook, and you could retake placement tests for grades. So that's how I skipped grades. But these days, that's not really a thing anymore from what most people tell me, which is bullshit, by the way.
It was for me to a degree. 1 year I got held back, and it was because I started smoking weed.
Yeah, geez, it's almost like smoking pot, you know, kind of reduces the thought capacity, the reaction capacity, and so on and so forth. It's almost like there's studies on that.
You would think.
Yeah, you'd think.
I don't think that it was the weed, if I'm being honest.
Of course it was.
I really don't.
No,
I think it was, I found my
it was vitamin W
in girls.
Yes.
That was what it was. It was the girls.
Yeah, here's the thing about that. I had fresh punani on tap, and it never stopped me from getting straight A's, so you can shove that up your
Okay,
ass.
so I can't use that. Okay, well, I did excellent on classwork. I did excellent on tests. I did 0 on homework. I did 0 on studying.
I hate to tell you, man, but I read the books and took placement tests, so homework didn't exist for me.
Yeah. Different. Well, you know, like you said, you know, you're a little bit older than me, so that generational
Back in my day,
gap
we were still shooting 22s in gym, so.
Oh yeah, pulling up for high school with the gun rack and the 270.
Oh shit! I used to keep my hunting rifle in the fucking locker, man. What are you talking about?
Oh, did you really?
Hell yeah! Right after fucking school, we'd go out and fucking hit some ducks or go out hunting for deer, depending on the season, coyote, whatever.
See, Columbine happened when I was in like 8th grade.
Yeah.
And man, everything changed right then. Bam.
Oh, it didn't change for us until about 8 years after that, but we were pretty deep in the sticks, so you know.
Okay.
They didn't really give two fucking shits.
I don't know. It's weird because we're like, my city is like one of the top 100 places to live in the United States.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. There's banners.
100 places to live in the. You must be near the power plant. There's that city that ain't too far. I think it's like 2 hours from that big ass power plant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't, like I said, I don't know how, but there's pennants on all of the flag poles, or not the flag poles, the power poles and the light poles, talking about it. It's called Alabaster. I mean, it's no big deal, but it's one of the, or at least was, whatever year that it won it, whatever. So it's definitely come up. There was a city called Hoover and Mountain Brook. Actually, the chick Courtney Cox. Oh, you know Hoover?
I know Hoover.
Okay. Hoover's literally like 15 minutes north of me. Okay. So it's almost like Hoover's like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes tops below Birmingham.
Yeah.
And then from Hoover to me is probably another 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yep.
So there's Hoover, then Pelham, and then Alabaster. I'm in Alabaster. Well, for years and years and years, Pelham ignored Alabaster and always competed with Hoover because Hoover was the whatever. Mountain Brook was like your rich population. That's where Courtney Cox from Friends, that's where she grew up.
Yeah.
Well, then, like, because Pelham had, and my wife was actually from Pelham, because Pelham had ignored Alabaster for all these years. Now, Nick Saban for the Alabama football team. Obviously, he's not the coach anymore. When he was recruiting, he did all of it at Thompson, which is where in Alabaster, where we're from, because we built this big super school that basically they almost called a university. But it's kind of like seceding, as in like they pulled out of the county and developed their own like city school system,
Right.
which was almost unheard of, unless, you know, depending on how much money you got. We didn't have money necessarily. We just chose and voted to raise the tax 1 penny on everything.
Community choice.
Yeah, community choice. But it was a huge benefit. I mean, for everybody. Next thing you know, the value of the city goes up, the value of all the homes goes up. Just everything went up.
Mm-hmm.
So we got, our house was like a $250,000 house at the time. Has basically doubled. Almost, not quite. Just property value. You would think, hey, you did good. You made $200,000. Not really, because everything else has went up too. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if we were to sell and you know, move somewhere else, everything that we would make, we would lose in that. So, I mean, catch 22. But so that's why we bought the lake property, and we're actually building ourselves. Obviously, I'm in construction, so I can build. So I'm building it myself. I'm going to save a ton of money just building it myself, and
Yep.
I'll have certain aspects of it that I'll have to farm out because I'm only one person.
Yep.
But that being said, I'm not losing all of that extra money and trying to build the house that way.
Right.
But Pelham, because they were ignoring Alabaster for all these years and focused on Hoover like literally become the new Pelham, and Pelham become the new Alabaster, and Alabaster become the new Hoover. So Alabaster basically jumped over Pelham and competed with Hoover, and then kind of blew Hoover out of the water. So I don't know how, because Hoover had like, you know, state championship football teams for years. Well, now that's Alabaster nowadays, you know.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's crazy how everything goes. They ignored their rival, so to speak, and their rival outdid them. But because of that, like I said, all the property values went up, and there's good and bad from it. But I had a rental house. My second house was a modest, very, very modest, and it was a deal, man. It was like $92,000.
It is a deal.
96 after financing. Like it was like $4,000 or $5,000 financing. Dude, on $92,000, it was a 2,800 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2-bath on like a 3/4 acre lot, 2-car garage. Like, I mean, $700 a month for mortgage, you know, you're talking. I'm like, heck yeah. I rented it out for like actually it was like $780 because it was a friend of mine. So I wasn't trying to make much. Oh yeah, sorry, my wife. Like friggin', you know, $780 a month's what I'm renting it at, and he's late on the rent and stuff like that. So I ended up, you know, saying, heck with this. I don't want to be the landlord guy, you know. And I probably should have kept it, because now I could have made so much money off of it, you know,
Oh, yeah.
had I held it. But I sold it for like $130, $125, $130. And yeah, I made, well, actually it was a little more than that. So I ended up making about $38,000 on it. But like after that tenant moved out, I had to work for like a month and a half remodeling it. And his dog like ate sheetrock. Like, and I know that sounds crazy. Well, how and why does a dog eat sheetrock? He ate the sheetrock all the way up the stairs from like 4 foot down. Like it was gone. So just destroyed it. So I had a bunch of stuff to replace, as far as that goes. So I got out of it, and I should have kept it. I could have made a ton of money. I could have easily doubled my money. But nowadays, you look at it, finding that kind of house nowadays, you're talking a $1,600 mortgage.
Yep.
So young people, this is literally what I was talking with Stillborn. But in Teriak's chat before I started my stream, like they're kind of cooked. There's not much they can do about it.
Dude,
The only reason I'm in the position I'm in is because we were in this position before it all happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I remember when mortgages were around $300-$400 a month.
Oh gosh, dude.
Not anymore, man.
No. See, and that was the state of the house that I had bought for $92,000. That's what it was for her because her husband was a GI, and he got it on the GI bill, and it was only like $270 something a month.
Yeah.
But it was, like I said, and now granted it was a 70s model house, but I do construction, so I know how to hook it up. You know what I mean? So
Well,
that's how
Here's the other thing too that I tell people is even though it's so expensive now, it is still cheaper to get a mortgage on a place than it is to rent that exact same place. You're going to pay double to triple of what you would in mortgage.
Yep.
I tell kids that stuff all the time. Stop renting a house.
Yep.
Save the money, get a down payment, get a mortgage. Yes, it's a high mortgage, but it's going to be cheaper than your fucking rent for the same size place.
They're right now in Pelham, next to the amphitheater. They're renting out 2-bedroom apartments for $1,600 a month.
Yeah.
I have a 3,200 square foot house that I live in. 4 bedrooms, 5 if you count this room that I'm in right here. It has its own bathroom, like its own closet. Like it's the basement room, but it's basically 5 bedrooms for less than $1,200. I mean, it's right at $1,300. I mean, and this is a full house. You know what I mean? That I'm owning, and these people are paying $1,600 a month just to rent. It's insane. It's almost not fair. Like I hate to even say that because I mean, what do they do? And you look at the rates nowadays. The rates are, they're astronomical.
Yeah, they are.
Car rates, house rates, credit card. Like we just read.
Dude, a vehicle now is 3 times the down payment on a fucking 40-acre lot. You fucking with me, man? Come on.
And trying to find a 40-acre anything anymore is almost impossible unless you're
not in the small states. You can do it out in Texas and fucking
I was gonna say unless you're out in the what they call flyover country, which obviously I am out here in Alabama, but even out here, like you have.
Oh, out there it's near impossible. They bought up so many of the big farms and fucking ranches that used to exist out there, dude. I remember going through there in 2008, driving through there. I remember driving through Missouri around the same time, a lot of the other states, and they looked so good. And then it was 10 years later. Yeah, I went back through the same fucking places, and I'm like, where the fuck did the ranches and farms go? And where the fuck did all these goddamn cookie cutter houses come from?
You know what happened? You remember the housing bubble, right?
Yeah, that's what it was. It was the fucking housing
bubble. That's exactly what it was.
They were buying up a bunch of fucking properties. They were building all these houses. And here's the dumb thing about it is they remained empty until they started removing all the fucking refugees into them. Yep. Those bitches were empty for fucking ever.
Yep. And a lot of it, you see, or at least I do. I mean, I'm sure you might. There's all these ads all over the place for we will buy your house regardless.
Yep.
And people fall for it. Like, don't sell your place.
Oh, dude, they did so much dirty shit to farmers and crap. I had friends that were still fucking. Oh, sorry, hold on. I love you, darling. Stay safe, stay smart. Have a wonderful day at work for the time that you're at work. No hurting yourself. Remember, I love you, and no scritching your legs. All right, sweetheart.
Tell her to be safe.
I did. I said it fast, but it was in there. I promised. I tell her the exact same thing every day. I sound like a goddamn auctioneer when I do it. 13 seconds long. But that's usually because she's rushing out the door. Yeah, she says I take all those sentences and cram them down to less than 13 seconds long.
Right. I heard that. Well, I mean, it's one thing to, and I don't know, like how do you recover from it? There's some chatter. There's some chatter that Trump's going to fix some things, and he's going to undo the banking systems.
And then you take a match and you burn all those. This is what you do. You get rid of all those refugees, and then you take a match and you burn all those cookie cutters down, and then you doze it, and then you put the farm back. It's that easy.
Well, I'm more or less talking about the rates. I mean, we can move farms in other places. See, I don't have a problem with a lot of the cookie cutters, and here's why.
Not when you start running out of room, you can't. Have you seen what's been happening in fucking Missouri, dude? All those
in
large
certain
farms,
places, yes, but how many
completely gone?
How many states do we have that are just wide open?
Not many anymore.
We have a lot.
I mean, you still have Texas,
there's a lot
you still
more
have
than what we think.
Arizona, you still have New Mexico, you still have Oklahoma, but you don't want to live in Oklahoma.
With the population decrease that we have,
for us, but not enough of the entire population. You got to remember how many undocumented there are, dude. All the immigrants that are still here.
That's my point.
To get the fuck
That's
out of
my point.
When they leave, we'll have that, but while they're here,
that's my point right there.
But that was my point just a moment ago. but when you once you do that, okay, and you have all of these cookie cutters, some of those places are starters for some of these young people. No, because they're built like shit. Have you seen what's been happening to them in Arizona?
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, look up a guy named Sci-Fi, C-Y-F-Y. He's a housing inspector. Sci-Fi, C-Y-F-Y.
Oh, C-Y-F-Y. Okay.
Yes. He does housing inspections all over Arizona. He does them in other states. He teaches other building inspectors. These cookie cutters have been collapsing for the last 5 years all over the country.
Okay, yeah. Got it. Okay, I'm subscribing. That way I'll remember and I'll see it. Okay, here's the thing. As someone in construction, and this may jog something in your mind, probably will. People don't realize that as people age out, as they retire, as they die, as they, like I did, move into some other field or some other trade, for every 50 that do that, 7 are taking their place.
Yep.
7.
Well, look what happened to die casting. Name me one person who can make me a custom die cast who's United States made outside of Alabama and Kentucky. Name one. Find me one fucking company that does it here.
If you're saying outside of Alabama and Kentucky, I don't know that I can. I don't know
because
that I can.
know those are the only 2 places left to do it.
And see, Kentucky, I mean, there you
Alabama
go.
just started doing it again. They didn't start doing it again until 2 years ago. They had completely stopped.
Yep. And see, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of lost, like root cellars, canning food.
Oh, that's not lost on me. I can tell you to can anything.
No. I don't mean on individuals. I mean on the mass. Like kind of like saying people are stupid. Wait a minute, I'm not stupid. No, you're not stupid. A person can be smart, but people are stupid.
Yes, they are.
You know, and it's not an insult. It's the same thing I was talking about with the ladies that you know, this and the big puffy lips that look like bass fish.
Yeah. Like, yeah, don't insult bass fish. They look so much sexier.
I know it, right? I know. Yeah, I know. You know. But they don't understand. Like, you should be you. There's you know, there's something magical, and I know magical's corny, but beautiful about an individual.
Yes.
You know, we're all made specifically by God. And I don't care what anybody says. We're all made specifically by God. And all these people want to change that. Like, I get it. I'm self-conscious about things. We all are. Every single one of us are. That's why they do these things. That's why a man goes to the gym or shaves his beard a certain way. That's why we do things, because we're self-conscious.
That you're currently calling a beard because you had to shave it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I've actually been keeping the sides trimmed and just letting this thing grow here a little bit.
Yeah, trying to look good at work and for the wife. I know. I don't do that shit no more.
Yeah. But, you know.
I got that caveman beard going.
I was going to say, you got that long one, don't you?
Yeah, down my belly button. But as I just told Chris, I'm going to have to get it trimmed because it got, so we had the weirdest weather for this state here. It went humid, dry, and day after day after day. So what happened was I was doing my normal regimen, and it wasn't keeping it moist enough, and it ended up splitting about halfway up each hair. So I'm gonna have to get it cut about halfway up my chest now, and I'm not happy about it.
Yeah. I actually almost had the Lestrange thing going there for a minute.
Oh, I can already
my
do
wife, well, I trimmed mine because
Mine
my
are going
wife
to be
was like,
about
I
4
cannot
inches
take
longer
that.
than his, but yeah.
She said, that reminds me of a purple-haired lesbian. I said, wait a minute, what?
How?
Number one, well, exactly. I said, number one, she's like, no, not lesbians, but the kind of men that would be around purple-haired lesbians. And I'm like, okay, why would you say that? Because there's one person that she knows that is one of those purple-haired lesbians who has a friend who does that. So because this one anecdotal example, I can't curl my mustache up, you know.
Yeah, let's pretend like that makes sense.
Exactly. Thank you.
Especially since it was primarily an 1800s and 1700s style, you know.
Exactly.
But yeah, whatever. Or not 17.
Exactly.
Yeah, 18 and 17. That's right. And it carried on into the early 1900s and then died the fuck off.
It definitely died off. You see a little bit nowadays in like firefighters.
Oh, people are bringing it back, man.
People are bringing it back.
Ever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
People
very heavy. Especially at cigar bars and whatnot. Oh, you see it everywhere.
Yeah. But you know, it's one of those. I was like, wait a minute, because you have one anecdotal experience, that doesn't negate, you know, all of the
everything.
When I see it, I think like macho dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Macho Man Randy Savage.
I think friggin' like manly man. You know, guy's man, a man's man. I don't think liberal purple-haired lesbian's friend. Yeah. You know,
you're going back to the Wild West talking about fucking boys like Wyatt Earp, man. You can't make fun of that.
Oh heck no, man. Speaking of, Doc Holliday was.
Yes, he was. You know, he loved his mustache. He loved his mustache.
Heck yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. But
he had a big
for
one.
whatever reason, like
Wyatt
technologies,
and, a few of the other guys.
Virgil and.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Now I can't even remember the third Earp.
There was a couple of Marshalls that were famous for doing it too. They had the big old gnarly fucking curling bars.
I never could pull off the big handlebar connecting. I have a little spot right here where it won't connect. Like it'll grow down past it, but if I lift it up, you can see their skin, like baby fine skin right there.
Here's me. I got a weird one though, right? So my mustache will connect on both sides, right? But my middle, the middle of my mustache is bald. Always been that way.
Here?
Yep. Right there. Nothing there.
Really?
Nothing there at all. Not a damn thing. Not even a little bit of fuzz. Never connected.
Well, my whole face is just a little bit of fuzz, you know.
Well, the thing was,
one of these days I'll go through puberty.
My grandfather was the same way, and I ended up finding out that it's a bohemian trait. So it's, you know, it just stays on that whole freaking side. Everybody's like that has that heritage. And I was like, oh, all right, well, that's a thing.
Well,
we were the opposite of Hitler, right?
Yeah. Mine is because of the Native American. Even though I'm pale as all get out, my great grandmother was full-blooded Cherokee. So.
Oh, you want to talk about pale, man? I still make the joke that Bleach asks for my formula.
Oh, dang it, man! More than me?
Oh, I don't tan. I mean, and that's not a joke. I do not tan. Period. No matter what I do, I do not change color. I stay pasty white and I burn, and that's it. Even when I was in the military, I had to stay constantly covered. I was using anything I could to not burn.
Which now I'm learning. See, my mom and my grandma both have lupus.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure that I am getting it. I'm gonna check this out. Like right here and right here.
Yep.
These spots, they're from lupus, because I put lotion on them every day. Like, and I'll get to work and I'll be doing my thing. And granted, I wear those Milwaukee cut gloves or whatever, but I'll go to rub and there's dry skin on my glove. And I'm like, what in the heck, man? And it's the same thing. It's just lupus. Like, there's nothing I can really do about it. And
well, I have those same marks minus the pink, and mine's just from age. We call them droopy eggs.
Okay. Yeah. It's part of it, you know. There's nothing wrong with. They say it's distinguished, right? So,
yep, that's exactly it.
Know.
I'm
I'll
not
take
wrinkly like I should be though. Like my wife is still pissed off because the hair on my head doesn't have a silver hair or in it at all. My beard, on the other hand,
my wife is the exact same because she's she's the Italian. I've told you.
Yep.
So and she's got all brown hair, but right here she's got like
but my wife's the same thing. She's
gray
got
in her part.
She's got that brunette brown hair with the streak with the red in it, just a little bit of red, and she's got this rogue streak going through. But I don't have a single fucking white or silver hair on my head. My beard, it's got it's got pepper in it, but it's primarily still fucking red as shit, which is weird because I'm not a redhead. It's just my beard that's that way.
Mine's the same way. You can't really tell until I get close, but yeah, mine's mainly all blonde. You're not gonna find a gray hair on me. It's my uncle and my family. Once they go and start turning, it's in their 60s, and then they instantly just go white. You know what I mean? So
that's pretty much for us too. Like I don't have any gray ones yet, but I have silver ones. The metallic color where it's still got color in it. It's not that white see-through yet. I got some of those, but I don't have a single real white gray hair to me whatsoever. Not a one.
Right.
And it pisses her off, man. She gets irate over it.
Yeah.
And whenever she starts fucking with me too, I'll reach over to pet her head and I'll be like, "Hey, what's this?" Especially when she starts calling me old man, she thinks it's funny to pick at me that way, and I'll just grab a little bit of that hair and pull it in front of her face and be like, "Yeah, old man, huh?"
Yep. Where's mine? I didn't get any.
Yep.
Surely, if I was that old, I would have some. Which I kind of knew it. Like my hairline, I'm losing a little bit right here on the left side.
My hairline hadn't moved an inch yet.
Not hasn't moved at all.
Yep.
The hairlines in my family are pretty good. Now my dad's side, I'll be honest, he's got like a Dracula thing going on. Yep. But he's so tan, man. You would think he was like Mexican, or Native American. Because him and his side are all dark and tan like that. And it's weird because they're German and Cherokee. That's the full-blooded Cherokee on one side, and then believe it or not, I have German, Irish, Dutch, and full-blooded Cherokee on the other side. So it's a weird Heinz 57. You know what I mean? Kind of a little mixture going on, but.
Well, my family kept telling me we had all this other weird shit in us, dude. Like, you fucking name it, man. And I got sick of it. I finally went down and I had the DNA test done. And literally, this is what we had in us. We had Bohemian, which is a mix of Irish and Scandinavian.
Okay, so that's probably like me, yeah.
Because what happened was back then, the Irish actually immigrated from Ireland during the 13 tribes, the Vikings and all that shit. They went through Italy. They were working for the king at the time, the king of Italy. They were supposed to be granted a territory. He fucked them out of that territory, and then they moved into what eventually became Bohemia. So that's what Bohemians were. Well, I'm Bohemian, German, right? And that's fucking it. There's nothing else there. It's Bohemian and German.
Okay.
And when I found that out, I was like, well, my family said I had this and I had that and I had this. And they said, this is your test right here. Your percentages are on the test.
Right.
And I was like, well, my family's lived here for some generations, though. And the dude actually broke it down. Like they had a little folder with the different histories of people that moved into the U.S. over time. And Bohemians primarily stuck to their own until the late 1960s. And I was like, shit, I didn't even know that.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that you mentioned that because, I mean, mine could be. I don't know. I just know it was some Irish and Dutch, like a mix, like a weird little.
Dutch is Scandinavian, buddy.
There you go. So that's probably what it is. That's probably exactly what it is.
Yeah. Dutch
mixed with
Scandinavian is German, Dutch, Swedish. Danish, a few other things. They're all technically Scandinavian.
Like my last name is not, but it should be technically Jaeger.
Yeah.
Like from the German. It's not, don't get me wrong. But and I always liked it, even though I always hated it. Because
hunter.
I had family that were Jaegers. And
that's what Jaeger means. It means hunter.
Oh, does it really?
Yes. It means hunter.
Okay, I didn't know that. Now, granted, it's the bastardized American version of Jaeger, where it's Yager, not
instead of
EA.
J. Well, the actual spelling for German Jaeger was Gager in English. In their language, it's different letters. But yes, it was Jaeger.
Yeah. But yeah, for whatever reason, we we don't tan well over here.
No,
So,
no. I don't tan. If you actually look at the geographic region that my family was from, dude, that place pretty much gets clouds and snow year round.
and I'm at the worst part, man, where I look like, this color in the summertime, and because I'm right here in humid Alabama, it's so humid. Obviously, you've been through here. It's
I hate humidity. That's why I don't live there.
Pretty much wear the humidity and put it in a soup bowl, if you wanted to.
This might jog your memory and explain a little things. You got to remember, my grandmother was from Missouri and her husband was from Alabama. That's where I got the accent from. Because I was primarily raised traveling the country with her when she was doing mining. And she went, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Oregon, Washington, fucking parts of Texas, all over the place mining. But the primarily place we spent was in Arizona. So this accent did not come from there, as you can tell.
That's good old dry heat, right?
Oh, I love dry heat. Dry heat ain't a problem for me, but humidity I can't stand.
Man, the humid heat is, dude. When I was doing heating and air, I would be in these attics, okay, and they would give you a little thermometer, thermostat, whatever, that would tell you once it got too much. Now this is back in the 2008, what I mean? So before the housing bubble crisis dropped, and man, I would be in there, and like a normal day, it would be like 120, 130. The hottest days, it's 160 in the attic.
Yeah.
And you can't work in there but like 15, 20 minutes, and then you got to go out. We would put like a squirrel cage, like out of the actual air conditioner. You take it out, straight wire it, put it on a stand and tilt it up. That way it's blowing the cool air from the basement up toward where you're working at.
And towards the hot air to get rid of it.
And all it would do was blow around the hot air. Yeah, exactly. So now you got hot air like all in your face. And there was no way to do it, so you'd have to get down.
Yep.
And one day I come up and I just collapsed. And I was drinking like
heat stroke.
The container Gatorade powdered.
Oh man.
Oh gosh, water cooler, package of that, shake it up, and all day long, that and water. I'd do one Gatorade, then a water. Gatorade, then a water. By the time I got off work, man, I got so sick. I mean, literally got sick.
Yep.
And then passed out in the attic when I was sitting
all
there.
That fucking salt, man.
Yep. I do not miss it.
It's just like I used to tell the guys, you don't drink Gatorade throughout the day. You drink water throughout the day. You drink a Gatorade on your way home and you'll be fine.
Yep. Too much. Oof.
And just like in the Army, believe it or not, we were given Powerade for either breakfast or lunch. You could have it during one of the two times, but you only had it the one time.
Right.
You got one or the other, not both.
Yeah.
The rest of the day, it was always water. And when you're talking liters of water, man, like if you put that into gallons, we were drinking fucking 2 gallons every hour. So, yeah, we powered through water in the Army, buddy. Right. And that was during training. And you tell people these days you don't drink enough fucking water, and they look at you like you're nuts until you explain to them how much water you're actually supposed to be drinking. And they're like, oh, wow,
I remember when I was a kid, they always said you need to drink 64 ounces a day. And
minimum.
Yeah, that's the minimum.
Yeah.
That's like 8-ounce glasses.
Yes.
At least.
That's the minimum. And that's not even with heavy activity. That's just the bare minimum.
Yeah.
What I used to tell people is if your pee is as yellow as a banana, not dark,
you're dehydrated.
But as yellow as a banana, you're dehydrated. Yep. If it's darker than the color of a banana, you are severely dehydrated.
Yep.
It should come out near clear.
And you know what? We had, if you've ever smashed your finger with a hammer or had any kind of workman's comp claim whatsoever.
Not
Especially in
with a hammer. I had
construction.
a workman's comp claim. It had nothing to do with a fucking hammer.
All right.
Back in my day, we hit ourselves with a hammer and we said, "Fuck, that hurt." Put a Band-Aid on it, went right back to it.
Oh no, I just mean like it exploded like a tomato. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I know what you mean. Pop the fucking
And-
nail off, blood everywhere, the whole nine. Yeah,
Man,
we
gone,
put tape
just-
or a Band-Aid on that, and we got right back to it.
right, but yeah, you wasn't not on a roof.
No, not on a fucking
Yeah,
roof. But
that's
we're
what I'm
talking,
saying. I'm up on a
framing,
roof,
laboring, hammering
putting
nails.
toe boards on and actually doing vents and stuff like that. But
I knew
either way,
guys that put nails straight in their ass. They'd yank the nail out with pliers, duct tape that bitch, and
oh,
go
I've
to the
done,
hospital after
I've done
work.
that. I've done
Yeah.
that. But it was through the web.
Oh yeah.
You know, it wasn't the actual hand; it was through the web. So I was
Yep.
fortunate.
Oh, I've seen
But,
guys. This is back before they started making the safeties on nail guns mandatory.
Yeah.
I'd seen guys
No,
fucking
no, no,
put
no.
nails straight through the fucking center of their hand. They're attached to the board, and we're just sitting there laughing at their ass.
Yep. Through their foot.
Yep.
They're
Those were
nailed to
summer
the
jobs
floor.
for me when I was a teenager too. You didn't have to be an adult to work construction back then, dude. 13
No.
was the minimum age.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Me
Busted
too.
ass, man.
I
Construction jobs
started
over
at
the summer
13.
were the way to make money.
Well, I started technically at 13. I started at 12, but technically my first job started at 13.
The dumb
Right.
kids worked at fast food places not making dick. The smart kids did construction and actually made something to get them through the summer.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody thought I had money, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
We're poor folks, you know. I just
Yep.
work. You know?
Yep.
I don't have money. What are you talking about? Well, you're buying this and you're buying that. I'm like, yeah, I am, not mom. You know,
Yep.
mom buys me the bare minimum to get by because you know we were poor. And
Yep.
we were really poor. We had like I come from one of those families that was literally 3 boys and 3 girls. You know, like an actual Brady Bunch.
Mine was a bit larger.
Minus
than
the dad. The dad left.
Oh, yeah.
Yours was the Partridge Family.
Well, technically speaking, there was 5. Now that being said, I was raised by my grandmother, and aunts and uncles. There was 8.
Right.
So
I
it was
understand that.
a little bit different, you know. And
Yeah.
when I was growing up, you know, 5 was actually kind of small for, you know, ranch life, and that's what my grandmother owned. She owned the ranch, but you got to remember that's not what she did for a living. Mining wasn't what she did for a living either. That was her hobby, dude. My grandmother worked in the aerospace industry. She worked for Hughes.
Okay.
They worked on the Apollo program as well. Some of her tubes ended up on the lander.
Dang it, man.
But yeah, no, she put in real work. She made good money, and then she retired. And then I was, you know, around when she was already retired and doing the what do you call it? Doing fucking mining as a hobby, and the ranch made money on the side, kind of thing, for while she was retired.
Right.
And that ranch was in one of the hottest deserts in the United States. It got 135 degrees every August.
Yeah, but it was dry, right?
You see 135 degrees dry, it's still 135 fucking degrees.
Still 135.
I hate to tell you, but that's only 9 degrees shorter than Death Valley, and that's their peak. That was 135 was our average every August.
Dude, man, I don't know. Like, I still think I would rather have a dry heat than a humid heat.
Oh, I'll take you out to Death Valley and change your mind real fast. You'll be missing that 80 degrees and 80% to 200% humidity. You experience 20 minutes of that shit.
Yeah, but like it's hardly ever 80 degrees here. It's generally if it's summertime.
Go just a little bit, you know, north. You know, you head over towards you know, Georgia and see how you like it out that way.
Georgia to me is not bad.
Georgia's hot as fucking freaking July, man. I don't know what you're on about. I went to basic training and spent most of my career on Fort Benning. You fuck Georgia.
Right. Have you ever been to Alabama in July?
I sure as fuck have. It's humid
And
as
it
shit.
was better than Georgia?
On average, no. Alabama
I was going to say, because
worse.
Alabama's so friggin' hot.
For me, Louisiana was the worst when it came to humidity.
So, I believe you're right. Louisiana, I think, has it the worst because they're down there in the, you know, the lower lands.
Yeah.
Where it's like right there and everything's wet and humid. But
Louisiana and
Alabama's
Mississippi were
freaking
two of the
hot,
worst
dude.
ones for humidity in me.
Don't get me wrong. I love Alabama. Just to be honest with you, I love the Bible Belt. I love the fact that the people in Alabama, from my experience, there are obviously exceptions to the rule everywhere you go. But the people in Alabama are so nice and friendly.
They are.
A lot of them love the Lord. And, I mean, when I was growing up, I was a little liberal moron. You know, I kind of modeled myself after this one guitarist, you know, guy who wasn't a leftist.
It was Slash.
Oh, it was Dimebag Darrell, actually, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, from Pantera. Yeah, I loved all the heavy metal music. No, to me, Slash was overrated. Okay, but
I knew so many dudes that fucking. They were younger than me, but I know so many dudes that had Slash as their fucking. They're like Slash.
No. No. If it was anybody, it would have been James Hetfield from Metallica, or Dimebag Darrell.
Remember, a lot of girls used to crush over that the lead singer. What was his name from Guns N' Roses?
Axl.
Axl. No,
Yeah.
wasn't he? Was he the lead singer?
Yeah.
They were
Axl
all
Rose.
over that shit. I always thought he was a twiggy little pansy-looking guy, you know.
So funny that you call him Twiggy. I always
music,
thought the
but-
same thing, man. I always thought the exact same
It
thing.
was, dude. I used to look at him and be like, dude, that little bastard blew over in the wind.
Not anymore. I mean, not anymore. Now he's
No.
like 220. I mean,
Yeah.
he's a thicker guy in his older age, but you know, I
Sure
guess
as
that's
fuck
what
wasn't
happens.
then.
Not
People
no.
were probably calling him
He
a
was-
beanpole when he
he
got
was
sick of it.
Twiggy. Twiggy is the perfect descriptor for him back then.
Yeah, hell
I
yeah.
always
he was
thought
twiggy.
the same thing. Like, there's nothing to this guy. But the same thing with a lot of guys back then, you know. I mean, heck, I was
Well, it's like I remember
that
so
way
many
when I was
bands.
40, really.
I remember so many bands back then that are the exact opposite of woke or Hollywood. That nowadays it's like, oh my God, what happened to you guys?
Yeah.
What the fuck happened, man?
Yeah.
Like,
The
I
music's
don't
dead.
I don't remember his name, but the dude who did Copperhead Road, dude. Like
Steve Earle.
yeah. He was something, man, and then he fucking woke his shit and it was like, dude, what in the
Steve Earle.
fuck? How do you do you did all these songs talking about your family, talking about your grandpa, the stuff they did, the stuff they had to deal with the government and every goddamn thing else, and you do this shit? Motherfucker.
Well, I mean, Rage Against the Machine. Look
Yeah.
at Rage Against the Machine. Perfect example. The whole
They
gimmick
became the
of the band is
propaganda of the
anti-government,
machine, man.
anti-propaganda,
Yep.
anti-this, anti-control, and then
Yep.
they come out and they're doing the left's bidding.
Yep.
You
Wholeheartedly.
know what I mean? Make it make sense.
It
You
drives
can't.
me nuts, man. It just did.
You can't. I mean, some of it
There were
you can
some people
understand
that
a
died
little bit.
heroes like Johnny Cash, and there was other ones that turned into the devil.
Well, it's kind of like that quote from the Batman movie.
Yeah.
You live long enough to turn into the villain, or you die the hero in the middle. You know, kind
Yep.
of deal. Whatever.
Well, Johnny
Man.
Cash lived long enough to be the villain and still
Johnny
died the
Cash
hero.
definitely was the. You know, he was the man.
Everybody
love
likes
me
to
some
bring
Johnny
up, Ring of Fire and Walk the Line, but those were my favorite songs. My favorite song from Johnny Cash was Ragged Old Flag.
This ragged old flag.
Yep.
We think a lot of this ragged old flag.
Yep.
Me myself, I like me some. Waylon, Merle.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you the same ones you like. I can already tell if you like Johnny Cash. Friggin' Willie, but Waylon.
Willie
There's
went
something
woke,
about
man.
Waylon.
That was,
Jerry
he was
Reed
always
even.
a hippie, but he went woke.
Who?
Willie.
Willie.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily know that he went woke.
Willie Nelson?
What-
Shit, yeah, he did.
I know he did. But what I think happened is everybody died and left.
Yeah.
And he was on his own. You know what I mean?
I mean, he was always a bit of a hippie, though, and like a
Oh, he's
real-
always a hippie.
real
He's always gonna be a
Nixon
hippie.
style
Yeah.
hippie. He was a
Yeah.
hippie, man. Hippie as
And-
hippie could be.
And he sang out of tune.
Oh yeah,
Not out of tune. Out of time. Excuse me.
At a time, yes.
At a time. Like he was
But
always
it became
like,
his
oh,
it became his own style.
It's his
though.
signature.
Everybody
Yeah,
loved
yeah.
it.
I loved it. Honeysuckle Rose.
Yeah,
I like all of the old stuff. Like if you asked me what
There's
kind
another
of
hero for you, Dio. Yeah, buddy.
man, come on, dude. I love me, dude. That's my guy.
Yeah.
That's my guy. Like people ask, like Sabbath, Dio or Ozzy. I love me some Ozzy. Don't get me wrong, but Dio is
Dio
the
is
guy.
better than fucking Ozzy. I don't give a shit what
Dio is the guy.
Yeah.
Like
I love Ozzy, dude.
Some
I do.
people, and
But
I do
Dio
too.
is better than Ozzy. And Ozzy went fucking. He did the opposite of woke near the end, man. He had enough of sharing shit. He was hanging out with his son, going shooting with him in the whole 9 fucking yards, man.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, Ozzy, you made me proud at the end, buddy. Thank you. Yeah. I was worried there for a solid 8 years.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff, you know, I thought, like Zakk Wylde. I love me some Zakk Wylde. I really do. But he's not Dimebag Darrell. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And just like he's not Dimebag Darrell, Ozzy, I know Ozzy did it first. I'm not trying to take away. What he did with Black Sabbath was amazing.
Yep.
I loved it. I really did. Even as a Christian, I still like it. A lot of people say, well, you know, you should. Well, I mean, if you look at
Ozzy
some of the
was
things
devout,
he was saying,
though, and even he said that during a lot of
that's my point right there.
Oh, yeah.
He wasn't. He even told the witches that were thinking that he's like, no, that's, you know what I mean? That's not what we're doing.
Yeah, it's a stage show. I'm playing a character up there.
Exactly. Alice Cooper, the same way. You know?
He cried when he fucking, oh, dude, that bird. I felt so bad for him, man. I felt so, everybody else was like, yeah, and I'm like, no, you don't understand, you little fucking idiots.
Yep. Everybody thought it was planned, and no, he thought it was fictitious.
It was supposed to be the fake head, and the bird had moved and slipped the fake head off, and yeah, dude, poor guy.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that, you know, went on. You know, like to me, it's hard to describe, but as a musician, music's dead. It's been dead for a long time. There's a remnant.
We got guys like Dan Bask and Colin McGinnis out there. I don't know if it's quite dead.
You told me that last time. There's a remnant. I'm not saying there's not a remnant.
It's trying to stay alive. It's still sparking.
But real music.
Well, you're not going to get any fucking. Oh, come on. His name. Not right now. Anomia work. Fuck. Come on. Oh, goddamn it, I can't remember the fucking name. You're not going to get any more rock and roll, you know. Rock and roll has no soul anymore. You're not going to get that.
No. And, you know, I bought all of this stuff behind me in this room because I, at one point in time,
Old Time Rock and Roll. That's the name of the song. I still can't remember the fucking goddamn dude's name. Bob Seger. There you go.
He went woke too.
Did he? You're fucking shitting me. God,
him, Mellencamp, friggin' Springsteen's always been woke.
Oh, Springsteen's always been woke. That's not
Neil Young's always been woke.
I never liked Springsteen. Everybody else did.
I've never liked anything Springsteen's ever done.
Like, not a fucking
thing.
Not
even gonna lie. Right there with you. But I liked Mellencamp. I liked Seeger. I mean, I still like Seeger. But
what was his name? Bret Hart or something Hart? He did fucking music way back in the day, dude. And it fucking
who?
I can't remember his name. It's something Hart. It was like Bret Hart or Barry Hart or some shit like that. He wasn't super well known. He was around the same fucking time as Seeger, and his shit was better. But he fucking went forgotten, dude. I used to have all of his fucking cassettes. And shit was way better. It was the same style of music, but way better.
Okay.
Wrote all of his own shit.
Or at least I don't think. Maybe I have. But I know, like, your Chuck Berry's, your friggin', you know, your... I'm going to be honest, Nuge, I'm a Nugent fan. Like,
no, Nugent's the shit.
Man, you're not going to get no strangleholds anymore, you know? That's not going to happen. No. And, I mean, I'm sorry, to this day, that's still, like, one of the best. I can pick up a guitar and play Stranglehold Lick for hours. Just because it's that good. Like, it's that good.
It's the same thing that happened with country music. I mean, look at the old songs like Old Red and shit. You take that same country singer and you look at the stuff he's singing nowadays, and it's like, dude, what happened to you? It's not bad stuff. It just doesn't have the soul in it anymore. It's not fucking there.
Well, no, A lot of it, I'm going to say, is bad stuff. But at the same time, it's because I know they're not writing it to be that way. Okay, now Jamie Johnson, I'll say this. I don't know if you know who Jamie Johnson is.
Yeah.
That's the exception to when I say music is dead.
I got another exception for you, and people will disagree with me because everybody says in live he sucks, but I disagree on that too. Aaron Lewis.
Oh no, Aaron Lewis is great.
Yep.
Aaron Lewis is great. I'll give you. I'm 100% agreement with you. All right, I'll put it to you this way. When I go to work, and I do Pandora, I'll put it on friggin' David Allen Coe radio. Okay. And there's so many cool things that come out on it. And because there's a couple of racist David Allen Coe songs, a lot of people think that David Allen Coe is racist. Can you tell me one thing? If David Allen Coe was racist, how would he have a black bassist in his band?
Yeah, tell me the same thing when I have a black daughter.
And there you go. How can you say these things when they're
and my wife is Mexican.
Anecdotal.
My wife is half Mexican. She's white as shit, but she's half Mexican. Yet I still get called a racist.
Right. Well, my obviously I've told you my wife is Italian, and back I don't know. I know but some of you that don't, especially these people on Kick, you may or may not know, back in the day, Italians were treated very, very poorly. They were definitely not classified as white.
Let me put it this way. There's a noise a tire makes when it goes flat, and it goes whop, 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 and that used to be another term.
Oh, see, there you go.
Don't care for.
There you go, right there. Okay, so I have this little joke about my half pasty, half wop children. So, but they know that they're extremely pasty. Daddy loves them, and that it's all a joke. But see, they used to get treated poorly. The Irish was made slaves and treated poorly. So I mean, every class of people has been treated like crap at some point in time. You know what I mean?
Throughout history, not just recent, but long before.
Exactly. And I made this video about, it's on my channel, about Andrew Wilson. I'll read it. It says, Andrew Wilson destroys black Hebrew Israelites on what prophet is and what a prophet isn't. And all the comments, every bit of the comments, are black people basically telling me that I'm a sub-race, subhuman, I'm not going to heaven, that black people were the original people of the earth, when that is the biggest crock of crap I've ever heard. You
can actually prove that chronologically. Okay, so we have scientific evidence putting religion completely aside that not only disproves that, but completely disproves it and shoves it in the goddamn trash can. It's already been proven genetically. It's already been proven chronologically. And we have history going back ages documenting it. They're full of shit.
Of course. Of course. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's friggin' white Europeans, because it's not. No, you know what it is? We were all one race of people.
We had white folks going back forever. We had black folks going back forever. It's no different than you have cats,
only to the Tower of Babel, though.
Yeah, well.
Because if you look at it, before the Tower of Babel, the entire population was reset. Okay? And it comes down to 1 of 3 men is your daddy. And 1 of 3 women is your mama.
Check this out, though. So you have cats, right? Well, what's a cat?
A kind. Okay, yeah, a feline.
Right, a cat's a feline, right? But tell me, what's a mountain lion? Can you tell me what a mountain lion is?
A feline.
Okay, well, what's a house cat?
A feline.
But what's a bobcat?
I'm gonna keep saying the same thing.
But do you get my point? They are the same thing. They're different races
different
of
kinds.
the same thing. It's no
well,
different.
I wouldn't say they're different races. I would say they're different kinds.
If you were to quantify them in human terms and you were to treat them as humans,
I would say races in that. Yeah.
That's my
point.
But
see, that's a man-made term.
It is. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just making the comparison that it's literally It literally, in societal terms, it's the same fucking thing. It would be
But
humans,
are they different
humans,
races,
humans,
though?
humans.
But are they different races, though?
I can go deeper with it. I can say a tabby.
You know what I mean?
What about a tabby and a calico?
I hate to do it. Give me 1 second. Give me 1
take
second.
your time. While he's doing that, I'm going to check this real quick, and hopefully it doesn't drop me. Oh, no, there he is. Phil, your camera flicked back on. Didn't know if it was intentional, buddy, but I thought I'd let you know.
Yeah, sorry, brother.
Nothing to be sorry for.
My son's doing his starter.
Take it out. Make sure you unplug it. Run it through the tester. Put the new one in, plug first, then screws and bolts.
Wow. Okay. Sorry about that.
No, you're not to be sorry about.
He just swapped out the starter, and he was like, "Do you know if torque spec's important?" I'm like,
Yes,
yeah, but it's yeah. Why? Because I just put this on, and the starter's not doing anything at all. It's not starting. It's not turning over. I'm like, well,
Did
no,
you
it's
plug
not
it
gonna.
in?
Yeah, he did. I said, well, then you probably got a bad starter then, because if I know advanced.
Take it there and have it
auto parts
tested.
around here. That's what I told him. I know advanced auto parts. You have to order like 3 or 4 different starters before you get a good one. Anything electrical at advanced around here is
any
is
part
not very good.
I get, I tell them, I pull it out of the box right in front of them, and I look at it, and if it's freaking electrical like a starter, I say test it before I leave the store. Test it. I'm not coming back 3 or 4 times. You fucking test it.
Friggin'. So I guess he was like, well, Mom just left with the extension.
Wait,
I said, well,
hold on, wait. Before you told him to take it back, did you tell him to check the battery?
No, I did. I told him. I said, first thing I said was, is the battery hooked up?
Yep.
And he said, yeah. I said, well, I'll tell you what.
Did you clean the connection so it's not gunked up and not making a proper connection?
Yeah. Go ahead and unhook the battery. Go ahead and unhook the starter connections, not the starter itself, just the electrical connection and all that. And then check and make sure all the connections are good. Hook it all back up. And then try again.
Let
Maybe
the
you
battery
did something
sit
wrong.
unplugged for at least a half hour so the harness can reset. Check your fuses.
Okay, a fuse could have something to do with it too, couldn't it?
Yes. Gotta check your fuses.
It's a trip. They make these things. He's got like a 2009 Camry, something like that. 2008.
If that fuse is popped, that alternator won't get the power to start up to begin with.
Yeah.
It's got to receive power to start.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
And another thing, did you have him check the alternator?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Yeah.
But
got to remember that
it
power
is the
circuit. It's
starter.
you start by checking the fuses. Even if the starter's not making noise, you still start by checking the fuses. Then you go to the alternator, then the battery, then the alternator, then the starter itself.
I didn't tell him to check the alternator.
And then if the starter, if you get a brand new one and it still ain't working, you just do the same process in reverse.
Let me tell him that. Let's see.
Old man knowledge for you.
It is some old man knowledge. I appreciate that, brother.
I learned the hard way that little cycle.
There we go. Yeah, he's he's trying to ask me, and I'm like, buddy, I'm not that technically savvy with automobiles. I know how to do the brakes and the.
There are some parts that I forgets the names of, but I know what the thing is. I can describe it to you, tell you what it does and how it's supposed to look and how it's supposed to sound.
Right. Yeah. I can do the airflow sensor, the mass airflow sensor, and the.
No, I can't do any of that
stuff.
electrical fucking the new computer shit. Fuck all that.
Hello. Check. All right, one more second.
Phil, ask your son if he's got Discord.
He does.
All right, here. Let's.
But apparently, I've never taught him how to check a fuse.
Yeah. Tell
the
him.
metal will be continuous.
No. I'm going to help him out in real time. Let's swap over to Discord. I'm going to have him do a video call with the two of us, and I'm going to tell him what to check.
Do you know how to do a Discord video call? You do?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, he does.
Yeah, I know.
He knows more than I do.
Well, let's get on over there.
What's your Discord, boy? Okay, I'm going to stream this Discord call if I can. Can I? I bet I can't.
You can.
Let's see. Let me remove this.
I got to make the call before you can stream it.
All right, I'm going to message you his screen name and Discord for. Okay. Is it the plus button at the bottom? No, that's not it. Add friends to DM? No. That one? Okay. Let's see. it's saying no results. Let's see. Are you sure that's your thing, son? Do you know how to add people, Connor? Oh, he hung up on me, or I hung up on him. Hey, I'm not seeing your name in there. Are you sure? Okay, well, I'm gonna send it to Ferrer and let him call you. Hang on, let's see. If you will, that's it. Right there. I don't know why it's saying. Oh. You folks on Kick, this is what it looks like when a moron tries to get on things he doesn't understand. All right, let me check. He's done hung up on me. He said he copied and pasted it. You have to add us or something. Your settings says that we can't add you. Change your settings or something. Or I can. You're gonna have to add me or something. All right, I'm gonna send you this right here. I'm gonna send you a screen name, and you add this one. Well, yours is saying in the settings that it can't be added. Sorry, folks on Kick. Sorry. All right. Okay. He said he just changed it. You should be able to redo it if you want to. He's trying again now. He's a friend of mine from the internet who knows his stuff. He said it's sent. All right, I'm hanging up with you, son. Okay, glad that was over. Sorry. Let me pull up. Is he calling you? I have no clue. People on Kick are probably laughing at me. I'm an old man relying on an old man. Is he still calling? I'll call him that way. He'll know. Hey, hold on a minute. He's gonna call you. Although you're fixing to be on my YouTube. There you are. That's my oldest son, folks. I can stop the stream if need be. No big deal. I've been going for 4.5 hours. I wasn't even intending to go this long, for real. But you jumped in, and we've had a wonderful conversation, so I've just been letting it roll, you know. But the people in Kick are staying, so you know, hey, there's that. They're along for the ride. Yeah. Like, it should be, or where are you at? Oh, it should be on the left. Are you talking about under the dash or under the hood? Oh, yeah. Left side of the dash, yeah. Or yep. Or right there. You have to zoom in and let me see. You got to pull them out one by one. Yep. And make sure to put it back exactly where you got it from. If you got needle nose will help, but if you got man fingers, even better question, even if you didn't go to a junkyard, why did you not get it off Rock Auto? Rock Auto's got a Yep. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Right. I heard that. Yeah, I got a big old bull bar. I call it the wrench hand. Right. Actually, I should put a picture of my truck on here. I got the wrench hand bumper and front bumper and the rear one. I actually haven't. My oldest son, though, this is his second car. Yeah. Well, it's his third technically because I give him my truck, and then exactly what you just said. Yep. And then no, never got him a ram bar. It was a nice Silverado too, was it not? It was very nice. And it wasn't high mileage. It was owned by an older gentleman who took care of it, like really good care of it. And then it was owned by me. It was. That's right. Yeah, but you had an 06. 06 wasn't disposable like today's cars. '07 and up is classified and quantified as kind of disposable nowadays. Although, you know, and technically it's '08 because they kind of changed everything. I was going to say, yeah. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that if you can help it. I mean, you can, don't get me wrong. I've had to do it. I've had to result. Just stick your fingers in there on the two sides and pull one out. It's hard and it's going to make your fingers raw. Tweezers. I don't think he knows what you're talking about. Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't know what you're talking about. But if you would have told me you were doing this, I would have not streamed and I could have just helped you do it. But you probably didn't know I was off work. So, oh, it came here? Oh, I didn't know that. Your mom doesn't tell me things. Okay. Well, she doesn't. Well, no, you said because you were working over there at the oil change place for so long, you said you had done a starter before, so I assumed you knew what you were doing. Okay, maybe I just assumed it. Well, okay, fair enough. I thought I heard otherwise. Thought I heard otherwise. No, not him. He's yeah, he's the oldest. This is the one that turns 21 next week. Yeah, no, not yet. Not yet. Although he's a good son. He's a good kid. He's Oh no. Oh no, you got to make a special trip for her. Oh. Yeah, that's right. So Oof. Right. So now you have to put her lunch in the fridge. Dadgummit, man. Gotta hate that. Man, I hate when I leave my lunch. Well, it wasn't YouTube. Because she left her last chat and my chat at like 10:15. That was a while back. Yeah, that's fair enough. Not in my chat, anyway. That's right. That's right. I know what you mean. Who, Chris? I'm gonna try and get on the Chris's today too. Get in there with him. It's been a while since I've been. It's been a while. Well, I've been looking for you for the past couple of weeks, man. I just haven't seen you. I guess 2 ships in the night, and then you got in friggin' Terriacs this morning, and you're like, ghetto stream or ghetto raid or something like that. Like, I don't even know how to raid. Otherwise, I would try and raid someone. But I mean, I've got. Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. I just bought him like a. When you get, I've got him a 300 and what is it? 350 piece tool set for Christmas. But it's all sockets and wrenches. I guess I didn't think about it. I didn't think about. I kind of thought you had. I've got 2 sets of needle nose here. Remind me when next time you're over here. Ain't that right? Ain't that right? Like, man. He's not. Oh, he's a darn good basketball player now, for real. He's dang good. Oh yeah, he's friggin' good. He just, wasn't respectful to his coach. Well, he was to all of the wrong coaches, the ones that couldn't really do anything for him, but the one that could do something for him, he was disrespectful to. The one that mattered, yeah, he did. Well, it was, you know how it is when you get into those teenage angst years. That's when he finally got the good coach, and now he looks back and should know that, hey, yeah, that was the good coach. But Burns. From your last year, the one that wanted you to go play AAU, and your shoes, talking about slipping on the floor. You complained and nagged like Cinderella too. That's okay. As long as you learn from it and move on, that's what matters. No, you were a good shooter. You just wasn't your strength. You were a setup man. I know. But and I should have. I said, Billy Mays here. Are you slipping and sliding all over the basketball court? I should have done it. No. Hey, dude, we've got a camper up at the lake, and I had like leveler. It's hard to describe, but it's basically LVLs, like 16 by 2.5s, that I put under the wheels. And one of them slapped up and broke the septic system, right? yeah, I friggin' put it back together and yeah, exactly. So you already know. I put it back, like pieced it back together. It wasn't in pieces. It just come into two parts. So I put it back together and then put Flex Seal on it. That joker's still good. Ain't leaking whatsoever. That's some good stuff. Right. Right. Well, that camper's pretty much gone. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Okay. Dude, my grandfather was a fiberglass guru. You know who Red Farmer is? Yeah. Neil Bonnet, Davey Allison, all of them. He used to build race cars for them. And after that he went into boats, like exactly what you're talking about, like fiberglass front nose cones and fins on the sport boats, the big like spoilers on diesels, like spoilers on boats, spoilers, like all kind of stuff like that. Yeah, he was a fiberglass guru, man. He was real good. But the that's my boy for real. That's my boy. He's a good boy. He no, he's not as respectful as he needs to be, but he doesn't, yeah, he doesn't have attitude issues anymore. He did now. He did. But yeah, he's a good son. I love my boy. But well, man, I definitely appreciate you trying to help him out. I've tried to help him. He thinks I'm computer. Or yeah. Yeah. Right. Well, yeah, the harness. The only harnesses go bad I've ever seen are where they melt. That's true too. Yeah. Yeah. That's true too. Between that and friggin' Chevrolet, I don't know what reason they use the crappiest little grade wiring that, I mean, I don't understand it. Like, yep. No. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, the wiring harnesses, all of it's garbage nowadays. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, if if it is that, I'll have to end up fixing it for him, finding it and searching it out, because I'm fairly decent at wiring repairs, but only putting them back together and such, not necessarily chasing it. And it could be anywhere. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. That's actually how we would ohm out a compressor on an outdoor condenser unit when they'd go bad. Just ohm it out, you know, across the three sides, and they should equalize, essentially. Oh. Go get me the sky hooks out of my toolbox in the back of the truck. Please. And if you don't see those, get me the duck stretchers. And if you don't see those, get me the board stretchers. Yeah. Oh, I got one even better. Split ring pliers. Yeah. Yeah. You can't win them all. Can't win them all. I tried to teach him, because I've got this giant bandsaw, obviously. Dude, I mean, and it's a big friggin' jet, you know what I mean? Machine shop, fab shop type deal. And yeah. I mean, not only that, I've tried to get them interested. I've got so much money in tools from owning my own business and just my hobbies. If I didn't take my business away. Yeah, no kidding. Yep. Yep. You got that right. They don't, I tried to tell him. He's like, you just heard him say, you never taught me how to, check fuses. I'm pretty sure I did, first of all. He said that I just did it. Yeah, at least tried, But, there may be a chance. Some of the things, every now and then, I'd get just, what would you call it? Right. Yeah. Well, it's. Uh-oh. The little Louisville Slugger? Yeah. The one, yeah, the little bitty ones. You know, that was, we had, that's funny you mentioned that. We had, when Michael Jordan started playing baseball, he played in Birmingham, right? For the Birmingham Barons. My first ever baseball game when I was a kid was to watch Michael Jordan play. And they had bat night. And it was those little bitty, I don't think they were 1 footer. I think they were like 18 inches. If memory serves. They might have been. Somewhere in there. But it was those mini little bats, exactly like you're talking about. And man, I loved that. That was the knocker for years. Right there in the, you know, just slid in beside the seat in the truck. Yes, sir. It'll buy you a little bit. That's right. That's right. Just thick enough to let them know you was there and that they messed up. You know? But you gotta fight dirty. Well, you know, my wife is a very excellent shot. I'm not gonna lie. Very excellent shot. Like we had, you know, we both have, she's got a 9 and I got a 40 Smith & Wesson, but she had a 38 snub nose, little, Taurus. Man, dragnet style. I do too. I couldn't shoot that gun for crap. For every time I go to shoot, I'd even do 2 hands. And every time I'm like anticipating the kickback. So I'm aiming up or down. Yep. Get my gun, I can do it one-handed. I can do it either way. And I can hit from about 15, maybe 20 yards. 20 yards if I'm really lucky. Yeah. It's something about it, man. On my AR, dead nuts. Friggin' my 40 or her 9, dead nuts. Up to about 15 yards. Anything beyond that, it starts to stagger and wander. But yeah, that little snub nose. Ooh, that's good. Well, see, I sight in on my rifle at 50. That makes you good to 30. I meant to 300, technically. Well, 2, 2, 3, 5, 5, 6. At 35? Okay. That's good to know. Because I've always done it at 50, like every single time. I take my little wheel, roll out 50 yards. Okay. Makes sense. I've never shot 308. I want a 308, don't get me wrong. We have 270. Ooh. Right. Yeah, mine is a Delta lower and a PSA upper. I had to replace the PSA, the upper. Hey, come on. It does better than the Delta did, because the Delta was like, yeah, it went 7 left and 3 down, you know, and I'm like trying with everything in me to get this thing over, and every single time it just, maybe I can get to like 4 over left and 3 down, but no matter what I do, I cannot get it to shoot straight. So I was like determined that, you know, something's wrong. It's not a head spacing issue. Well, it was between Wolf, Tula's, friggin' Remington. I know they're all cheap. Yes. I know they're all cheap, but I went and bought a box of Federal. Guess what? Same thing happened, dude. Steel core, brass core. We had Hornady. We shot Hornady too. That was the first that we got, and I did have a little better. Right. I think. Dang it! I don't know. I think it wasn't it. It's not mil-spec. It's not mil-spec. Yeah, it's not mil-spec. I think it was 9-1. Maybe I'm wrong in that. Maybe I'm completely. I'm literally coming. I think it's 9-1. I think. So that might have been. Well, I know the first time it was over gassing. So I did drop it. I think it was solid. I'm pretty sure it was solid. Yeah. Well, like the buffer tube? The tube the buffer springs in? No. Oh, the gas tube. Okay, yeah. Too long or too short? Well, I did check to make sure that it was seated properly. So I would almost go that it's too long or too short, if that would be the case. But there's certain. I always had trouble with my buffer tube. Like I don't for the. Yeah, you probably would have saved me some money. Yeah, for sure. Because I've had. Is it really? Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, you must stop it. Hang on, let me stop it. All right, appreciate it, folks on Kick. God bless you all. We're gonna call it a day. Don't forget, Jesus is Lord. Jesus is the truth, the way, and the life. Amen. God bless.